No one asked for this quest. A sarcastic dragon, a bitey hatchling, in one very reluctant quest. By Win Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise, without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. You asked for this one. I wasn't in my head at all or planned out, but I admit you guys are right. Everyone wanted to know about the egg. Now understand, this one is a little different because the romance itself is already there. Sure, there are some feel-good moments, but this one touches more on the cozy fantasy questing style. And dang it, there will be more because it was definitely fun. So this one I am releasing to you, my YouTube listeners, before it's released on Amazon, which is June 17th, if anyone is watching. Enjoy the escape. Good in.
Chapter 1. The egg throws a tantrum. Told you it would scream? A hair-raising sound pierced through Imogene's dreamless sleep, vibrating through her bones like someone had dragged a knife across the inside of her skull. Her eyes flew open to find her modest cave bedroom illuminated in pulses of unnatural light, the crystals embedded in the wall flickering in rapid, distress patterns. Something was very, very wrong. "Oh no," she whispered, kicking off her blanket and scrambling out of bed. The stone floor beneath her bare feet felt unnaturally warm. Not the pleasant warmth of Kazimir's careful temperature regulation, but something urgent and unstable. The keening noise grew louder, a strange harmonic that made her teeth ache. Imogene grabbed her robe, nearly tripping as she shoved her arms through the sleeves and raced toward the corridor. "Please, don't be what I think you are," she muttered as she ran, her disheveled blonde hair flying behind her. "Please just be Kazimir with indigestion, or a very angry wyvern, or literally anything but." She skidded into the hoard chamber and froze. The obsidian egg, that mysterious, supposedly decorative centerpiece Kazimir had always been so cagey about, was violently shaking in the middle of the treasure pile. Heat radiated from it in visible waves, causing nearby gold coins to soften and warp. The once solid egg now had hairline fractures running across its glossy surface, each one pulsing with molten light from within. "Oh gods, you're hatching! You're actually hatching," she breathed, approaching carefully. Smaller bits of treasure tumbled down as the floor beneath them trembled. "Shh, it's okay," she said, her voice rising in pitch as she tried to sound soothing despite her panic. "Whatever you are, we're here." The egg violently rocked, nearly rolling off its pedestal. Imogene lunged forward to steady it, then yanked her hands back with a yelp as the blistering heat singed her fingertips. "Imogene!" Ronan's voice thundered from the corridor seconds before he burst into the chamber, his hair sticking up at odd angles and his nightshirt half tucked into hastily donned trousers. He brandished his sword wildly, scanning for threats. "What in the seven hells is happening?" "It's the egg!" she shouted over the increasingly erratic keening that now sent painful vibrations through their teeth. "Kazimir's not a real egg. Where's Kazimir? Ronan demanded, lowering his sword as he took in the chaos of the shaking treasure hoard. I hear. The dragon's voice came from the shadows at the far end of the chamber. Imogene turned to see Kazimir standing unnaturally still, his massive form silhouetted against the trembling cavern wall. His golden eyes were fixed on the egg, reflecting its pulsing light. Imogene had seen Kazimir annoyed, exasperated, grudgingly amused, and even, on rare occasions, contented. But she had never seen him look like this. He looked afraid. Kaz? She asked, her voice small. What is it? The egg's keening reached a fever pitch as more cracks appeared, jagged lines of molten light spreading across its obsidian surface like lightning across a midnight sky. Imogene instinctively stepped toward it again, her palm hovering inches away despite the heat that made the air shimmer between them. Imogene, get back! Ronan dropped his sword with a clatter and lunged forward, grabbing for her waist. She twisted away from his grasp. It needs someone, she insisted, keeping her eyes on the egg as the keening shifted into something that sounded disturbingly like a desperate cry. It's scared. It's an egg. It's more than that. The argument died as the egg gave one final, violent shudder and exploded in a blinding burst of light and steam. The force knocked all three of them backward. Imogene crashed into Ronan, who stumbled against a pile of ancient tomes, and even Kazimir staggered slightly. Shell fragments scattered across the hoard like shooting stars, each piece continuing to glow and pulse for several moments before fading to a dull black. Imogene's ears rang in the sudden silence. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear the spots from her vision as the steam slowly dissipated. And then she saw it. In the center of the treasure hoard, where the obsidian egg had once stood, crouched a small creature with iridescent scales that shifted between deep indigo and fiery copper when it moved. Its wings seemed too large for its cat-sized body, and its tail ended in a delicate fan of translucent membrane. The dragonet trembled, clearly disoriented, as its ember-toned core gleamed through gaps in its scales. Oh, Imogene breathed, her heart expanding with unexpected tenderness. Hello there, little one. The dragonet's head swiveled toward her voice. Its eyes were startlingly intelligent, not the unfocused gaze of a newborn, but sharp, curious, and assessing. It tilted its head, considering her. Then it sneezed, releasing a tiny jet of flame that singed a nearby tapestry. Imogene couldn't help laughing, even as her heart raced. Bless you, she said, taking a cautious step forward and crouching down. Welcome to the world. I'm Imogene, and this is... The dragonet shifted its attention away from her, completely ignoring her outstretched hand. It swiveled its head, scanning the room before its gaze landed on Ronan, who was still frozen with shock. With surprising determination, the tiny creature stumbled forward on unsteady legs, navigating the scattered treasure with single-minded purpose until it reached Ronan's boots. Voile, said Ronan, looking down at the dragonet with wide eyes. Hello? The dragonet made a chirping sound that could only be described as deeply satisfied. Then it proceeded to clamber onto his boot, tiny claws digging into the leather as it climbed up and settled itself on the top of his foot. What is it doing? Ronan whispered, clearly afraid to move. I believe, Kazimir finally said, his voice uncharacteristically hollow. It's choosing you. As Kazimir spoke, Imogene noticed something strange happening around them. The magical ambience of the cave, always a subtle background presence, was visibly fluctuating. The tapestries on the wall wavered as though caught in a breeze, despite the still air. The crystals embedded in the rock dimmed and brightened in erratic patterns. Even the air felt thinner, somehow as if the magic that sustained the cave was being stretched. Choosing me for what? Ronan asked, staring down at the tiny creature that was now curling its tail possessively around his ankle. Kazimir's golden eyes narrowed. Now, we're all in trouble, he said flatly. Imogene wanted to demand an explanation, but she was suddenly distracted by a strange sensation washing over her, a confused jumble of emotions that seemed to come from outside herself. Curiosity, contentment, hunger, fear, safety, warmth, cold. These weren't her feelings, yet they flooded through her like a second shadow, layering over her own emotions. She looked at the dragonet and somehow knew these impressions were coming from the tiny creature. But how? And why was she feeling them? It bonded to you, she said to Ronan, the realization striking her even as she spoke. I can feel it, but that's not supposed to happen. She glanced at Kazimir, whose expression had darkened. Is it? No, Kazimir confirmed, his massive form unnaturally still. It was never supposed to bond at all, and certainly not to you. He directed this last comment to Ronan, who still stood frozen in place, afraid to disturb the dragonet that had made itself comfortable on his boot. The tiny creature looked up at him and made another chirping sound before settling its head on its front claws, apparently perfectly content with its chosen perch. Well, Ronan said faintly, I'm not exactly thrilled about it either. You don't understand, Kazimir growled. That isn't just any dragonet. That's a part of me. Imogene's head snapped up. What do you mean, a part of you? The dragon sighed deeply, a sound like wind through ancient caverns. The egg was crafted from my hoard magic. It contains pieces of memory, fragments of power, things I sealed away centuries ago for safekeeping. Wait, Ronan said, finally finding his voice as he carefully shifted his weight, causing the dragonet to chirp in protest. You're saying this is your offspring? No, Kazimir looked genuinely horrified. It's more like a failsafe, a repository, emergency storage for parts of my magic I couldn't risk losing. Then why is it alive? Imogene asked, watching as the dragonet snuggled more firmly against Ronan's ankle. And why did it choose him instead of you? Because something is wrong, Kazimir said, his golden eyes tracking the erratic pulsing of the cave's crystals. Very wrong. The egg was never supposed to hatch unless... He trailed off, and Imogene felt a chill despite the lingering heat in the chamber. Unless what, Kaz? She prompted. The dragon shook his massive head. Unless my connection to the Hoard began to unravel. He looked at Ronan, then at the tiny dragonet that had apparently decided the knight's boot was the ideal nesting spot. The egg responds to Hoard magic, to emotional bonds, to connections that sustain magic. It was designed to seek out the strongest resonant bond if mine began to fail. But why would it choose Ronan? Imogene asked, trying to ignore the strange echo of the dragonet's emotions still filtering through her mind. He's only been here a few months. Thank you for that reminder, Ronan muttered. Kazimir squinted at Ronan with something between suspicion and revelation. Clearly, there's something about you the Hoard magic recognizes. The dragonet looked up at the sound of the dragon's rumbling voice, then yawned widely, displaying tiny, needle-sharp teeth before settling back down on Ronan's boot. Well, Imogene said, fighting the urge to scoop up the little creature despite its clear preference, what do we do now? First, Kazimir growled, you two will explain why you've formed such a powerful emotional resonance with my Hoard that it's recognizing you as valid anchors. Imogene felt her cheeks heat. She and Ronan carefully avoided looking at each other. Second, Kazimir continued, apparently oblivious to their discomfort, we need to determine why my connection is failing. Something is disrupting the Hoard magic, something significant enough to trigger my failsafe. And third, Ronan asked, finally daring to slowly crouch down to better examine the dragonet, which immediately climbed from his boot to his knee with excited chirps. Third, Kazimir said grimly, we need to figure out what to do with that, he nodded toward the dragonet. Because if it's bonded to you, then part of my Hoard magic, my memories, my power, is bound to you as well. The dragonet chose that moment to sneeze again, sending another small jet of flame shooting past Ronan's ear, singeing a few strands of his hair. Wonderful, Ronan said, wincing. Not only do I have a dragon's magical memory storage device attached to me, but it's also trying to set me on fire. Oh, it's not trying, Kazimir replied with a hint of his usual dry tone. If it wanted to set you on fire, you would be on fire. Imogene couldn't help but smile, despite the worry curling in her stomach. She approached Ronan and the dragonet cautiously, extending her hand toward the tiny creature. To her surprise, while it didn't climb onto her as it had with Ronan, it did stretch its neck to sniff at her fingers curiously. As it did, another wave of foreign emotions washed over her: curiosity, interest, and something almost like recognition. The dragonet chirped once at her, then returned its attention to Ronan, nuzzling against his hand. "It's strange," she said quietly. "I can feel what it's feeling, but that shouldn't happen unless you're part of the bond too," Kazimir finished, his expression unreadable, "which means the situation is even more complicated than I thought." Imogen looked at the tiny dragonet, then at Ronan's bewildered face, then at Kazmir's troubled golden eyes. Something was happening, something that connected all of them in ways she didn't understand. And as the initial shock of the hatching faded, a deeper worry began to take root. If the egg had hatched because Kazmir's connection to the Hoard was unraveling, what did that mean for Kazimir himself? What happened to a dragon when their Hoard bond began to fail? The dragonet chirped again, radiating contentment as it settled more comfortably on Ronan's knee. Whatever was happening, whatever this tiny creature represented, one thing was clear: their already complicated household had just become infinitely more so.
Chapter 2, a dragonet arrives with opinions. It has lungs and attitude. Ronan stood frozen, staring down at the tiny creature latched onto his boot. The dragonet's claws had pierced straight through the leather, and it was making a series of demanding chirps that somehow managed to sound both imperious and distressed simultaneously. Like a royal infant throwing a tantrum. "It likes you," Imogene said, her eyes alight with fascination. "It's ruining my boots," Ronan corrected, although he couldn't muster any real annoyance. The creature was barely larger than a house cat, with iridescent scales that shifted between ember and gold when it moved. Those oversized wings looked almost comical on such a small body, yet they fluttered with surprising grace. Hesitantly, Ronan reached down with 2 fingers, attempting to gently pry the dragonet from his footwear. "Come now, little one, those boots cost more than most villages make," and the dragonet responded with an indignant squeal that echoed off the cave walls. Before Ronan could react, a jet of flame shot from its mouth, not the weak sputter he'd expected from such a tiny creature, but a concentrated burst that caught the hem of his cloak. "Gods above!" Ronan frantically patted at the flames, now racing up the fabric. "A little help?" Imogene burst into laughter, the sound bouncing around the cave as she watched him slap wildly at his smoldering cloak. "The mighty knight, bested by an infant dragon. I'm glad you find my immolation amusing," Ronan muttered, finally extinguishing the flames. He glared down at the dragonet, which stared back with what he could swear was smug satisfaction. Kazmir's massive head swung toward them. "Dragonets are not pets. They're magical creatures with instinctual responses to threats. It perceived your attempt to remove it as an attack." "I wasn't attacking it, I was—" Ronan's protest was cut short as the cave shuddered violently around them. The tremor sent ripples across the stone floor and up the walls. Several ancient tomes tumbled from Kazimir's meticulously organized shelves, landing with heavy thuds on the floor. More alarmingly, the perpetual golden glow of the Hoard, a constant presence since Ronan had arrived months ago, flickered ominously. The warm radiance dimmed from brilliant gold to a muted amber, casting strange shadows across the chamber. "That's not supposed to happen, is it?" Ronan asked, steadying himself against a stalagmite. Kazimir's enormous body began pacing in tight circles, his tail lashing behind him with agitation. Each step sent small vibrations through the floor, his massive form making the chamber feel suddenly claustrophobic. The dragon's scales seemed duller than usual, the typical metallic gleam subdued. "This is not a pet, you ridiculous humans," Kazimir growled, the rumble of his voice sending loose pebbles skittering across the floor. "This is a dangerous magical anomaly with unstable powers tied directly to the Hoard's matrix. It's a living conduit of ancient magic that could destabilize this entire mountain if not properly contained." Ronan expected Imogene to respond to this dire warning with appropriate concern. Instead, she crouched down beside him and the dragonet, her face alight with excitement. "What should we call it?" she asked, eyes fixed on the creature. "It needs a proper name." "Did you not hear, Kazimir?" Ronan hissed. "This isn't some stray cat we've adopted. It's a magical thing that's apparently dangerous." Imogene waved away his concern. "Everything interesting is dangerous. Now, names? Sparkles? No, too obvious." She tilted her head, studying the dragonet closely. "Ember? too common. The Dragonet had stopped chewing Ronan's boot long enough to focus on Imogene, its head tilting curiously at each suggested name, its pupils dilated and contracted as if considering each option before adamantly returning to Ronan's boot and biting down. Harder this time. Ronan winced as tiny teeth pierced through the leather and nearly reached his skin. He opened his mouth to scold the creature, then hesitated, surprised by his own reluctance. Instead, he found himself gently stroking the Dragonet's iridescent head. "Easy there, little one," he murmured, surprised by the protective instinct that surged through him. His fingers traced the delicate ridges along its spine, and the Dragonet relaxed its jaw, releasing his boot to press against his hand like a cat seeking affection. The sudden tenderness of the moment caught Ronan off guard. He had come to this cave to slay a dragon, not nurture one, yet here he was, soothing a hatchling that had just moments ago tried to set him on fire. Another tremor, stronger than the first, shook the chamber. The stalactites overhead trembled ominously, and a fine dust of stone particles rained down from the ceiling. Ronan instinctively hunched over the Dragonet, shielding it from the falling debris. In that moment, the Dragonet's demeanor transformed. Gone was the imperious creature demanding attention. Instead, it emitted a high-pitched whine of fear, scrambling up Ronan's leg to his knee with surprising agility. It clung there, trembling, wings pressed tightly against its body. "What's happening?" Ronan asked, voice tight with concern, both for the creature now seeking his protection and for the increasingly unstable cave. His question was answered by an alarming sight. Kazimir, the terrifying ancient dragon who had survived centuries of nights in quest, suddenly swayed on his massive feet. The golden glow of his scales visibly dimmed, the usual brilliance fading to a dull luster. The dragon staggered sideways before catching himself against a stone column, his claws gouging deep furrows into the rock. "The Hoard is destabilizing faster than I anticipated," Kazimir muttered, his voice weaker than Ronan had ever heard it. "The egg was never supposed to hatch unless the primary bond was failing." "Primary bond?" Imogene asked, her playfulness evaporating as she moved toward Kazimir with concern. The dragon's golden eyes had dulled to a muddy amber. "My connection to the Hoard, to these magical artifacts, to this place, it's coming undone." The Dragonet's reaction to Kazimir's weakness was immediate and intense. It stood upright on Ronan's knee, stretching its overlarge wings to their full span. An impressive sight despite its small stature. Its chest expanded, and it emitted a surprisingly loud, protective cry directly toward the ancient dragon. As it did, its scales brightened dramatically, pulsing with an inner light that cast dancing patterns across the cave walls. Ronan felt a surge of something flow through him. Not quite an emotion, not quite a thought, but a powerful connection that seemed to link him to the Dragonet, to Kazimir, to the Hoard itself. For just an instant, he could sense the vast, complex web of magical bonds that held this place together, and the dangerous fraying at its edges. "Sindralek," Imogene whispered suddenly, her eyes widening. "That's it. That's the name." The Dragonet paused its defensive display, swiveling its head toward Imogene. It chirped once, the sound distinctly approving, before immediately returning its attention to Ronan. Its face contorted in what Ronan could only describe as concern, an expression that mirrored his own with uncanny similarity. Sindranik. Ronan tested the name, feeling the strange syllables on his tongue. Where did that come from? "I don't know," Imogene admitted, sounding almost surprised by her own certainty. "It just came to me. Like I remembered it rather than invented it." Kazimir made a low, rumbling sound. "Old magic. Name knowing is a rare gift, if the Dragonet accepted it." The dragon didn't finish his thought, but another tremor shook the cave, more intense than the previous ones. A shelf of precious artifacts tilted dangerously, and the magical lights embedded in the ceiling flickered erratically. Ronan looked down at the Dragonet, at Sindralik, and felt a strange certainty wash over him. Without fully understanding why, he reached down and carefully lifted the creature into his arms. It settled against him immediately, its warmth seeping through his tunic, tiny claws gripping the fabric. "Whatever it is, whatever's happening," Ronan declared with unexpected conviction, I'll take responsibility for Sindralik. The name felt natural on his tongue, as if he'd been saying it all his life. The moment the words left his mouth, Sindralik nestled against his chest, and the hoard briefly flared brighter, golden light pulsing through the chamber in a wave that momentarily banished the shadows. For a heartbeat, Ronan thought perhaps the crisis had passed. Then came a sound like thunder from deep within the mountain. A significant crack appeared in one wall of the cave, zigzagging from floor to ceiling in a jagged line. Small stones and dust cascaded from the fissure, and the warm magical glow seemed to drain from that entire section of the chamber, leaving it cold and dark. Kazimir's exhausted golden eyes met Ronan's across the space between them. The ancient dragon looked older than Ronan had ever seen him, scales dull, posture stooped. "You have no idea what you've just committed to, Prince," Kazimir said, his voice heavy with something like pity. Ronan swallowed, feeling the weight of the dragon's words even as Sindralik's warmth pressed against his chest. "Then explain it to me." The dragon sighed, a gust of warm air that stirred the dust in the chamber. "That creature isn't just a dragonet. It's a living vessel of hoard magic. A failsafe, created long ago to preserve what might otherwise be lost." "Lost?" Imogene echoed, moving to stand beside Ronan, her hand hovering near but not quite touching Sindralik. When a dragon dies," Kazimir said quietly, "the hoard typically disperses. The magic untethers, the bonds dissolve. Some artifacts retain power, but the essence, the living memory that binds it all together fades." He gestured at Sindralik with one massive claw. "Unless there is a successor." Now Ronan felt a chill, despite the warmth radiating from the dragonet. "I don't understand. Are you saying you're dying?" "Not yet." Kazimir's laugh was dry and brittle. "My connection to the hoard is weakening. Something is interfering with the bond. Something powerful enough to trigger the eggs hatching." Another tremor shook the cave, smaller but no less ominous. Sindralik chirped anxiously, pressing closer to Ronan. "And now the dragonet has bonded with you," Kazimir continued. "A human knight with no magical training, no understanding of hoard lore, and absolutely no business being entangled in dragon magic." "Hey," Imogene protested, "he's learning." "Learning to what, polish armor? Rescue princesses who don't need rescuing?" Kazimir snorted, a small flame escaping his nostrils. "He knows nothing of what's required." Ronan bristled. "Then tell me what's required. I didn't ask for this bond, but it's happened, and I won't abandon a creature that's chosen me, however misguided that choice might be." The words surprised him, even as he spoke them. 3 months ago, he would have viewed any dragon, even one as small as Sindralik, as a threat to be eliminated. Now, he was cradling one against his chest, defending it against Kazimir's criticism. Kazimir regarded him for a long moment, measuring. "You'll need to learn," he said finally, "about hoards, about dragonets, about magical bonds. You'll need to understand what it means that this creature has chosen you, and what responsibilities come with that choice." "I'm a quick study," Ronan said, more confidently than he felt. "And he's not alone," Imogene added, moving closer to Ronan's side. "I've been studying your hoard for 2 years now. I can help." Kazimir looked between them, his expression unreadable. "Perhaps, but first we must stabilize the hoard before this cave collapses around us. The magical disruption is spreading." As if to emphasize his point, the crack in the wall widened slightly, and the amber glow of the hoard dimmed further. Ronan felt Sindralik tense in his arms, the dragonet's warm body growing hotter against his chest. "What do we do?" Ronan asked, instinctively stroking Sindralik's head to calm it. "We must recover the anchor fragments," Kazimir said grimly. "Pieces of the original hoard that were placed at locations of magical significance to stabilize and extend my connection. Something has disrupted them, broken the links. If we can retrieve them and restore the connections, then your bond to the hoard will strengthen again," Imogene finished, "and the cave will stop trying to collapse." "In theory," Kazimir's tail lashed restlessly. "But these fragments were hidden in dangerous places, protected by—" "Let me guess," Ronan interrupted dryly, "magical traps, ancient guardians, and deadly puzzles?" Kazimir narrowed his golden eyes. "Yes. How did you know?" "'Cause that's always how these things work in the stories," Ronan sighed, looking down at Sindralik, who had fallen asleep against his chest despite the ongoing crisis. The knight gets the quest, faces the trials, saves the day. Except you're not just a knight anymore, Imogene pointed out, gently touching Sindralik's wing. You're also apparently a dragon parent? Dragon guardian, Kazimir corrected with a snort. A dragonet is not a child, though it may behave like one while it's adapting to its bond. It's an ancient magical being condensed into a smaller form. Ronan raised an eyebrow at the sleeping creature drooling slightly on his tunic. Ancient and powerful, clearly. Another tremor, mild but persistent, rumbled through the cave. Kazimir winced, his scales dulling further. We don't have time for sarcasm, the dragon growled. The Hoard's destabilization is accelerating. We need to prepare for a journey. Immediately. Journey? Ronan echoed. Where exactly are these anchor fragments? Kazimir moved toward a far corner of the chamber, his movements slower and more labored than usual. He returned with a rolled parchment clenched carefully between two massive claws. This map shows their locations, he explained, unrolling it on a clear section of floor. 3 fragments, 3 locations, each one magically significant, each one problematic. Ronan and Imogene knelt to examine the map, careful not to disturb Sindralik. The parchment showed a detailed rendering of the surrounding lands with 3 points marked in glowing silver ink that seemed to shift and move as they watched. That's not how maps usually work, Ronan observed, as one of the location markers slid slightly to the east. It's attuned to the magical currents, Kazimir explained impatiently. The fragments were hidden in places where magic flows strongest, but those currents shift over time. Imogene traced a finger over the nearest marker. This one's in the Whispering Grove. I've read about it in your library. Trees that remember conversations from centuries ago. Yes, Kazimir confirmed. The second is beneath the ruins of Moon Shadow Temple, and the third... He hesitated. The third is in what remains of my first lair. Your first lair? Ronan looked up surprised. You haven't always lived here. Kasimir's expression darkened. I have lived many places over many centuries, knight. This cave is merely the latest. Another tremor shook the chamber, causing more dust and small rocks to rain down. Sindralik stirred in Ronan's arms, making a distressed sound before settling again. We should leave immediately, Kazimir declared. Pack lightly. I cannot fly while my connection to the Hoard is weakened. We'll have to travel on foot. Ronan blinked. You're coming with us? I thought you needed to stay with the Hoard to maintain what connection remains. Ordinarily, yes, Kazimir agreed. But with Sindralik bonded to you, part of the Hoard's essence is already mobile. And besides, the dragon's expression turned grim. I don't trust either of you to handle this alone. That's fair, Imogene admitted cheerfully. I'd probably try to befriend whatever's guarding the fragments. And I'd try to fight it, Ronan added with a wry smile. Precisely why I must accompany you, Kazimir growled. Now hurry, we have little time. As Ronan carefully stood, cradling Sindralik against his chest, he caught Imogene's eye. Despite the danger, despite the uncertainty, she was smiling. That irrepressible, adventure-seeking grin he'd come to both dread and admire. Just think, she whispered, leaning close enough that her breath tickled his ear. Our first family vacation. We are not a family, Ronan protested automatically, though something inside him, something new and strange that seemed connected to the warm weight of Sindralik in his arms, whispered otherwise. Keep telling yourself that, Imogene said, patting his arm before bouncing off to gather supplies. Ronan looked down at Sindralik, who had opened one eye to regard him sleepily. This isn't at all what I signed up for when I came to slay a dragon, you know, he told the dragonet quietly. Sindralik chirped once, sounding suspiciously like laughter, before closing its eye and resuming its nap.
Chapter 3. The Prophecy Stirs. Unfortunately, not this nonsense again. The dried fish wasn't exactly a delicacy, but Imogene was determined. She held out another flaky piece, waggling it tantalizingly before the dragonet's snout. Come on, little spark, just a tiny bite. Sindralik, perched regally on the edge of the table like it owned the entire cave, gave her what could only be described as a disdainful side eye. You know, for something that hatched less than a day ago, you have an awful lot of opinions, Imogene muttered, pushing the fish closer. Sindralik responded by lifting its snout and pointedly looking away. Ronan, busy gathering supplies from across the chamber, called over his shoulder, "Maybe dragons don't eat fish?" "Dragonets eat whatever sustains them," Kazimir rumbled from his corner, where he lay curled in an unconvincing imitation of relaxation. His usually luminous scales had dulled to a matte sheen, though they tend to prefer foods connected to their bonded guardian's magic. Imogene brightened. "So what does Ronan's magic taste like?" "I don't have magic," Ronan protested. "Everyone has some form of magic," Kazimir sighed, as though explaining to particularly slow children. "Yours is likely connected to your ridiculous sense of honor or whatever protective instinct makes you charge headfirst into danger." Imogene grinned. "So Cinder should eat? What, distilled nobility, knightly virtue?" Before Ronan could defend himself, a familiar, exasperated voice echoed from the cave entrance. "3 urgent magical summonses in one night. This better be life-threatening, or I'm turning you all into decorative mushrooms." Elias stomped into view, his ink-stained robes fluttering around him and his gray hair standing on end as though he'd been struck by lightning. The wizard looked like he hadn't slept in days, which was entirely possible. His retirement seemed to involve more frantic research than his official positions ever had. "It's definitely life-threatening," Imogene called cheerfully. "Though you're a bit slow for a rescue, aren't you?" Elias waved a dismissive hand. "I was translating a particularly stubborn text about sentient architecture. Your message was quite vague about the nature of—" The moment his gaze landed on Sindralik, perched now on Ronan's shoulder, where the Dragonet had suddenly teleported in a puff of smoke, Elias dropped his traveling staff with a clatter. His mouth fell open, fatigue instantly replaced by scholarly intensity. "By all the ancient texts," he whispered, taking a halting step forward, "it actually hatched the spark with 3 names." Kazimir, still lounging with forced nonchalance despite his dulled scales, snorted dismissively. "Don't start with that prophecy nonsense, Elias. It's just an egg that shouldn't have hatched, nothing more." Despite his dismissive tone, Imogene noticed a slight tremor in Kazimir's massive claws that betrayed his concern. The dragon was worried, more worried than she'd ever seen him. Elias approached carefully, his steps measured as though walking on sacred ground. He circled around a bewildered Ronan who stood perfectly still as though afraid sudden movements might offend the wizard. Sindralik, for its part, seemed utterly fascinated by Elias, tracking his movements with unblinking golden eyes. "Incredible," Elias breathed, adjusting his spectacles. "The coloration, the wing structure, it's exactly as described in the Viridian Scrolls," he began reciting in a reverent tone. "The spark shall know 3 names, flame, shield, and root. Through them it shall not burn, but bind." Kazimir growled louder, sweeping his tail across the floor in obvious agitation. Dust and small pebbles scattered as the heavy appendage crashed against the stone. Those scrolls were written by delusional hermits who spent too much time inhaling magical fumes. "And yet," Elias said pointedly, gesturing toward Sindralik, "here we are." Imogene looked between them, absorbing the implications. Prophecy. 3 names, binding, not burning. A sudden pang of worry gripped her as she contemplated what this might mean for their strange little household. Would they be pulled into some grand magical destiny? Would they lose the peculiar domestic peace they'd found here? In that precise moment, Sindralik's head snapped toward her, pupils dilating wide as it emitted a soft, empathetic chirp. The sound perfectly mirrored her emotional state, a gentle note of concern and uncertainty. Startled, Imogene took a step back. "Did you see that?" she asked, pointing at Sindralik. "It responded to what I was feeling." Elias's eyebrows shot up even further. "Fascinating. Emotional resonance already forming. Try thinking of something else, something distinct." A bit unnerved but deeply curious, Imogene deliberately shifted her emotions, focusing on something sad, the family she'd left behind, the royal duties she'd abandoned. Her parents' disappointed faces at her last formal dinner. The weight of the crown she was meant to inherit someday. Across the room, despite Ronan cheerfully scratching at scales, Sindralik's wings drooped. It made a mournful sound, like a sigh mixed with a whimper. Incredible, Elias whispered. A bond forming already. What exactly is a tri-bond? Ronan asked, glancing between Sindralik and Imogene with newfound awareness. Instead of answering directly, Elias dropped to his knees beside his fallen staff, hastily rummaging through the satchel he'd been carrying. I brought the texts I could gather on short notice. Let me show you. He pulled several ancient scrolls from his bag and spread them across a nearby table. As everyone gathered around, Imogene noticed for the first time how severe the cave's deterioration had become. Bookshelves that had stood straight for centuries now tilted at odd angles. Precious artifacts vibrated out of position, inching toward the edges of their display stands. And the normally sentient corridors seemed confused. One moment leading to the kitchen, the next to the library. The cave feels sick, she murmured, pressing a hand against the nearest wall. The stone felt cooler than usual, the ambient magic sluggish instead of vibrant. The hoard is unraveling, Elias explained gravely, pointing to a diagram on one of the scrolls. It showed magical threads fraying from a central point, spreading outward like a web coming undone. Kazimir's magical anchors, the objects that stabilize his connection to this place, have been scattered, and without them, both he and this entire cave system will eventually collapse. Imogene exchanged an alarmed glance with Ronan. Collapse as in cave in, or collapse as in death? Kazimir supplied bluntly. For me, certainly. For my hoard, likely. For this place. He waved a claw at the surroundings. It will become just another cave. The sentience, the magic, the connection to the broader network of magical places, all gone. But you can fix it, right? Ronan asked, absent-mindedly stroking Sindralik's head. The Dragonet had curled around his neck now, watching them all with those unsettlingly intelligent eyes. Not without the anchors, Kazimir said, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. Which are where, exactly? Imogene prompted. Kazimir looked more exhausted by the minute, scales dulling further even as they watched. He sighed deeply before speaking. I separated the anchors centuries ago as a precaution. The thread of trust in the glinting veil, the quill of quiet grief in Bramblespire, and the smolder pearl in the Ember Hollows. As he named each location, ripples of recognition seemed to move through the ambient magic of the cave, like someone whispering an old friend's name. A precaution against what? Ronan asked. Kazimir's golden eyes flicked towards Sindrik. Against exactly this sort of situation. I didn't want all my power concentrated in one place, vulnerable to interference. You mean you were afraid someone would steal your egg? Imogene translated. It is not my... Kazimir began, then stopped himself with a grunt of frustration. The egg has always been separate. A responsibility, not a possession. Elias cleared his throat. The important thing is, these anchors must be retrieved and brought back here if we have any hope of stabilizing the hoard magic. Imogene felt a rush of determination swell within her. This was their home, Kazimir's for centuries, hers for the past 2 years, and now Ronan's too, whether he admitted it or not. They had to fix this, had to protect it. She opened her mouth to voice this resolve, then stopped when she noticed Sindralik had suddenly straightened its posture, eyes brightening as it gazed at her with unmistakable mirroring. The Dragonet was reflecting her determination, amplifying it, broadcasting it to the room like a magical echo. Imogene carefully tamped down her emotions, uncertain what this bond might trigger if left unchecked. Sindralik tilted his head, looking momentarily confused by her withdrawal. The prophecy speaks of a tri-bond, Elias continued, unaware of her internal struggle. He glanced between them with scholarly excitement. The first in recorded magical history. Flame being Kazimir's lineage, shield representing Ronan's protection, and root. He trailed off, looking meaningfully at Imogene, who pretended to be suddenly fascinated by a loose thread on her sleeve. Root? Ronan prompted. Root represents connection, grounding, stability, Elias explained, the one who creates home, who binds disparate elements together. Imogene felt Ronan's eyes on her, but refused to meet his gaze. The implication was absurd. She wasn't some mystical homemaker or magical stabilizer. She was just, well, herself, a runaway princess who had accidentally adopted a grumpy dragon and organized his bookshelves. "And this triangle will help us find the anchors?" Ronan asked, redirecting the conversation to Imogene's relief. "More than that," Elias said, tapping the scroll. "According to these texts, the Triasa bond itself might become a stabilizing force. The Dragonet could serve as a conduit between all three of you, channeling magical energy in ways we've never seen before." "Wonderful," Kazimir muttered. "My continued existence depends on 2 humans and a newly hatched fireball. I feel so much better now." A tremor shook the cave then, strong enough to send several books tumbling from their shelves. Cinderella let out a distressed squeak, burrowing closer against Ronan's neck. "We should leave immediately," Elias said, hastily rolling up his scrolls. "The sooner we retrieve the anchors, the better." "We?" Kazimir echoed, raising a scaly eyebrow. "Obviously I'm coming with you," Elise said, as though it were self-evident. "This is the magical discovery of a lifetime. Besides, you'll need someone to document the Tribond's development and help interpret any prophecy markers we encounter." "I thought you were retired," Imogene teased. Elias sniffed indignantly. "Retired from court politics and mandatory feast attendance, not from knowledge pursuit." As they discussed logistics, how much food to pack, which route to take first, whether Kazimir could still transform into his smaller, traveling form despite his weakened state, Imogene deliberately drifted away from the group. She moved toward the doorway, putting physical distance between herself and the others, especially Cinderella. She needed space to think, to process what all this might mean. This emotional connection with the Dragonet was unexpected and, frankly, unsettling. Imogene has spent most of her life keeping her true feelings to herself, hidden beneath layers of cheerful deflection and strategic chaos. The idea that this small creature could sense and broadcast her emotions, she glanced back from the doorway and froze. Cinderella had twisted around on Ronan's shoulder, ignoring the ongoing conversation entirely. It was watching her retreat with unmistakable awareness, not the simple attention of a pet, but the knowing gaze of something ancient, something that understood exactly what she was doing and why. A shiver ran down Imogene's spine despite the cave's lingering warmth. Those weren't the eyes of a newborn creature, no matter what its physical age might be. Those were the eyes of something that had waited a very long time to emerge. And now it was watching her, specifically her, with an intensity that felt like recognition. Imogene forced herself to turn away first, stepping into the corridor. She needed to gather her things, prepare for the journey ahead, focus on practical matters, not mystical prophecies or magical bonds. Yet as she walked, she could still feel those golden eyes tracking her, seeing through her practiced lightness to the uncertainty beneath. The Dragonet knew something about her, something even she might not understand yet. And they were about to embark on a journey together, with no idea what this connection might become.
Chapter 4. Breakfast with a Sight of Fire. I warned them about mornings. Ronan woke with the first pale light of dawn filtering through the cave's crystal skylights, a habit ingrained from years of princely training that apparently persisted even when one was sleeping in a dragon's lair. For a disorienting moment, he forgot where he was, reaching instinctively for the sword that would normally be propped beside his royal bed. His hand found warm scales instead. Blinking sleep from his eyes, he discovered Cinderella curled into a tight spiral on his chest, radiating heat like a small furnace. The Dragonet's eyes were already open, watching him with that unsettlingly intelligent gaze that seemed far too knowing for a creature less than a day old. "Have you been staring at me all night?" Ronan whispered. Cinderella tilted its head as if considering the question, then chirped once, a sound that managed to convey both affirmation and a complete lack of apology. "That's somewhat disturbing." Ronan attempted to sit up, but the Dragonet didn't budge, instead digging tiny claws into his nightshirt. I need to get up. Another chirp, this one distinctly negative. I'm not asking permission. He gently detached the clinging creature and placed it on the pillow beside him. I'm getting breakfast started. Sindralik watched him for exactly 3 seconds before launching itself back onto his shoulder with surprising precision, wrapping its tail securely around his neck like a living scarf. Fine, Ronan sighed, but no setting anything on fire. Dragonet produced a sound suspiciously like a snicker. The cave's makeshift kitchen was one of Imogene's many improvements to Kazimir's lair. What had once been a forgotten alcove was now equipped with a stone hearth, hanging pots, and shelves of mismatched dishware. Ronan had initially been baffled by the princess's determination to create domestic spaces in a monster's lair, but now, especially with the chaos of yesterday, he found himself oddly grateful for the pocket of normalcy. Let's establish some ground rules, he told Sindralik as he gathered ingredients with his free hand. The Dragonet clung to his shoulder, refusing to be set down despite his repeated attempts. First, the hearth is the only place for fire. Second, no biting the cookware. Third, absolutely no climbing into the food storage. With each rule, Sindralik's wings fluttered with what Ronan chose to interpret as attentive agreement rather than gleeful plotting. He managed to balance a cast iron pan in one hand while cracking eggs with the other, all while the Dragonet provided running commentary in a series of chirps, trills, and occasional headbutts against his ear when he wasn't moving fast enough. You know, Ronan muttered, reaching awkwardly for the spice rack Imogene had installed. For someone who supposedly bonded to me, you could be more helpful. Sindralik sneezed. It was a perfectly innocent sound, almost comically delicate, coming from a creature of legend. What followed, however, was decidedly less innocent. A jet of orange flame shot over Ronan's shoulder, igniting not only the dried herbs he'd been reaching for, but also a nearby stack of Imogene's handwritten recipe notes, and, because the universe apparently had a personal vendetta against him, the sleeve of his shirt. Gah! Ronan yelped, batting at his arm while simultaneously trying not to drop the eggs or dislodge Sindralik. He lunged for the water basin, plunging his smoldering sleeve into it with a hiss of steam. When he turned to glare at the Dragonet, he found himself facing an expression of such perfect, theatrical remorse that his anger evaporated instantly. Sindralik's wings drooped pitifully, its golden eyes widened, and a soft, apologetic sound escaped its throat as it gently nuzzled against his chin. That's not going to work every time, Ronan said, trying to maintain some authority despite the immediate melting of his resolve. You can't just make sad eyes and... I see you've discovered Sindralik's morning temperament. Imogene stood in the doorway, her blonde hair rumpled from sleep, wearing what appeared to be one of Kazimir's smaller tapestries, wrapped around her shoulders as a makeshift robe. She surveyed the charred chaos with surprising calm, moving to rescue her still smoking recipe cards. Kazimir warned me dragons are particular about breakfast, she continued, casually extinguishing the smoldering papers by dunking them in a mug of water. Something about proper ignition temperatures. It sneezed, Ronan defended himself, painfully aware of how ridiculous they must look. Him with one dripping sleeve, Sindralik now happily grooming itself as though nothing had happened. Of course it did. Imogene's teasing smile faded slightly as she looked more closely at the Dragonet. Has it been communicating with you? Ronan frowned, chirping, headbutting, setting me on fire. Why? She hesitated, which was so unlike Imogene that Ronan immediately felt uneasy. Before she could answer, a tremendous crash shook the entire cave, sending cookware rattling and dust sifting down from the ceiling. The sound was followed by a word. A single, guttural syllable that seemed to vibrate the very air with displeasure. It was Kazimir, Imogene said unnecessarily, and that was a curse word I've only heard him use once before when a knight challenged him to a riddle contest. Sindralik's relaxed demeanor vanished instantly. The Dragonet stiffened, its scales bristling as its head swiveled toward the sound. Before Ronan could react, it was digging its claws into his shoulder and making an urgent, frantic sound. Something's wrong, he said, abandoning the ruined breakfast. Let's go. They found Kazimir in the east corridor, standing before what should have been the entrance to his library. Instead of the ornate archway Ronan had passed through dozens of times, there was now only solid stone, as though the doorway had never existed at all. The dragon looked more haggard than Ronan had ever seen him. His scales, normally gleaming obsidian, seemed dull and ashy, and he swayed slightly as he pressed one massive claw against the seamless wall. This was the History of Flight section, Kazimir said, not turning around. First edition's irreplaceable. Ronan had expected rage, but the quiet desolation in the dragon's voice was somehow worse. Sindralik made a soft, keening sound and tried to wriggle free from Ronan's shoulder. "Is this because of the Hoard anchors?" Ronan asked, keeping a firm hold on the squirming Dragonet. "The cave is, reshaping itself?" Kazimir finally turned, fixing Ronan with eyes that burned with exhaustion and something close to fear. "The cave is forgetting itself," he explained, genuine concern breaking through his usual gruff exterior. "Sentient places require stable anchors. When the magic frays, they become confused, disoriented, hallways shift, rooms vanish. Eventually, the whole structure will either collapse or simply cease to exist as we know it. Like a mind losing its memories," Imogene murmured, reaching out to touch the solid stone where the library entrance should have been. "Precisely," Kazimir's massive head dipped in weary acknowledgement. "The Hoard anchors aren't just magical trinkets. They're emotional keystones, memory containers. Without them, the cave doesn't know what it is or what belongs where." "Or who belongs where?" Imogene asked quietly. The dragon's silence was answer enough. Elias chose that moment to arrive, moving with surprising speed for someone of his age in typical lethargy. He had scrolls tucked under both arms and wore the satisfied expression of someone who had spent the night productively ignoring sleep in favor of research. "I heard the collapse," he said. "Library?" "Gone," Kazimir confirmed grimly. Elias winced. "Terrible loss, especially those manuscripts on elemental binding, but the structural implications are more pressing. The internal geography is destabilizing faster than I calculated." He cut off Kazimir's explanation with an impatient wave. "We've established the dramatic stakes, thank you. Now about those anchors. Someone needs to retrieve them, and it certainly can't be Kazimir in his current state." "Why not?" Ronan asked. "Wouldn't he be the most qualified to find pieces of his own hoard?" "Because," Kazimir growled, "if I leave this cave in my current condition, the destabilization will accelerate exponentially. My presence is the only thing holding the structure together at all." His voice dropped to something almost like embarrassment. "And in my weakened state, I'm not certain I could maintain my smaller form for travel." "So it has to be us," Imogene concluded. "How many anchors are there, and where exactly do we find them?" "3 anchors," Elias said, consulting one of his scrolls, "each tied to a significant emotional imprint in Kazimir's history." "My history is none of your concern," the dragon snapped. "It is if we're going to save your scaly hide," Elias retorted without looking up. "Now the logical expedition party would be—" "I'm going," Ronan and Imogene said simultaneously. "These two, yes, obviously," Elias continued without missing a beat. "The question is whether I should accompany you as magical advisor or remain here to monitor the cave's deterioration and advise Kazimir." While Imogene and Elias launched into a spirited debate about the logistics of the journey, Ronan noticed that Sindralik had become oddly still. The Dragonet was no longer trying to escape his grip. Instead, it had gone rigid, its gaze fixed on something across the chamber. Following its line of sight, Ronan spotted a leather case propped against one of Kazimir's treasure piles. It was unremarkable among the glittering hoard, simply a worn, reddish-brown container about the size of a large book. Yet Sindralik was utterly transfixed by it, trembling with what seemed like recognition or excitement. Curious, Ronan crossed the chamber toward the case. As he approached, Sindralik began to chirp excitedly, its tail lashing against his back. "What is this?" Ronan asked, but Kazimir and the others were too engrossed in their argument to notice. When he reached the leather case, Sindralik nearly tumbled from his shoulder in its eagerness to reach it. The Dragonet scrambled down his arm, claws scratching against the ornate clasp, until, with a surprisingly deliberate movement, it pressed a specific spot, and the lock sprang open. Inside lay what appeared to be a map, but unlike any Ronan had ever seen. It was crafted of some shimmering, semi-translucent material that shifted and rippled like water when he carefully lifted it from its case. Place names appeared and disappeared as he watched. routes changing direction, mountains rising and falling, as though the land itself were breathing. In the bottom corner, nearly faded away, was an inscription in spidery script. Follows the heart, not the hand. What on earth? He breathed. Of that back. Kazimir's voice cut through the chamber, silencing the ongoing debate. The dragon had noticed Ronan's discovery and was staring at the map with an expression of deep reluctance. That was never meant to be handled by humans. What is it? Imogene asked, coming to peer over Ronan's shoulder. It's beautiful. It's a nuisance, Kazimir corrected her. The half-mad map created by a cartographer with more talent than sense. It's emotionally reactive and frustratingly literal. Sendrlik chirped insistently, head-butting Ronan's hand as if to encourage him. The Dragonet seems to think we need it, Ronan said. Kazimir sighed deeply, a sound that stirred dust from the ceiling. The Dragonet has existed for less than a day. What could it possibly know about magical navigation? But there was uncertainty in his voice, and Ronan had spent enough time with the dragon to recognize when his grumbling masked genuine concern. You said the anchors are tied to emotional imprints? Ronan pressed. Maybe an emotionally reactive map is exactly what we need. Kazimir studied them all for a long moment. Ronan holding the shimmering map, Imogene beside him, and Sindralik now perched atop his head like a self-satisfied sentinel. The first anchor is in the glinting veil, the dragon finally said, carefully transferring the map fully into Ronan's hands with uncharacteristic solemnity. 3 days' journey if you leave at dawn, which you're now going to do, because apparently I've become the reluctant sponsor of an unwanted quest. The map rippled at his words, and the shape-shifting landscape briefly settled to display a glittering valley, cradled between 2 mountain ranges. And what exactly will we find there? Imogene asked. What does this anchor look like? Kazimir's expression grew distant. It's called the thread of trust. But its appearance, he shook his massive head. That depends on who's looking for it and why. The anchors respond to emotional resonance, not physical description. That's incredibly unhelpful, Ronan said. Yes, well. Kazimir's mouth quirked in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Consider it character building. Elias cleared his throat. While this is all very dramatic, there are practical matters to address. Supplies, equipment, protections against the Veil's particular quirks. Quirks? Ronan echoed. The Glinton Veil is known for its reflective properties, Elias explained, already scribbling a list on one of his scrolls. Both magical and emotional. Mirages, memories, moments of doubt made manifest. Nothing directly dangerous, but disorienting. Sindralik chirped again, more insistently this time, and launched itself from Ronan's head to land directly on the map. Its tiny claws didn't tear the delicate material. Instead, they seemed to sink slightly into it, as though the map were welcoming the connection. The Dragonet's scales brightened momentarily, and the map's shifting patterns briefly aligned into a clear path, before dissolving back into chaos. Well, Imogene said with forced brightness, at least we have an enthusiastic navigator. Ronan looked down at the mercurial map, then to the eager Dragonet, then to the weakened dragon who was trying very hard to pretend he wasn't concerned. We'll leave within the hour, he decided. We'll find the anchor and bring it back, and then the other 2. He straightened his shoulders, the weight of unexpected responsibility settling there alongside Sindralik, who had reclaimed its perch. The cave won't forget itself, not while we're here to remind it. Kazimir studied him with those ancient golden eyes. You sound very princely when you make declarations like that. Force of habit, Ronan admitted. Does it help? Not in the slightest, the dragon replied. But it does remind me why I haven't eaten you yet. And somehow, coming from Kazimir, that almost sounded like a compliment.
Chapter 5. The first anchor lies poorly. Don't trust rocks that talk. The glinting veil stretched before them like a sea of shattered mirrors. Imogene stepped off the narrow mountain path first, her boots crushing the crystalline grass beneath them. Each blade tinkled like dozens of tiny wind chimes, sending up rainbow refractions that danced across her skin and clothing. She paused for a moment, transfixed by the vast field of gleaming vegetation stretching toward the horizon, shifting and rippling with every whisper of breeze. It's beautiful, she breathed, extending her fingers to catch the prismatic light. The rainbows slid across her palm like living things. Kaz, you never told me about this place. Because it's dreadful, Kazimir grumbled from behind. The dragon moved with uncharacteristic caution, his great bulk carefully navigating the narrow path down to the veil. Though he'd insisted on guiding them, his weakened state was evident in his labored breathing and the way his scales had dulled from obsidian to a muted gray. Beauty is rarely benign in magical places. Imogene turned back to call to Ronan, her voice bouncing oddly in the charged air, elongating and echoing as if the veil itself were playing with her words. Careful on the descent, the grass is slippery. Her voice fragmented and repeated, making her wince. Ronan navigated the path with methodical precision, one careful step at a time. Syndraulic perched atop his traveling pack, tail curled around his shoulder for balance, the Dragonet's scales reflecting the prismatic light in dazzling patterns. Every few moments, Cinder would chirp excitedly at some new reflection, nearly tumbling from his perch in excitement. Stop wiggling, Ronan muttered as he caught the Dragonet before it could fall. You're worse than a sack of live trout. The Dragonet responded by licking his ear. Imogene couldn't help but smile. In just 3 days, they'd fallen into an easy rhythm. Ronan stubbornly insisting on carrying most of their supplies, plus the Dragonet, Syndraulic adopting Ronan's stern expression whenever anything seemed remotely threatening, and Kazimir pretending to be annoyed by both of them while secretly watching for signs of danger. It felt right, somehow, like they'd been traveling together for years rather than days. When they all reached level ground, Kazimir surveyed the shimmering landscape with evident distaste. The dragon's wings rustled nervously and his tail lashed in agitation. Every step takes us closer to the anchor, he said, his voice strangely subdued. But you must understand what this place does before we proceed. You mean besides giving me a headache from all the sparkles? Imogene shielded her eyes from a particularly bright flash as the sun hit a patch of crystals. Kazimir didn't return her smile. The glinting veil reveals what your heart fears losing. A test of trust. The anchor can only be claimed by those who face those fears and choose to trust despite them. That doesn't sound so terrible, Ronan said, absently stroking Syndraulic's head. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed. That's because you've never had your deepest fears reflected back at you in perfect detail, princeling. Have you? Imogene asked, suddenly noting Kazimir's reluctance to venture deeper into the whispering field. The dragon's gaze shifted away. Let's keep moving, he said, instead of answering. The standing stones should be at the center, and time isn't our ally. My hoard grows more unstable with each passing day. Imogene wanted to press further, but something in Kazimir's posture, a rigid defensiveness she recognized from their earliest days together, stopped her. She nodded instead, turning to lead the way through the shimmering grass. The deeper they ventured, the louder the crystals sang. Thousands of tiny chimes filled the air as they walked, creating a constant melody that seemed to shift between soothing and discordant without warning. After 20 minutes of walking, Imogene began to hear something else beneath the tinkling. Whispers, too faint to understand, but persistent enough to make the hairs on her arms stand up. Do you hear that? She asked, turning to Ronan. He frowned, tilting his head. Like voices, but not quite words? Yes, exactly like... Don't listen too closely, Kazimir cut in sharply. The veil catches fragments of thoughts and plays them back. The more attention you give them, the stronger they become. You could have mentioned that earlier, Ronan muttered. I'm mentioning it now, the dragon retorted. Consider it educational. As they reached what Imogene guessed was roughly the center of the veil, standing stones emerged from the glittering grass. They formed a rough circle, each one polished to mirror-like perfection. Imogene approached cautiously, noting how the whispers grew stronger near the stones. No longer subliminal, but clear enough to catch fragments of her own thoughts reflected back at her. Never belonged in that castle anyway. What if they needed you? Running away is easy. She shook her head sharply, trying to dispel the intrusive thoughts. These are unpleasant. They're meant to be, Kazimir said quietly. The thread of trust isn't given freely. Ronan moved to examine the stone nearest to him. Cinderlick chittering anxiously on his shoulder. They're like mirrors, but they don't show reflections, just darkness until you get close. Imogene stepped between two of the tallest stones, feeling a strange pull toward their center. I think we need to... The air between the stones shimmered, distorting like heat waves rising from summer-baked cobblestones. Imogene froze as the distortion gradually took shape, coalescing into the painfully familiar figures of her parents. They stood side by side, her mother with that perpetual disappointed frown, her father with his slumped shoulders and weary eyes. Every detail was perfect, from the silver threading on her mother's sleeves to the way her father's fingers nervously tapped against his thigh when he was upset. Imogene, her mother's voice was exactly as she remembered, stern but with an undercurrent of hurt. Please, the kingdom needs you. We need you. Why would you abandon your duty for a dragon's cave? Her father added, his voice breaking slightly on the last word. Logically, Imogene knew these were illusions, but the painful tug of guilt that twisted her stomach felt real enough. She swallowed hard, trying to step back, but her feet seemed rooted to the glittering ground. More figures materialized around her parents. Her elderly tutor, Master Heffrey, with his drooping mustache and kind eyes. Her ladies in waiting, particularly Elise, who had been her closest confidant. Even old Willem, the castle gardener whose roses she'd helped tend when she was supposed to be at her studies. All looked at her with varying degrees of betrayal and abandonment. Every Greythorne heir for 9 generations has honored their responsibility to the realm, her mother continued. Every one except you. The words struck like physical blows. Imogene had spent 2 years pushing aside these exact thoughts, burying them beneath adventure and novelty and the freedom of Kazimir's cave. She'd never allowed herself to dwell on what her disappearance might have cost those she'd left behind. She felt Ronan step up beside her, his steady presence a warmth at her back. His hand settled on her shoulder, solid and reassuring. They're not real, he said quietly, just reflections of fear. But Imogene couldn't tear her eyes away from the illusions, particularly when her mother's projections spoke again with cruel accuracy. Your absence forced us to ally with Westlake. Your cousin will be married within the fortnight to secure what your presence would have guaranteed. Imogene felt the blood drain from her face. Cousin Linnea? Shy, bookish Linnea, who had always dreamed of running the castle's archives? Not marrying for political alliance? The thought of her gentle cousin's sacrifice to the diplomatic matchmaking Imogene had fled made her feel physically ill. They can't know that, she whispered. These are illusions. They can't know what's happening in the real world. They don't need to. Kazimir's voice drifted from somewhere behind them. They only need to know what you fear might be true. Imogene finally managed to look away from the apparitions, turning to Ronan. His expression was troubled, his eyes darting between her and the illusions with unmistakable doubt. With a sudden pang, she realized he was wondering if she might actually want to return, if her apparent contentment in Kazimir's cave had been an elaborate self-deception. I don't, she started, then stopped, unsure what to say. Did she regret leaving? Sometimes, in the quietest moments before sleep, guilt would creep in. But did she want to go back? The very thought made her feel like she was suffocating. Imogene took an unsteady step backward and felt her boot connect with something solid. Looking down, she saw one of the smaller stones near her foot beginning to glow with a soft golden light. As she stared at it, a whisper filtered into her mind. A voice so quiet, it might have been her own thought if not for its mysterious cadence. The thread of trust lies within, but it can only be claimed by one who allows another to lead their heart. Imogene tensed as understanding dawned. The riddle wasn't complex, but what it asked of her was nearly impossible. Allow another to lead her heart? Every fiber of her being rebelled at the thought. She had spent her entire life fighting for autonomy, first against her parents' rigid expectations, then against the stifling confines of her royal duties. Her escape to Kazimir's cave had been the ultimate act of self-determination. Surrendering control, even temporarily, went against everything she stood for. And yet, her gaze drifted back to Ronan. His face was a study in concern, but beneath that was something steadier, a certainty she often lacked, despite his own doubts, despite the temptation these illusions must be offering him. A chance to complete his original mission, perhaps. He was still standing beside her, still lending his strength. The illusion of her mother spoke again, her voice cutting like glass. Always so selfish, Imogene, always thinking only of yourself. Something fragile in Imogene's chest cracked at those words. Because wasn't there truth in that accusation? Hadn't she fled without considering the consequences for others? Hadn't she been running her entire life, not just from duty, but from the vulnerability of truly letting anyone in? I can't dispel them, she admitted, her voice barely audible as she forced herself to look away from the illusions and directly into Ronan's eyes. But I trust you to lead us through. Whatever path you choose, I'll follow. The admission cost her more than any physical challenge could have. Her throat felt tight, her hands trembling slightly as she offered one to Ronan. For a moment, he looked stunned. Then, a gentle understanding spread across his features. Without a word, he took her hand, his fingers warm and calloused against hers. "Close your eyes," he said softly. "Listen to my voice, not theirs." Every instinct screamed at her to stay vigilant, to keep her eyes open, to maintain control. But she had made her choice. Exhaling slowly, Imogene let her eyelids fall shut. "That's it," Ronan murmured, and she felt him begin to guide her forward. "One step at a time. I won't let you stumble." The illusory voices grew louder, more desperate as they moved. Her mother begged, her father pleaded, her friends called out for her to stop, to reconsider, to remember her place. With each step, Imogene's resolve wavered. But Ronan's hand remained steady in hers, his quiet instructions grounding her against the emotional onslaught. "Almost there," he whispered. "You're doing wonderfully." When Ronan finally stopped walking, Imogene felt a subtle shift in the air around them, a lessening of pressure she hadn't realized was there. The voices faded, replaced by a gentle hum of energy. "You can open your eyes now," Ronan said. When she did, the illusions had vanished. They stood at the very center of the stone circle, before a central stone with a small basin-like depression in its surface. As she watched, a gossamer thin, golden thread shimmered into existence, uncoiling like a living thing. The thread of trust. It rose from the basin, floating toward her with purpose. Instinctively, Imogene extended her palm. The thread settled there with a gentle warmth that spread up her arm and throughout her body, a sensation like liquid sunlight flowing through her veins. Chindraleg chirped approvingly from Ronan's shoulder, wings flaring in celebration. The Dragonet's scales gleamed with reflected golden light, making it look almost as if it too were woven from the same magical material. "You did it," Ronan said, his voice filled with quiet wonder. "We did it," Imogene corrected, staring at the thread coiled in her palm. It looked impossibly delicate, yet she could feel the ancient power thrumming within it. The first fragment of Kazimir's unraveling hoard. "I couldn't have claimed it alone." From behind them, Kazimir cleared his throat. "The thread of trust," he said, his voice unusually solemn, "is perhaps the most difficult of the anchors to reclaim. It cannot be taken by force or cunning, only through genuine vulnerability." "Is that why you waited here instead of coming into the circle with us?" Imogene asked, noticing how the dragon had remained at a careful distance from the stones. Kazimir's golden eyes met hers, and for once there was no deflection in his gaze. "Some fears," he said quietly, "are too old to face again." Before Imogene could ask what he meant, the thread in her palm began to pulse with stronger light. It rose slightly, hovering above her skin, then shot toward Sindralik in a golden streak. The Dragonet chirped in surprise as the thread circled it once, twice, before sinking into its chest scales. For a moment, Cinder's entire body glowed with the same warm light. Then the radiance faded, leaving only a faint golden sheen highlighting the edges of its scales. "What just happened?" Ronan asked, concerned, examining the Dragonet carefully. "The anchor recognized its new guardian," Kazimir said, sounding surprisingly pleased. "It seems our little keeper of sparks is aptly named after all." Imogene frowned, "But I thought we were bringing the anchors back to stabilize your hoard." "So did I," Kazimir admitted. but it appears the magic has other ideas. He studied Sindralic with newfound respect. The Dragonet is becoming what I suspected. Not just a companion, but a vessel for the Hoard's legacy. Is that good? Ronan asked hesitantly. Kazimir's expression was impossible to read. It's unexpected. Which, in matters of ancient magic, is rarely good, but occasionally necessary. He straightened his massive shoulders with visible effort. What matters is that the anchor is secured. 1 down, 2 to go. As they prepared to leave the circle, Imogene found herself lingering, looking back at the central stone where the thread had appeared. The image of her parents, false though it was, stayed with her, a shadow on her thoughts. Ronan noticed her hesitation. Are you all right? Imogene tried to smile. Just thinking what the illusion said about my cousin. You don't know if that's true, he reminded her gently. No, but I don't know that it isn't either. She sighed, rubbing her arms against a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the weather. I never really considered the consequences when I left. I was so focused on my own freedom. Ronan was quiet for a moment, then said, when we've secured all the anchors, if you wanted to find out what's happened, I would go with you. The offer was so unexpected that Imogene could only stare at him. You'd take me back to Greythorne? The place you spent 2 years trying to drag me away from? Not to stay, he clarified quickly, just to know. Sometimes certainty, even difficult certainty, is better than wondering. Something warm unfurled in Imogene's chest at his words. Not the magical warmth of the thread of trust, but something equally powerful. The realization that Ronan truly understood her, perhaps better than she'd given him credit for. Thank you, she said softly. I'll think about it. As they rejoined Kazimir at the edge of the stone circle, Sindralic fluttered from Ronan's shoulder to Imogene's, rubbing its scaly head against her cheek with unexpected gentleness. The Dragonet's scales still carried that faint golden sheen, and his eyes seemed somehow deeper, more knowing. I think Cinder is trying to comfort you, Ronan observed. Or it's just looking for snacks, Imogene said, but she stroked the Dragonet's head gratefully nonetheless. Kazimir watched this exchange with an unreadable expression. The anchors affect more than just the Hoard, he said cryptically. They change those who claim them too. Be prepared for that, as we seek the others. Cheerful as always, Kaz, Imogene quipped, but the dragon's words sent a small shiver down her spine. As they made their way back across the glinting veil, the crystalline grass seemed to sing a different tune, less discordant now, almost harmonious. Imogene couldn't help wondering if that was the veil's doing or if something had changed within her. Perhaps a little of both, she decided, as Sindralic chirped happily on her shoulder and Ronan walked steadily beside her, the three of them moving in perfect, trusting sync.
Chapter 6. A village too helpful. Never trust anyone who smiles that much. Ronan had seen many strange settlements during his years as a prince. Coastal towns built into cliff faces, desert communities carved from sandstone, and nomadic camps that appeared and disappeared with the seasons. But nothing had prepared him for the spectacle of Grindlehook Crossing. His first glimpse of it made him halt mid-step, one hand automatically reaching for the sword at his hip. Sweet mother of mercy, he breathed. An entire village hung, suspended between massive oak trees whose trunks were wider than castle towers. Intricate networks of rope bridges, wooden platforms, and swaying walkways connected the structures, all of it dangling perilously above a misty ravine so deep he couldn't see the bottom. Homes, shops, and what appeared to be communal gathering spaces had been constructed directly onto the tree trunks or hung from thick branches. Lanterns swung in the breeze, casting dancing patterns of light across the gate. Sindralic chirped curiously from his shoulder, tiny claws digging into his cloak as the Dragonet leaned forward to get a better look. Careful, Ronan murmured, steadying the creature with one hand. I don't think either of us wants to find out if you can fly yet. It's marvelous, Imogene exclaimed beside him, bouncing on her toes with undisguised delight. Look at those pulley systems. And the water collection funnels. Do you think they grow food on those vertical gardens? Kazimir's massive form appeared behind them, his shadow falling across the path as he studied the settlement. His golden eyes narrowed. This place has changed, he said, his voice unusually subdued. Ronan turned to him. You've been here before? But before Kazimir could answer, movement on the nearest platform caught Ronan's attention. 5 figures had appeared as if from nowhere, standing in a perfect row at the village entrance. They wore clothes in earthy tones, adorned with intricate embroidery, and each had the exact same, unnervingly wide smile. Welcome, travelers, they called in unsettling unison. The crossing embraces you. Please, you must stay with us tonight. Ronan instinctively shifted his stance, positioning himself slightly in front of Imogene. The synchronized greeting triggered every defensive instinct he developed over years of diplomatic missions. Nothing good ever came from people who smiled too widely and spoke in unison. Thank you for your hospitality, he replied carefully using his most formal prince voice. We're merely passing through on important business. Nonsense! The central figure, a woman with elaborate braids wrapped with beads and far too many layered necklaces, stepped forward. I am Sindra, elder of the crossing. No traveler passes without rest, especially as night approaches. The fog thickens after dark, quite dangerous. As if to underscore her point, the mist swirling in the ravine below seemed to pulse and rise slightly. Well, that settles it, Imogene declared, stepping around Ronan. We'd be delighted to stay. Wouldn't we, Ronan? He caught the subtle pressure of her fingers against his wrist, their private signal for play along. Though every instinct told him to keep moving, he recognized a practical reality. They needed information about the path ahead. Supplies. And with Kazimir's condition deteriorating, a safe place to rest. Of course, he conceded, forcing a smile. We're grateful for your hospitality. Sindra's eyes lingered on Sindralik with unmistakable intensity before drifting to Kazimir, who remained at a distance, clearly too massive for the delicate wooden walkways. Your larger companion will find comfortable accommodations below, she said, gesturing vaguely downward. There's a clearing beside the eastern falls. Kazimir rumbled something that might have been agreement or irritation. It was often hard to tell the difference. How convenient, he muttered, just loud enough for Ronan to hear. These old attachments always find a way to resurface. Before Ronan could ask what he meant, Sindra clapped her hands and the welcoming committee sprang into action. 2 members took positions at an elaborate pulley system while the others beckoned them forward. Please this way, mind your step. The first crossing can be disorienting for groundwalkers. Imogene practically bounced onto the nearest platform, peppering their guides with questions. How long have you lived here? Did you build all of this yourselves? How do you manage during storms? Are those actual living quarters grown into the tree trunks? Sandra smiled indulgently. The crossing has existed for 7 generations. We build and rebuild constantly. Balance requires adaptation. She gestured proudly at the swaying structures. No one in Grindlehook ever touches the ground. Balance in all things. We live between earth and sky, never favoring either. As they approached the first substantial rope bridge, a long, swaying structure with wooden slats and minimal handrail, Ronan felt Cinderleck's entire body go rigid. The Dragonet, who had been contentedly perched on his shoulder throughout their journey, suddenly bristled. Its wings flared wide, nearly smacking Ronan in the face as it dug needle-sharp claws through his cloak and into his shoulder. Ow, Cinder, what? The Dragonet emitted a distressed hiss that seemed entirely disproportionate to the situation, its body temperature spiking so rapidly that Ronan could feel the heat through his clothing. Cindra's pleasant expression flickered for just a moment. Perhaps your pet would prefer to rest with your larger companion, she suggested, her smile not quite reaching her eyes as she regarded Cinderlake with unsettling intensity. Some creatures find our walkways disorienting. Ronan instinctively placed a protective hand over the Dragonet. He stays with me. Something shifted in Cindra's demeanor, a slight narrowing of her eyes, a recalculation. Of course, she said smoothly. The little honored one is welcome everywhere in Grindlehook. Honored one? Ronan noted the peculiar phrasing, filing it away with the growing list of oddities about this place. Imogene appeared at his side, her expression bright but her eyes sharp. Perhaps we could start with a meal? It's been a long journey and I'm famished. Cinder might be more comfortable if we're all settled in one place first. Wonderful suggestion, Sandra clapped her hands. We'll set up right here for our newest guests. The crossing can wait until the little one is more at ease. Within minutes, the platform transformed. Villagers appeared from all directions, setting up low tables, cushions, and an impressive array of food. Ronan watched with growing suspicion as they efficiently created a temporary dining area, the whole arrangement oriented so that he would face a peculiar shrine set against the trunk of the nearest tree. The shrine was a simple wooden structure, but elaborately decorated with what appeared to be scale-like ornaments in metallic hues. A stylized carving dominated the center, something that might have been a dragon, though the representation was abstract enough that Ronan couldn't be certain. He caught Imogene's eye as they were seated, giving her a subtle nod toward the shrine. She blinked twice. Message received. Throughout the elaborate meal that followed, Ronan's unease grew. The villagers' behavior followed a peculiar pattern. No one would eat until he took the first bite of each dish. They arranged the seating so he remained front and center before the shrine. Most tellingly, they kept referring to him as the returned guardian, while directing almost all conversation his way, largely ignoring both Imogene and Kazimir, who lounged at the ravine's edge below, occasionally sending plumes of smoke into the air when particularly amused by something. More disconcerting was how they treated Cinderelec. The Dragonet refused to leave Ronan's side, remaining huddled against his chest, but several villagers made offerings to it, small bowls of clear spring water, carefully arranged berries, and even a polished stone that glinted with inner fire. When Ronan finally found a break in the increasingly uncomfortable conversation, he gestured to the shrine. "I couldn't help noticing your interesting display. Does it have special significance to Grindlehook?" An expectant hush fell over the gathering, conversation dying so abruptly it might as well have been sliced with a blade. All eyes turned towards Sendra, who set down her cup with ceremonial precision. "You truly don't remember?" she asked, her tone somewhere between reverence and disappointment. "Remember what?" Ronan wanted to ask, but something told him to tread carefully. "I'm afraid my knowledge of Grindlehook's history is limited," he replied diplomatically. Sindra rose, approaching the shrine with measured steps. She lit another candle before the carved figure, then turned to address not just Ronan but the entire gathering. "Centuries ago, a great scaled one blessed our ancestors with protection," she explained, her voice taking on the rhythmic cadence of a well-practiced tale. "A hoard-bound guardian who kept balance in our valley until the day it vanished, promising to return when we needed it most." As she spoke, Ronan noticed villagers surreptitiously glancing between him and the carving, making comparisons that seemed absurd until a sudden, uncomfortable realization dawned on him. The carved figure wasn't merely a dragon, it was a human-like figure with draconic features, or perhaps a dragon with human characteristics. They believed he was the reincarnation of their guardian. The pieces fell into place with alarming clarity. His arrival with the dragon, his bond with the Dragonet, the way they'd been treating him like some returned deity rather than a passing traveler. His suspicion was confirmed when Cedra suddenly produced an ornate robe from behind the shrine. The garment was the deep blue of twilight, embroidered with intricate scale-like patterns in silver thread that caught the lantern light. "Tonight," she announced to the gathered crowd, "we begin the recrowning ritual. By dawn, our guardian will remember his true purpose and bind himself once more to the crossing." The villagers broke into enthusiastic applause, several rising from their seats with expressions of rapturous joy. Ronan met Imogene's gaze across the table, reading the alarm in her eyes that surely mirrored his own. They needed supplies. They needed information about the route ahead. They especially needed to avoid creating a diplomatic incident that might bring pursuit down on them when Kazimir was already weakened. Ronan stood, summoning every ounce of princely training as he carefully accepted the ceremonial robe. "I'm honored by your recognition," he said, choosing each word with precision, "and I look forward to learning more about Grindlehook's traditions." It wasn't a commitment, but from the approving nods and satisfied smiles, the villagers heard exactly what they wanted to hear. Only Sendra's expression remained calculating, her eyes lingering on Cinderelec, who had gone unnaturally still against Ronan's chest, watching the proceedings with an attentiveness that seemed beyond its years. From the ravine below came the unmistakable sound of Kazimir's rumbling laughter, echoing off the stone walls and mixing with the mist. "Your companion finds joy in your recognition," Sendra interpreted, though Ronan strongly suspected Kazimir was laughing at the absurdity of their situation. "He has a unique sense of humor," Ronan replied diplomatically. Now, perhaps we could discuss where we'll be staying tonight? It's been a long journey. Of course, of course. We prepared our finest elevated dwelling. Sindra gestured to what appeared to be a large, elaborately constructed treehouse connected to the main platform by a series of narrower bridges. You'll find every comfort within. The ritual preparations will begin at midnight, so you have time to rest. Midnight? Imogene chimed in, her voice deliberately light. That seems rather late after such a long day of travel. What exactly do these preparations entail? Sindra's smile remained fixed. Merely purification and remembrance. The guardian will be anointed with sacred oils, then guided in meditation at the oldest tree to reconnect with his past life. Like hell I will, Ronan thought, though his expression remained cordial. How fascinating. I look forward to learning more. As villagers began clearing away the meal, Ronan finally had a moment to lean close to Imogene. We're leaving before dawn, he whispered under the pretense of helping her to her feet. I have no intention of being recrowned or anointed or whatever else they have planned. Agreed, she murmured back. But we should play along until we get what we need. Kazimir mentioned a seer who might have information about the next anchor. The seer of twisted roots, Cinder interrupted, appearing beside them with unnerving suddenness. Yes, Valeria awaits you, but only after the ritual begins. She insists on speaking to the guardian when the veil between past and present thins. Ronan managed not to flinch at her unexpected proximity. Perfect, he said smoothly. Then we have a plan for the evening. For now, I believe we could use some rest. As they were led toward their accommodations, crossing the rope bridge that had so distressed Cinderlick earlier, Ronan noticed the Dragonet's strange behavior had shifted. Though still tense, it no longer seemed panicked. Instead, it watched everything with calculating intensity, golden eyes tracking the movements of each villager with unusual focus. The treehouse assigned to them was impressive, circular in design, with smooth wooden walls and surprisingly sophisticated amenities. Large windows provided sweeping views of the village and the misty ravine below. Glowing crystals provided warm light, and cushioned sleeping pallets had been arranged around a central fire pit that vented through the roof. Your companion has already been shown the clearing below, Sendra informed them, gesturing out the window to where Kazimir's shadowy form could be seen settling into what appeared to be a large cave mouth at the base of the ravine. Rest well. I'll return before midnight. When she had finally gone, closing the door behind her, Ronan immediately checked for eavesdroppers. Finding none, he turned to Imogene. This is insane. They think I'm their reincarnated dragon guardian. Imogene nodded, already rummaging through their packs. The question is, why? And what happens during this recrowning they're so excited about? Ain't nothing good, Roland muttered, setting Sindralic down on one of the sleeping pallets. The Dragonet immediately began investigating the room, sniffing at corners and examining the walls. Did you notice how Cinder reacted to the bridge? And he's been acting strangely ever since. Kazimir was odd too, Imogene pointed out. That comment about old attachments? I think he knows something about this place he's not telling us. A low rumble from below drew their attention to the window. Kazimir had positioned himself where he could see their treehouse, his massive head raised attentively. When he caught them looking, he exhaled a short, controlled burst of flame, 3 quick pulses. 3 hours, Ronan translated. It was their agreed signal for urgency without immediate danger. So we have until midnight to figure this out, Imogene said, dropping onto a cushion. What's the plan, your royal guardianess? Despite everything, Ronan found himself chuckling at her irreverence. We play along carefully. We meet this seer, who might actually have useful information about the next anchor. We gather supplies. And then we leave before anyone tries to anoint me with sacred oils or bind me to a tree for all eternity. Solid plan, Imogene agreed, though I wouldn't mind seeing you in that fancy scale robe. Very fetching. Focus, Ronan admonished, though he couldn't quite suppress his smile. There's something deeply wrong here. Did you notice how no one actually walks? They glide or hop from board to board? And they kept talking about balance, like it's a religion. Balance between earth and sky, Imogene repeated thoughtfully, never touching the ground. A sudden chirp from Sindralic interrupted them. The Dragonet had found something, a loose floorboard near the central fire pit. As they watched, it scratched insistently at the wood, then looked up at Ronan with unmistakable purpose. What is it, Cinder? Ronan knelt beside the Dragonet. Running his hand across the floorboard, he found the edge and carefully pried it up. Beneath was a small, hollow space, and within it, a leather-bound journal so old the binding had begun to crack. Singelik chirped again, nudging the book with its snout. "How did you know this was here?" Ronan murmured, gently lifting the journal from its hiding place. The Dragonet merely blinked at him, looking entirely too pleased with itself. Imogene scooted closer. "What is it?" "A journal, I think, old." Ronan carefully opened the fragile cover, revealing pages filled with faded ink. The handwriting was tight and precise, the language archaic but recognizable. "Records of Grindlehook's Covenant," he read aloud from the first page. "Written by Keeper Morris in the year of the second binding." "Second binding? That sounds ominous," Imogene commented, peering over his shoulder. Ronan carefully turned the pages, scanning the text until a passage caught his eye, the words sending a chill down his spine. "The dragon agreed to our terms," he read slowly. "In exchange for our devotion and the annual sacrifice, it has bound itself to the valley's protection. So long as no villager touches the earth below, the balance will be maintained. When our guardian returns in human form, the third binding will secure our covenant for another 100 years. Imogene's eyes widened. "Annual sacrifice?" Ronan turned another page, finding a detailed illustration of a ceremony. At its center stood a figure in robes, similar to the ones he'd been given, positioned on what appeared to be a narrow platform extended over the deepest part of the ravine. "I think," he said grimly, "they expect their returned guardian to jump."
Chapter 7. Rain and Confessions. Finally, the tension was unbearable. The gentle patter of rain overhead was almost musical. Little percussive beats on the massive leaves cocooning Imogene's secret refuge. She hadn't planned to slip away from the village's enthusiastic hospitality, but after the 10th villager had tried to measure her for what they called companion garments, she'd muttered something about fresh air and darted through an unguarded walkway. Her hiding spot was perfect. A small wooden platform tucked beneath a natural canopy of enormous, waxy leaves that belonged to some jungle plant she couldn't identify. Rain slid down their emerald surfaces in rivulets, creating a liquid curtain around her that muffled the distant sounds of celebration. Imogene leaned back against the trunk of the tree, stretching her legs along the smooth boards of the platform. From here, she could see portions of Grindlehook spread out below. Twinkling lanterns swaying in the gentle wind, suspended walkways connecting tree to tree in a complex spiderweb of rope and wood. The people moved along them with practiced ease, as if walking on solid ground, never touching the earth below. The words from the journal echoed in her mind, sending a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the cool mist in the air. The rain intensified, drumming against the leaves overhead and trickling down to create a shimmering curtain around her little sanctuary. She closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythm, trying to clear her mind of prophecies and sacrifices and villages that wanted to throw princes over ravines. "I was wondering where you disappeared to." She wasn't surprised to hear Ronan's voice. Somehow he always managed to find her hideaways, whether in Kazimir's cave or apparently suspended 40 feet above a jungle floor. When she opened her eyes, he was ducking beneath the leafy canopy, having discarded those ridiculous ceremonial robes in favor of his regular traveling clothes. His hair was slightly damp, curling at the edges from the rain, and nestled in his arms was Singelik, curled into a tight ball and fast asleep. "How do you always find me?" she asked, shifting to make room for him on the platform. "You leave a trail of chaos in your wake," he replied with a half smile, settling beside her. "Also, I saw you sneaking away while Mira was distracted by a butterfly." Carefully, he arranged Singelik on a soft patch of moss nearby. The Dragonet made a small chirping sound in its sleep, but didn't wake. "They've prepared an entire coronation ceremony for tomorrow," Ronan said with quiet amusement, leaning back on his hands. "Complete with a throne fashioned from woven vines that they're currently decorating with every shiny object in the village." Imogene snorted. "Did they mention the part where their returned guardian is supposed to take a flying leap off a platform?" Strangely, that detail was omitted from the tour. He ran a hand through his damp hair, though they did mention something about a final blessing at the edge of fate. "Well, The rain intensified, transforming from a gentle patter to a proper downpour. It created a thick curtain of water around their sheltered alcove, lending an intimate, isolated feeling to their conversation, as if they'd been transported to their own private dimension where only the two of them existed. Well, the two of them and a snoring baby dragonet. From somewhere far below came a rumbling sound. Kazimir, Imogene realized, had taken to patrolling the ravine with surprising vigilance, his massive form occasionally visible through gaps in the rain. He's been circling for hours, Ronan noted, following her gaze. I don't think he trusts our hosts. Smart dragon, Imogene murmured. She pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. We've found ourselves in quite the ridiculous situation, haven't we? A princess who abdicated, a prince turned reluctant dragon guardian, a grumpy ancient dragon, and now a baby dragonet that apparently ties us all together in some prophecy no one bothered to explain properly. Ronan huffed a quiet laugh. When you put it that way, it sounds absurd. Doesn't it, though? She watched Cinderella's sides rise and fall with each tiny breath, the creature's scales reflecting what little moonlight filtered through the rain in iridescent patterns. 3 months ago, I was hiding from my coronation in a dragon's cave. Now, I'm hiding from your coronation in a tree. A sudden gust of wind sent a spray of raindrops through their leafy shelter. Ronan shifted closer, offering his cloak as additional protection. Without hesitation, Imogene leaned into his warmth, the barriers between them seeming increasingly arbitrary, given everything they'd shared. You're good at hiding, he observed, his voice soft, but I notice you never hide alone anymore. Maybe I've learned some things, she replied, equally quiet. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the rain and the occasional distant rumble from Kazimir. Imogene found herself hyper-aware of Ronan's presence beside her. The steady rhythm of his breathing, the clean scent of rain on his skin, the way his shoulder fit perfectly against hers. I'm terrified I'll fail them, she confessed suddenly, her voice barely audible above the rainfall. She hadn't planned to say it, hadn't even fully acknowledged the fear until the words escaped. Kazimir pretends he doesn't need anyone, but his whole existence is unraveling, and Cinderella is depending on us for something we barely understand, and I've spent my whole life running from responsibility, not toward it. She expected him to protest, to offer the kind of heroic declarations that princes were supposed to make in moments like this, about how they would triumph against all odds, how she was stronger than she knew. But Ronan surprised her, as he so often did these days. Instead of platitudes, he simply took her hand, his callous fingers intertwining with hers. Do you know what I admire most about you, Imogene? He asked. It's not your courage or your cleverness, though you have both in abundance. It's that you are entirely, unapologetically present in each moment. His grip tightened slightly. And that's exactly what they need, what I need. The sudden intimacy of his words caught Imogene off guard. She found herself studying his face in the dim light, the earnest set of his jaw, the tiny scar above his eyebrow from some long ago training accident, the way his eyes held hers without demands or expectations. Something shifted in her chest then, a recognition of what had been growing between them for weeks. This wasn't just alliance or friendship, or even the forced companionship of their strange quest. This was something deeper, more vital. I once thought you were the most annoying person I'd ever met, she admitted with a small smile. I thought the same about you, he countered, returning her smile. I still do, sometimes. So, Galen, I'm not going anywhere, Ronan said softly, the simple promise carrying more weight than elaborate vows ever could. His thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. Whatever comes next, magical quests, prophetic dragonets, villages that want to crown me their reincarnated guardian, we face it together. Imogene wasn't sure who moved first. Perhaps they both did. But suddenly the small space between them vanished as their lips met in a kiss that began tentatively, almost questioningly, before deepening into something that felt inevitable, necessary, like the final piece of a puzzle clicking perfectly into place. His hand released hers only to cup her face, thumb gentle against her cheekbone. She leaned into his touch, fingers tangling in the damp hair at the nape of his neck. All the while, the rain continued to fall around their hidden sanctuary, wrapping them in its rhythmic melody. When they finally broke apart, Imogene felt slightly dazed, as if she'd been struck by a mild but pleasant lightning bolt. Well, she managed. That was long overdue. Ronan finished for her, his voice husky. She laughed softly. I was gonna say unexpected, but yes, that too. They were still close enough that she could feel his breath warm against her skin, see the flecks of silver in his blue eyes. A drop of rain fell from a leaf above, landing on his cheek, and without thinking, she reached up to brush it away with her fingertips. Kazimir is gonna be insufferable about this, she murmured. He's been dropping hints for weeks. Has he? Ronan looked genuinely surprised. I thought he was just being his usual cryptic self. Oh no, he's been watching us like we're his favorite but most frustrating storybook, she mimicked Kasimir's deep, rumbling voice. If you two are going to fall in love, could you do it quietly? Your emotional turbulence is disturbing my tea. Ronan chuckled, the sound vibrating through her where their bodies touched. At least Sindralik approves. He nodded toward the Dragonet, who had uncurled slightly in sleep, one tiny paw stretched toward them. Our little family, Imogene said softly, then froze as the words registered. I mean, not our. I didn't intend to imply. Imogene, Ronan interrupted gently, taking her hand again. It's okay. I like the sound of that, actually. A warmth bloomed in her chest that had nothing to do with the humid jungle air. You know, she said after a moment, most people work out their feelings before adopting a magical creature child together. When have we ever done things the conventional way? He lifted their joined hands, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. Besides, I think conventional stopped being an option the moment you decided to take up residence with an ancient, grumpy dragon. Fair point. The rain was beginning to ease, transforming from a downpour back to a gentle patter. Through the leafy curtain, Imogene could see that night had fully fallen, the village lights below now bright against the darkness. We should probably head back before they send out a search party, Ronan suggested, though he made no move to go. Probably, she agreed, equally reluctant. Though I'm not particularly eager to return to people who want to sacrifice you to a ravine. But they seem nice otherwise. Yes, very hospitable right up until the human sacrifice portion of the evening. Ronan laughed, the sound bright and unexpected. We'll slip away before dawn, he promised. I have no intention of completing their third binding, whatever that entails. A distant cracking sound split the air. Thunder, Imogene realized. The storm was moving on. We should sleep while we can, she suggested, suddenly aware of how exhausted she was. The day's events, the suspicious village, the hidden journal, the revelation of sacrificial ceremonies had taken their toll. Ronan nodded, shifting to make himself more comfortable on the small platform. He reached for his pack, unfolding a lightweight blanket. It's not much, but it's dry, he offered. Sindralake stirred at the movement, chirping softly before settling again, this time wriggling closer until the Dragonet was nestled against both of them. Its tiny body radiated surprising heat, like a miniature furnace. They eventually fell asleep, curled together under the shelter of his cloak. Sindralik nestled between them, the Dragonet's warmth a comforting presence as the rain continued to fall around their hidden sanctuary. For the first time since the egg hatched, Imogene allowed herself to hope that perhaps this strange, cobbled-together family might actually work, might even be exactly where she belonged. She drifted off to the sound of rain on leaves, Ronan's steady breathing beside her, and the distant, reassuring rumble of Kazimir keeping watch from below. Dawn arrived with a troubling absence of birdsong. Imogene woke first, instantly alert to the unnatural silence. The rain had stopped during the night, leaving behind a heavy mist that clung to everything, but there were no animal sounds, no insects buzzing, no birds calling, nothing but the occasional creak of wood from the village platforms. Beside her, Ronan slept on, one arm draped protectively over Sindralek, who was curled against his chest. The Dragonet's eyes, however, were open, watching Imogene with unusual intensity. You feel it too, don't you? She whispered to the creature. Sindralek blinked once, slowly, and a small tendril of smoke escaped its nostrils. Carefully, trying not to wake Ronan, Imogene shifted to peer through the curtain of leaves. The village was stirring to life below, but something about the movement seemed off, coordinated in a way that made her skin prickle with unease. Villagers glided from platform to platform in precise patterns, carrying objects that gleamed dully in the morning light. Preparations for the coronation, she realized. They were running out of time. A soft rustling drew her attention back to Ronan and Sindralig. The prince was awake now, watching her with sleep-heavy eyes. "Good morning," he murmured, his voice rough. Then, registering her expression, "What's wrong?" Before she could answer, a thunderous roar split the air. "Kazimir!" The sound was followed by the clatter of wood breaking and panicked shouts from below. They scrambled to the edge of their platform, peering down through gaps in the leaves. The scene below was chaos. Kazimir had reared up from the ravine, his massive form casting shadows across the village as he snapped at ropes supporting one of the outlying platforms. Villagers scattered like ants, some drawing weapons that seemed to shimmer with an unnatural green light. "What is he doing?" Ronan exclaimed, already reaching for his sword. "Creating a diversion," Imogene realized. "He's buying us time to escape." As if to confirm her theory, Kasimir's voice boomed across the ravine, unmistakably addressing them despite the dragon's apparent focus on demolishing the platform. "Mighty children." His roar carried clearly through the morning air. "Run! North! Meeting point! Meeting point, their contingency plan, established before entering any new settlement, a location they'd agreed upon in case of emergency separation." Sindralig chirped frantically, wings flapping in agitation. "We need to move," Rona said, already gathering their few belongings. "Now!"
Chapter 8, the second anchor bites back. Of course it bites. Everything bites. The northern slopes loom before them like the hunched shoulders of ancient giants, mist-shrouded and foreboding. Ronan squinted ahead, spotting the faint silhouette of what must be Bramble Spire in the distance. The fortress was little more than a shadow against the pale morning sky, but even from here, something about it seemed wrong. "Is it supposed to look like that?" he asked, adjusting Sindralik's weight on his shoulder. The Dragonet had been unusually quiet since their hasty escape from Grindlehook Crossing. Imogene consulted the map, which had shifted overnight to show a twisting path marked with tiny thorn symbols. "The map says we're heading the right way, though I must say, for a magical guide, it's being frustratingly vague about what we'll actually find there." "Kazimir said the second anchor was hidden in a place of old grief," Ronan reminded her, "not exactly the most cheerful destination." "Yes, well, our last cheerful destination tried to sacrifice you to their ravine god, so perhaps gloomy is an improvement." Imogene tucked the map away and squinted ahead. "I think I see the outline. It looks thorny." Thorny was an understatement. As they drew closer, Bramble Spire revealed itself in all its desolate splendor. A once grand fortress now reduced to crumbling shells of towers, each completely engulfed by massive thorns that spiraled upward like petrified serpents. The brambles weren't just growing on the structure, they had become the structure, replacing stone with woody vines thick as a man's thigh and thorns as long as daggers. Ronan slowed his pace, instinctively placing a hand on his sword hilt. "It looks like a giant died here, and grew thorns instead of moss." Sindralik chirped softly, her claws digging into the leather padding of his shoulder as she craned her neck to stare at the fortress. For once, the usually curious Dragonet seemed reluctant to investigate further. "Do you feel that?" Imogene asked quietly. Ronan nodded. There was something in the air, a heaviness that pressed against his chest like the moment before a thunderstorm. But instead of electricity, it felt like sorrow. Pure, distilled melancholy radiating from the twisted structure before them. "I don't think we're going to find any villages here," he muttered, "cheerful or otherwise." As they approached the outer perimeter, a massive shape descended from above, landing with surprising grace for something so large. Kazimir settled onto a rocky outcropping, eyeing the bramble-covered fortress with obvious distaste. "Delightful," the dragon said dryly. "It's even more depressing than I remembered." "You been here before?" Imogene asked. Kashmir's golden eyes narrowed. "Once, a very long time ago, I left something behind." "The anchor," Ronan guessed. "Not intentionally," Kazimir grumbled. "Places like this, They take things from you whether you wish to give them or not. The dragon extended one massive claw toward the fortress, stopping just short of the outer brambles. The nearest vines seemed to twitch at his proximity, reaching outward before recoiling. "This is as far as I go," he announced. "The fortress was built to accommodate humans, not dragons. Even before the brambles, I could only enter partially." "So we're on our own again," Ronan said. "Not entirely." Kazimir's expression grew serious in a way that made Ronan's stomach tighten. "The fortress blooms open only for those carrying emotional regret," he explained from beyond the bramble perimeter, his voice uncharacteristically solemn. "And the anchor inside responds specifically to grief, acknowledged but undwelled upon." Imogene frowned. "What does that mean, exactly?" "It means," Kazimir said with a tired sigh, "that the place feeds on sorrow. It devours guilt and regret, but it prefers sophisticated palates. It wants grief that's been accepted, not denied, but also not wallowed in. Balanced, you might say." "And if our grief isn't balanced?" Ronan asked. Kasimir's gaze shifted away. "Then you may become part of its collection." Well, that was comforting. Ronan exchanged a glance with Imogene, who looked as unsettled as he felt. "We'll wait until dusk," Kazimir continued. "I need to rest, and you two should prepare yourselves. The place will test you in ways you cannot anticipate." "It's a building," Ronan pointed out. "How can it test us?" Kazimir fixed him with a flat stare. "The same way my cave became sentient, through centuries of magical imprinting, but where my lair absorbed my desire for knowledge and order, this fortress absorbed only one thing from its last inhabitant: heartbreak." With that cheerful assessment, the dragon curled himself into a position that somehow managed to look both dignified and sulky, clearly done with the conversation. Imogene tugged at Ronan's sleeve. "Come on," she said. "If we're going to face a sentient grief fortress at dusk, I'd at least like to eat something first." They set up a small camp at a safe distance from both Kazimir and the fortress. Sindralic refused to stray from Ronan's shoulder, which made gathering firewood a challenge, but eventually they managed to get a small fire going. "You're being unusually quiet," Ronan told the Dragonet as he coaxed her onto his lap. "What's wrong?" Sindralic chirped softly, her scales dulling from their usual iridescent shimmer to a muted copper. She'd been this way since they fled Grindlehook, growing increasingly subdued as they approached Bramblespire. "She senses it," Imogene said, settling beside them with a small pot of tea she'd brewed. "Dragons have strong emotional magic. If this place is as saturated with grief as Kazimir suggests, she's probably feeling it more intensely than we are." Ronan stroked the Dragonet's head, earning a soft purr. "Don't worry," he murmured. "We'll be quick, in and out, find the anchor, and then back to annoying Kazimir." Imogene handed him a cup of tea, her fingers brushing his. "What do you think Kazimir meant about the anchor responding to grief? What kind of grief-sensing magical object are we looking for? With our luck, probably a singing teapot that only performs sad ballads." That earned him a smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Are you prepared for this? For the fortress to test your grief?" Ronan considered the question carefully. Was he prepared? He'd experienced losses, his mother when he was young, friends in training accidents, the relationship with his brother after their falling out, but he'd never been one to dwell on sorrow. He preferred to move forward, to act rather than reflect. "I suppose we'll find out," he said finally. When dusk arrived, painting the thorny silhouette of Bramblespire in shades of crimson and gold, they gathered their supplies and approached the perimeter once more. Kazimir watched them with unreadable golden eyes. "Remember," he said, "the anchor resembles a quill, slender ash-colored. You'll know it by the sensation it creates, like a memory pulled to the surface of your mind." "A quill?" Ronan frowned. "Why would a grief anchor be a writing instrument?" Something flickered in Kasimir's expression. Pain, or perhaps regret? "Because some goodbyes are better written than spoken," he said quietly. "Now go, before the light fails completely." Sindralic, who had been unusually subdued since they escaped Grindlehook Crossing at dawn, suddenly became agitated as they approached the outer wall of thorns. She emitted distressed chirps and clung so tightly to Ronan's shoulder that her claws punctured his leather armor. "It's all right," he soothed, though he wasn't entirely convinced of that himself. The brambles loomed above them like a barricade made of petrified spite, thorns as long as his hand glinting dully in the fading light. Taking a deep breath, Ronan reached toward the nearest bramble. As his fingertips brushed against the woody surface, something extraordinary happened. The thorns receded, curling backward like the petals of a bizarre flower. A narrow passage formed in the wall, just wide enough for a person to pass through. "It recognized you," Imogene whispered. Ronan stared at his hand, then at the passage. "Apparently I'm exactly the right amount of miserable for it." "Or it just likes your face," she countered, trying to lighten the mood. "Let's not overthink the sentient fortress made of pain sticks." They entered the passage, Sindralic still clinging desperately to Ronan's shoulder. The path was narrow, winding between walls of brambles that occasionally shifted, brushing against them with what felt like deliberate intent. The thorns never quite punctured skin, but they came close enough to threaten. The deeper they ventured into the fortress, the more disoriented Ronan became. The pathway split and reformed in patterns that defied logic. What should have been straight passages curved back on themselves. Walls shifted when he blinked, and more than once he found himself facing a dead end that hadn't been there moments before. "This place doesn't obey normal rules of space," Imogene observed, her voice tight with tension. "It's like being inside a dream, or a nightmare." "Keep close," Ronan said, reaching back to take her hand. But as his fingers closed around empty air, he realized with a jolt that Imogene was no longer beside him. He spun around, heart pounding, and found himself facing a solid wall of thorns where the passage had been just seconds before. "Imogene!" he called, panic rising in his throat. Sindralic chirped in alarm, her tiny body trembling against his neck. "Ronan?" Imogene's voice came from somewhere beyond the thorny wall, distorted and distant. "Are you all right? I can't see you anymore." "I'm fine, but the passage close behind me," he called back, trying to keep his voice steady. "Are you hurt?" "No, I'm fine." The brambles shifted, and suddenly you were gone. There was a pause. Then, "This is a memory echo trap," she called, her voice growing fainter as if she were moving further away. "The anchor is testing you. We'll find each other once you've faced whatever it wants you to see." "Imogene!" he called again, but there was no response. Sindralic whimpered, a sound so human-like it sent chills down his spine. "It's all right," he told the Dragonet, though he was far from certain. "We'll find her, and then we'll find this stupid quill and get out of here." He continued forward, the only direction now available to him. The passage narrowed further, the brambles pressing in from all sides until he had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Just as claustrophobia threatened to overwhelm him, the passage abruptly opened into a large circular chamber. Ronan froze, his breath catching in his throat. The brambles around him had reshaped themselves into a perfect reproduction of the Eldoras' royal throne room. Every detail was immaculate, the marble floors inlaid with the royal crest, the soaring columns adorned with golden eagles, the twin thrones on the raised dais. And standing before those thrones, himself, a younger version of himself, dressed in the formal attire of the crown prince of Eldoras, his face set in lines of barely contained fury as he faced his brother, the king. "This isn't real," Ronan whispered to himself. "It's just the fortress, showing me memories." But knowing that didn't make it any easier to watch as his younger self reached up and unfastened the ceremonial sword from his belt, then tossed it at his brother's feet with a clatter that echoed through the phantom throne room. "I will not marry for political advantage," Memory Ronan declared, his voice ringing with the absolute certainty of youth. "I renounce my claim to succession." The memory unfurled with brutal accuracy, precisely as Ronan remembered it. His brother's face transforming from shock to disappointment to cold fury, the court's scandalized whispers rippling outward like waves, the heavy weight of generations of expectation crashing down around him as he stood, unflinching, before the brother he had idolized his entire life. "You would throw away centuries of tradition?" his brother demanded, his voice tight with controlled rage. "Abandon your duty to our kingdom, to our family legacy?" "I would rather abandon my title than abandon myself," Memory Runner replied. "There are other ways to serve Eldoras than through a loveless political marriage." There is no greater service than doing what must be done, regardless of personal desire, his brother countered, rising from the throne. Every king, every queen before us understood this. Only you, little brother, seem to think your happiness outweighs the needs of an entire kingdom. What tore at Ronan most was watching his younger self turn away without another word, without explaining that it wasn't about happiness, but about integrity. That he couldn't bear to promise his life to someone while his heart belonged elsewhere, even if that elsewhere was undefined. That he would rather serve honestly as a knight than rule falsely as a king. He had left without explanation, leaving wounds that festered in his absence, fracturing the bond between brothers that had once seemed unbreakable. The memory faded slightly, replaced by a series of brief flashes of his brother's coronation, which he'd witnessed from the back of the hall, a hood concealing his face, the announcement of the new succession plan, bypassing Ronan in favor of their cousin's line, messages from their mother that he'd left unanswered, too ashamed of his choice to face her disappointment. Each memory stung like salt in an open wound. Ronan had never regretted his decision, but he had regretted how he'd made it. The words left unspoken, the relationship severed rather than renegotiated. Grief welled up in his chest, not for what he'd given up, but for what he'd broken in the process. Suddenly, Syndralic's distress broke through the memory, a panicked shriek followed by the unmistakable whoosh of dragonfire. Ronan blinked, the throne room dissolving around him as reality reasserted itself. The Dragonet had launched herself from his shoulder, her tiny body arcing through the air as she breathed a concentrated jet of flame at a section of the bramble wall. The thorns caught fire instantly, blazing with unnatural intensity. Syndralic landed on the ground beside him, wings spread defensively as she continued to direct her fire at the burning section of wall. "What are you doing?" Ronan gasped, reaching for her, then stopped as he realized the flames were creating a passage where there had been none before, burning away the thorns to reveal a small chamber beyond. Through the fire-rimmed opening, Ronan glimpsed a glass case standing on a pedestal. Inside the case was a slender, ash-colored quill that seemed to emit a soft, pulsing light in rhythm with his heartbeat. A gentle glow that strengthened and faded in perfect synchronization with the blood pumping through his veins. The quill of quiet grief. "Good job," he told Syndralic, who chirped proudly before scampering back up to her perch on his shoulder. Cautiously, Ronan approached the opening, waiting for the flames to die down before stepping through. The chamber beyond was small and circular, with walls that appeared to be made of natural stone rather than thorns. The air was cool and still, undisturbed for what felt like centuries. The glass case stood alone in the center of the room, illuminated by a shaft of moonlight streaming from an opening in the ceiling. The quill inside pulsed with that same gentle rhythm, as if acknowledging his presence. Ronan approached slowly, half expecting another trap, but nothing happened. When he reached the pedestal, he examined the case carefully. There was no obvious latch or lock, just seamless glass enclosing the quill. "How am I supposed to—" he began, but the question died on his lips as the top of the case suddenly dissolved like morning mist, leaving the quill exposed. For a moment, Ronan hesitated. Then, steeling himself, he reached out and grasped the quill. The moment his fingers closed around it, the quill rose of its own accord and abruptly pricked his palm, drawing a single drop of blood that spread across the quill's surface like ink, transforming from ash gray to deep crimson. The color flowed along the shaft, suffusing the entire quill until it glowed with a ruby light, and then the world around him vanished. Ronan found himself standing in a vast cavern, far larger than Kazimir's current lair. But it wasn't the cavern itself that held his attention, it was the scene before him. A much younger Kazimir, his scales gleaming like polished obsidian without the faintest hint of the red tarnish that now marked his aging body, was crouched protectively over a small, dying dragon. The creature was barely larger than Syndralic, with scales the color of burnished copper and eyes that glowed with fading emerald light. Young Kazimir made a sound Ronan had never heard from the dragon, a keening cry of pure anguish that echoed through the cavern. Before them lay a piece of parchment and a quill identical to the one Ronan now held, the beginnings of a letter visible in elegant, flowing script. "My dearest apprentice, if you find this, know that Ember can die protecting what we built together. I could not save him, though I tried every spell, The The letter abruptly ended there, the last word trailing off into a jagged line as if the writer's hand had trembled too violently to continue. Young Kazimir bent his massive head until his snout gently touched the smaller dragon's. "I will remember," he whispered, "a promise and a pledge. I will keep our knowledge safe. I will not let your sacrifice be forgotten." The smaller dragon's eyes fluttered once more, a final gleam of emerald before the light within them faded completely. The vision dissolved, and Ronan found himself back in the small chamber, clutching the now dormant quill with trembling hands. He became aware of tears tracking down his face, though he hadn't noticed them falling. Sindralik gently nuzzled his chin, making soft, comforting sounds. Kazimir had an apprentice, he whispered, the realization striking him like a physical blow. And another dragon, a companion. They died. That's why he isolates himself, why he pretends not to care. The weight of this revelation settled over him like a cloak. All this time, he'd thought of Kazimir as merely grumpy, a misanthropic dragon who tolerated their presence with bad grace. But now he understood. Kazimir wasn't just antisocial. He was grieving. Centuries of grief carried forward in solitude. A sound behind him made him turn. The brambles had parted again, forming a clear passage through which Imogene stepped, her face lined with concern. Her eyes widened at whatever she saw in his expression. "Ronan, are you all right? What happened?" Ronan looked down at the quill in his hand, now returned to its original ash-gray color, though his blood remained visible as a single crimson streak along its length. "I understand now," he whispered, his voice rough with emotion. "Kazimir lost someone too. This anchor isn't just about acknowledging grief. It's about carrying it forward, not letting it be forgotten." He closed his fingers gently around the quill, feeling its warmth pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Did you see something?" Imogene asked, crossing the chamber to stand before him. Ronan nodded slowly. "I saw Kazimir as he was centuries ago. He had a companion, another dragon, and an apprentice. They died, and he was writing a letter of remembrance, but he couldn't finish it. This quill," he held it up, "is the one he tried to use. It's been waiting here all this time for someone to complete the circle of grief." "Oh," Imogene breathed, her eyes filling with sudden understanding. "That's why he brought us here. He couldn't face this place himself." "Can you blame him?" Ronan asked softly. She shook her head, reaching out to touch the quill gently. "So much sorrow in such a small thing." "Not just sorrow," Ronan said, remembering the vision. "Love, too. He loved them, and he promised to remember. That's what grief is, in the end. Love with nowhere to go." Between them, Sindralik chirped softly as if in agreement, her scales brightening slightly from the subdued copper they'd been all day. "Let's get out of here," Imogene suggested, taking his free hand. "Kazimir's waiting." Together they navigated back through the bramble fortress, which now opened clear passages before them as if satisfied by what had transpired. The thorns no longer reached for them, and the oppressive sense of sorrow had lifted somewhat, replaced by something that, while not quite peace, felt at least like acceptance. When they emerged from the perimeter, the moon was high overhead, casting silver light over the landscape. Kazimir was exactly where they'd left him, his massive form a darker shadow against the night. The dragon's golden eyes fixed immediately on the quill in Ronan's hand. "You found it," he said simply. "Yes," Ronan replied, his voice equally measured. "And I saw." Something flickered in Kazimir's expression, a brief flash of vulnerability quickly suppressed. "What did you see?" he asked, his tone carefully neutral. "Emberkin," Ronan said quietly, "and the letter you couldn't finish." Kazimir went very still, not even the usual rhythmic rise and fall of his massive chest visible for several heartbeats. Then, with a sound that might have been a sigh in a smaller creature, he lowered his head until his snout was level with Ronan. "Some memories," the dragon said softly, "are too heavy to carry alone, even for me." In that moment, looking into Kazimir's ancient eyes, Ronan saw beyond the grumpy exterior to the centuries of solitary grief beneath. And he understood something else as well, that in bringing them here, in allowing them to recover this piece of his past, Kazimir hadn't just been seeking to stabilize his hoard. He had been, in his own guarded way, letting them in.
Chapter 9. The Courier with Secrets. She knows too much. That's suspicious. Imogene dabbed a cool cloth against Ronan's palm, frowning at the small puncture wound that stubbornly refused to heal. The quill's prick had left an angry red mark no larger than a freckle, yet it pulsed with a dull heat that seemed to radiate up his arm. "Does it hurt?" she asked, her fingers gentle as she applied a thin layer of healing salve she'd mixed from herbs in her travel pouch. Ronan shook his head, though the tightness around his eyes suggested otherwise. "It's fine, just warm, like it's still trying to tell me something." Cinderella crouched beside them, eyes fixed on Ronan's hand with unnerving intensity. The Dragonet had been unusually subdued since they'd left Bramblespire. Her usual fiery temperament cooled to embers. "Kazima," Imogene called over her shoulder, not taking her eyes off her work. "Is this normal? For the anchor to leave a mark like this?" The dragon, who had been unnervingly quiet since Ronan's revelation about his past, merely grunted in response, helpful as always when the subject turned personal. She was about to press him further when a sharp, deliberate cough made her whirl around. Her hand instinctively went to the small dagger at her belt, only to freeze in confusion at the sight before her. Perched impossibly atop Kazmir's enormous snout was a small, wiry figure, grinning with far too many pointed teeth. The creature couldn't have been more than 3 feet tall, yet somehow radiated a chaotic energy that made her seem much larger. Her greenish skin was covered in what appeared to be courier badges and official-looking patches, while her spiky blue hair defied both gravity and taste. Sticking straight up like a startled hedgehog, "Special delivery for the grumpy lizard," announced the creature, balancing effortlessly despite Kazimir's sudden growl. She waved a sealed scroll case with casual indifference. "Sign here, breathe there, don't eat the messenger." His growl vibrated the ground beneath them, but the creature, clearly some kind of gremlin, merely yawned dramatically and dangled the sealed scroll case before his massive golden eyes, completely unfazed by being face to face with a legendary dragon. "I do not accept mail," Kazimir rumbled, eyes narrowing dangerously. "And yet," the gremlin replied cheerfully, "here I am, with mail specifically for you." She tapped his snout with the scroll case. "Funny how that works." Imogene stifled a laugh. In all her time with Kazimir, she'd never seen anyone treat him with such brazen disregard for his fearsome reputation. Well, besides herself, of course. The gremlin noticed her amusement and winked. "Name's Nixie, certified interdimensional courier, specialist in difficult and difficult-to-reach recipients and purveyor of pertinent information at entirely reasonable rates," she recited in a practiced sing-song while backflipping off Kazimir's snout to land gracefully beside Imogene. "And you must be the princess who kidnapped a dragon." Loved that energy, very innovative. "I didn't kidnap him," Imogene began automatically, then caught herself. "He's my roommate." "Roommate?" Nixie cackled, slapping her thigh. "That's even better. Do you make him do the dishes? Does he hog the bathroom? Does he shed on the furniture?" She wiped an imaginary tear from her eye. Legends really do evolve in the telling. Imogene opened her mouth to respond, but Nixie had already spun toward Ronan and Cinderella, her oversized eyes widening comically. "Ooh, the spark with 3 names actually exists," she exclaimed, bouncing on her toes. "The betting pools in the far realms are going absolutely wild. I'm officially moving this delivery from hazardous to historically significant on my invoice." Ronan frowned, automatically pulling Cinderella closer to his side. "What are you talking about? How do you know about the bitey baby dragon that shouldn't exist?" Nixie finished, her grin widening impossibly further. "Please, there isn't a magical courier network worth its salt that hasn't been buzzing about this for weeks. Dragon hatchers spark ancient flame. Tribond forms against all odds. Blah, blah, blah." She waved a dismissive hand. "The terminology gets all flowery depending on which realm you're passing through." Kazimir lunged forward with surprising speed for his size, snatching the scroll case from Nixie's grasp. He broke the elaborate wax seal with one careful claw and extracted a parchment that, to Imogene's frustration, appeared completely blank when she peered over his massive hand. "There's nothing on it," she said, brow furrowing. Limited viewer enchantment, Nixie explained with a conspiratorial wink, sidling closer to Imogene. Very exclusive, very expensive, but I bet you're more interested in who sent it, aren't you, princess? Imogene studied the gremlin courier carefully. Despite her chaotic appearance and manner, there was something calculated about her. The way her eyes darted continuously between them all, missing nothing. The way she had positioned herself to seem smaller and less significant than she likely was. "Would you like something to eat?" Imogene offered, gesturing to their camp supplies. "We have bread, cheese, some dried fruit. It's not much, but we're happy to share after your long journey." It was an old castle trick. Offer hospitality, create obligation, then extract information. Her mother had used it countless times with diplomatic envoys. Nixie's smile twitched slightly, as if she recognized the ploy but was amused by it. "How very courteous. They did say you were clever." She accepted a wedge of cheese but merely played with it, rolling it between her nimble fingers. "Though cleverness doesn't always translate to asking the right questions, does it?" Imogene kept her expression pleasant. "And what questions should I be asking?" "Oh, I don't know," Nixie said airily. "Perhaps about who's been tracking your little adventure, or why certain very ancient, very powerful entities are suddenly very interested in a dragon who's been happily ignored for centuries, or maybe," her gaze slid to Sindralic, "why that little spark looks so familiar to those who remember the old flames." Imogene watched as Nixie examined Sindralic with unsettling intensity, the dragonet shrinking back against Ronan's leg in response. "It's remarkable how much it looks like the original," Nixie remarked casually, though her eyes were anything but. "Almost like the flame never dimmed at all." A chill ran down Imogene's spine. "What do you know about Kazimir's role in keeping the flame?" she asked directly, abandoning subtlety. She noticed how Kazimir's head snapped up from reading the message, his golden eyes narrowing to dangerous slits as he glared warningly at Nixie. The gremlin courier grinned wickedly, seemingly delighted by the tension she created. She leaned close to Imogene, close enough that her breath tickled Imogene's ear as she whispered, "Let's just say some dragons hold on to things far too long. Hoards, grudges, prophecies, legacies, when they should have passed the torch centuries ago." Her voice carried a strange, multi-toned quality that raised the hair on Imogene's arms, as if multiple voices were speaking in imperfect unison. "Enough," Kazimir growled, the scroll now clutched tightly in his massive claws. "Deliver your message and be gone, courier." "I believe I just did," Nixie replied sweetly, twirling away from Imogene with a flourish. "Who sent the message?" Imogene demanded, stepping forward. "What does it contain? You clearly know more than you're saying." Nixie paused, giving Imogene a long, evaluating look that seemed to strip away pretense. For a moment, the manic energy faded, replaced by something older and more deliberate. "The Order of the Hearth Scale sends its regards, Princess," she said, her tone suddenly serious beneath the manic energy. "And a warning, not all who seek to bind flames have the spark's best interests at heart." "The Order of the—" Imogene turned toward Kazimir, a dozen questions forming on her lips. "What is the Hearth Scale, Kazimir? Do you know what she's talking about?" But in the split second that she'd looked away, a soft pop of displaced air pulled her attention back. Where Nixie had stood was now only empty space and a shower of fading blue sparks. Not from any teleportation scroll the gremlin had activated herself, but as if she'd been summoned away by some external force. A lingering scent of ozone hung in the air, along with the distinct impression that they were being watched by forces far beyond their understanding. "She's gone," Ronan said unnecessarily, rising to his feet with Sindralic clutched protectively against his chest. "How observant of you," Kazimir muttered, though his usual sarcasm sounded strained. He was still holding the parchment, his claw tips denting the edges slightly. Imogene crossed to him, planting herself directly before his massive snout. "Talk," she demanded. "Now! What was that about? Who is the Order of the Hearthskill? What flame needed keeping? And why does everyone seem to know more about our dragonet than we do?" For a moment, she thought Kazimir would deflect as usual, but something in her expression must have conveyed her absolute unwillingness to be brushed aside. The gray dragon sighed, a gust of warm air that rustled her hair and clothes. "The Order of the Hearthskill was A society of flamekeepers, he said reluctantly. Scholars, mostly, a few practitioners of old magic. They study the lineages of fire and the bonds between dragonkind and other beings. And they're sending you secret messages? Imogene pressed. Kasimir's eyes flicked briefly to the parchment. They believe they know what Cinderelic is, or rather, what it represents. Which is? Ronan asked, stepping closer. Cinderelic chirped softly, as if equally curious about her own significance. A convergence, Kazimir said slowly, as if choosing his words with great care. The Hearthscale believes Cinderelic is the culmination of an ancient magical cycle, a spark reborn not through traditional lineage, but through emotional resonance, passed not through blood, but through connection. That's why it bonded to all three of us, Imogene realized. You with your dragon heritage, Ronan with his protective nature, and me with your chaotic emotional resonance, Kazimir finished dryly. Imogene ignored the jab. So this is a good thing, right? The Dragonet is supposed to exist, to bond with us. We're doing what we're meant to. Kasimir's expression darkened. Not according to all factions of the Order. What do you mean? Ronan asked. The Order of the Hearthscale has divided opinions on what should happen with legacy flames, Kazimir explained. Some believe such power should be carefully controlled, passed only to those deemed worthy through traditional ceremonies and bindings. Others believe in natural selection, that the flame chooses its own keepers. And let me guess, Imogene said, crossing her arms. They're not thrilled that a runaway princess, a disinherited prince, and a cantankerous old dragon are the chosen guardians of this particular flame? A ghost of amusement flickered across Kasimir's features. You might say that. Is that what the message says? Ronan asked, nodding toward the parchment. A warning from those who disagree with our guardianship? Kazimir hesitated, then deliberately folded the message and tucked it beneath one of his scales. Among other things, that's not an answer, Imogene pointed out. It's the only one you're getting at present, Kazimir replied firmly. Imogene fought down a surge of frustration. Fine, keep your secrets, but at least tell us what this means for our quest. Are we in danger from this order? Will they try to take Cinderella? Kazimir was silent for a long moment, his golden eyes distant with thought. Some might, he admitted finally. The message warns that certain elements within the order believe Cinderelic represents a dangerous deviation from proper succession. They may seek to correct what they see as an imbalance. They'll have to go through me first, Ronan stated, his hand automatically going to his sword hilt. Imogene nodded in fierce agreement. She might have only known Cinderelic for a short time, but the thought of anyone taking the Dragonet away made her feel physically ill. And me, Kazimir added, with enough quiet menace that Imogene was momentarily reminded of just how fearsome he could be when provoked. But our best protection is to continue our quest. The more anchors we recover, the stronger our bond becomes, and the harder it will be for anyone to interfere with it. Then we should get moving, Imogene said decisively, already turning to pack up their small campsite. Where does the map say we need to go next? Ronan pulled out the magical map, which had been surprisingly quiet since they'd recovered the second anchor. The parchment glowed faintly in the gathering twilight, lines rearranging themselves as they watched. The prismatic pools, he read, frowning slightly. It says, where truths are reflected and intentions revealed. That sounds magical and vaguely threatening, Imogene suggested. I was going to say challenging, but yes. Imogene watched as Cinderelic climbed up to perch on Ronan's shoulder, tiny clawed feet digging into his cloak for balance. The Dragonet's scales flickered with a warm red-gold light, almost as if responding to their determined mood. I don't care who this order is or what they think they know, she said firmly. Cinderelic chose us, we chose each other, and I'm not letting anyone interfere with that, whether they approve of us or not. As she spoke, she reached out to stroke Cinderelic's head, her fingers brushing against Ronan's cheek in the process. He looked up at her, his eyes reflecting the Dragonet's glow, and something passed between them, a silent affirmation of their shared purpose, their unexpected bond. Get some rest, Kazimir advised, settling his massive body in a protective semicircle around their camp. We leave for the prismatic pools at dawn. Imogene nodded, but as she helped Ronan finish packing, she couldn't shake the lingering sense of being watched, or the nagging feeling that Kazimir was still keeping vital information from them. What exactly had been in that message? And why did she get the distinct impression that their quest had just become far more complicated than simply recovering lost anchors? As if sensing her thoughts, Cinderella chirped softly and launched from Ronan's shoulder to hers, nuzzling against her neck with a comforting warmth. Imogene smiled despite her concerns. "We'll figure it out," she whispered, stroking the Dragonet's scaled back. "Together."
Chapter 10, Memory Map. Definitely cursed. Maps should not whisper. The map sprawled across the flat stone, its edges curling slightly as Ronan smoothed it with his palm. Unlike ordinary parchment, it seemed almost alive beneath his touch, its surface rippling like disturbed water each time his fingers brushed against it. Place names shifted subtly as if trying to escape his grasp, and the ink lines marking rivers and mountain ranges flowed with a liquid quality that made navigation frustratingly imprecise. The Umber Hollow should be a 3-day journey southeast, Ronan muttered, tracing what should be their route with his index finger. The map suddenly rippled violently beneath his touch, and the marked path twisted in the opposite direction. A sound like rustling leaves whispered through his mind. "Are you certain that's where you truly wish to go?" Ronan jerked his hand back, startled. He glanced at Imogene and Kazimir, but neither seemed to have heard anything unusual. Imogene sat cross-legged a few feet away, her brow furrowed in concentration as she adjusted the makeshift harness they'd crafted for Cinderella. The Dragonet squirmed impatiently, amber eyes fixed on a moth fluttering near Imogene's shoulder. Kazimir remained utterly still, a massive shadow against the fading daylight. The message from Nixie seemed to have affected him deeply. He'd been brooding silently for hours, his golden eyes distant and troubled. "Did you say something?" Ronan asked aloud, directing his question to the map. He felt ridiculous talking to a piece of parchment, but after everything they'd encountered, a sentient map hardly seemed the strangest possibility. The ink swirled across the surface, words forming and dissolving before settling into elegant script. "I follow the heart, not the hand. Prince who renounced. Your path wavers with your uncertainties." Ronan stared, torn between fascination and unease. He attempted to refocus on their intended destination, trying to visualize the Ember Hollows as Kazimir had described them. But each time his concentration wavered. The map responded with alarming accuracy. A brief thought about his abandoned duties in Eldoras caused a small, surprisingly detailed illustration of the castle to appear in the margin. When he worried about Kazimir's increasingly weakened condition, the entire map darkened ominously, shadows spreading across the parchment like spilt ink. "Gods and spirits," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. This was going to complicate things. "Everything all right?" Imogene called, finally securing the last strap on Cinderellic's harness. The Dragonet immediately began gnawing at the leather, apparently finding its new restraint both offensive and delicious. "The map is responding to me," Ronan announced, straightening up. "It's changing based on," he hesitated, uncomfortable with the vulnerability of his admission, "what I'm thinking or feeling." Kazimir's massive form shifted, his attention finally drawn away from his private ruminations. "Show me," he commanded. Ronan handed over the parchment. The dragon held it delicately between two enormous claws, studying it with narrowed eyes. After a moment, he emitted a long, rumbling sigh that stirred the campfire embers. "Emotional cartography," Kazimir grumbled, returning the map with obvious frustration. "Utterly useless for straightforward navigation, but brutally effective at forcing confrontation with one's inner turmoil. I'd forgotten that particular enchantment was woven into the parchment." "You forgot?" Imogene asked incredulously, joining them with Cinderella perched on her shoulder, like an iridescent, slightly unbalanced gargoyle. "How do you forget something like that?" "When you've lived as long as I have, Princess, you'll find there are many things worth forgetting," Kazimir replied tersely. "This map was created by a particularly insufferable enchanter who believed that the journey to a destination was meaningless without confronting one's own intentions along the way." "That seems inconvenient," Ronan observed. "Most truth is," Kazimir replied. Imogene peered over Ronan's shoulder at the map, her proximity making it difficult for him to concentrate. The map immediately responded by blossoming with tiny, vibrant flowers around the edges of the parchment. Oh, Imogene's delighted laugh sent a warm flush creeping up Ronan's neck. That's actually rather charming. What else can it do? It's not a performance trick, Ronan protested, hastily folding the map before it could reveal anything more embarrassing. We need to figure out how to use it properly, or we'll never reach the Ember Hollows. Perhaps we should trust it, Imogene suggested, her eyes gleaming with that particular expression that usually preceded something reckless. If it responds to our hearts rather than our plans, maybe it knows something we don't. That's exactly the kind of thinking that leads to being eaten by something large and hungry in an entirely avoidable detour, Kazimir grumbled, but there was a hint of resignation in his tone. Despite Ronan's best efforts, by morning the map had become even more erratic. As they packed up camp and prepared to move on, he tried to focus solely on their destination, attempting to visualize a clear, direct path. The map, however, had other ideas. Every fleeting doubt, every moment of uncertainty altered their route. Ronan's conflicting thoughts, his growing attachment to Sindralic, who now refused to be more than arm's length from him, his deepening feelings for Imogene, which the map seemed particularly keen to illustrate with embarrassing embellishments, his uncertainty about what would happen after they restored the Hoard, all created increasingly dramatic fluctuations in their journey. What should have been a straightforward path along a river valley suddenly rerouted them up a steep, unexpected trail. By midday, they found themselves climbing toward a stone overlook that definitely hadn't been on the original path. This is ridiculous, Ronan muttered, wiping sweat from his brow as he helped Imogene over a particularly treacherous section of the trail. At this rate, we'll never reach the anchor. But you must admit, Imogene replied, her cheeks flushed with exertion and barely suppressed excitement, it's far more interesting than just walking in a straight line. Sindralic chirped in apparent agreement from her perch in the special pocket they'd sewn into Ronan's cloak. A compromise, after the Dragonet had proven remarkably adept at escaping her harness. The trail eventually opened onto a circular platform ringed by half-crumbled pillars. The overlook offered a dizzying view of the landscape below. The forest they'd traveled through, now reduced to a patchwork of green and gold in the afternoon sun. What is this place? Imogene asked, turning slowly to take in the ancient, weathered stones. No one had a chance to answer before the air before them shimmered, thickening like heat rising from summer roads. Ronan instinctively reached for his sword, positioning himself between Imogene and the strange phenomenon. I know this place, Kazimir said quietly, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. He moved forward, his massive form surprisingly graceful as he navigated between the crumbling pillars. The far side terrace. It shows not what is, but what might be. As he spoke, the air between the pillars solidified into transparent, window-like portals. Within each shimmering frame, different scenes played out, visions so real that Ronan could almost step through and touch them. Like prophecies? Imogene asked, her voice hushed with wonder. No, Kazimir replied. Possibilities, not certainties. The futures displayed here depend entirely on the choices we make, or failed to make. Ronan found himself drawn to one particular vision, unable to look away despite an immediate instinctive dread. In the shimmering portal, he saw himself back in Eldoras, seated on the throne that should have been his brother's. The crown, a heavy, ornate thing he'd always secretly found ostentatious, rested upon his brow. He was surrounded by attentive advisors, the great hall exactly as he remembered it, but there was no Imogene beside him. No Sindralic perched on his shoulder or curled at his feet, no sign of the chaotic, unexpected life he'd stumbled into. The vision shifted, showing Kazimir's cave collapsed and empty, dust drifting through shafts of sunlight that penetrated the ruined ceiling. Another shift revealed Imogene, somewhere distant and unreachable, her back turned as she walked away down an unfamiliar path, alone. Ronan felt physically ill, a cold weight settling in his stomach. This wasn't prophecy, Kazimir had said, but possibility, which meant this future could still come to pass. He could still lose everything he'd only just begun to realize mattered. A piercing cry jolted him from his reverie. Sindralic, who had been exploring the platform with curious chirps, suddenly flared her wings in obvious distress. Her scales flashed a brilliant, alarming crimson as she launched herself directly at Ronan, tiny claws digging into his chest as she clung to him. The Dragonet's panic was so genuine, so overwhelming, that Ronan found himself responding before conscious thought could intervene. She was trying physically to pull him away from the vision, her whole body trembling with what could only be described as fear. Without hesitation, Ronan drew his sword and slashed through the shimmering portal. The blade met resistance for only a moment before the vision shattered like glass, fragments of light scattering across the stone platform. As if triggered by this first destruction, all the other projections began to splinter and break apart, dissolving into motes of light that drifted away on the afternoon breeze. In the sudden silence, Ronan became aware of a gentle warmth against his chest. The map, tucked securely in his inner pocket, hummed with a subtle magical resonance. When he carefully extracted it, the parchment lay flat and calm in his hands, no longer rippling or shifting. A clear, unwavering path now stretched across its surface, leading directly to a location marked with elegant script. The Archive of Unfinished Endings. Well, Imogene said, after a moment, stepping closer to examine the suddenly cooperative map. That was dramatic. Ronan couldn't help but laugh, the tension of the moment broken by her characteristic understatement. Sindrak had calmed somewhat, but still refused to release her grip on his tunic, her tail wrapped securely around his wrist. It seems your little friend has strong opinions about potential futures, Kazimir observed, his golden eyes fixed on the Dragonet with newfound interest. She was terrified, Ronan said, gently stroking Cinderellic's spine until her scales gradually shifted from alarmed red to a calmer amber. I've never seen her react like that before. The Dragonet appears to have bonded with both of you more deeply than I anticipated, Kazimir said, his gaze moving between Ronan and Imogene. Such bonds have consequences, particularly when they involve creatures of significant magical potential. What kind of consequences? Imogene asked, reaching out to scratch under Cinderellic's chin. The Dragonet trilled softly, leaning into her touch while maintaining her death grip on Ronan's clothing. Bet, Kazimir replied with a nod toward the map. For one, the emotional state of bonded companions can influence connected magic. Your Dragonet likely sensed something in that vision that threatened the bond itself, and the map has now adjusted to reflect the strength of that reaction. Ronan studied the map again, noting how the path to the Archive of Unfinished Endings now glowed with a faint iridescence that matched Cinderellic's scales. So we're no longer heading to the Ember Hollows? Not yet, Kazimir confirmed, already making his way back toward the trail. The map has decided the Archive must come first, and in this case, I'm inclined to agree. There's something there I believe we need. Care to share what that might be? Imogene asked, falling into step beside him. No, Kazimir replied flatly, but Ronan noticed the dragon cast a concerned glance towards Cinderellic. But I suspect we'll find out soon enough. As they descended from the Farsight Terrace, Ronan couldn't shake the lingering unease from the vision he'd seen. The future where he returned to Eldoras alone? Abandoning Imogene, Cinderellic, and this strange quest felt both foreign and uncomfortably possible. Was that truly a path he might choose, given the right circumstances? Or merely a fear given form by the terrace's magic? Cinderellic finally relaxed her grip enough to climb back into her special pocket, though she kept her head out, eyes alert and watchful. Each time Ronan's thoughts drifted back to the troubling vision, she would chirp softly and nudge his chin with her snout, as if reminding him of her presence. You're not being very subtle, he murmured to her, earning a flick of her tail against his chest. Talking to yourself now, Prince? Imogene teased, dropping back to walk beside him. First sign of madness, they say. I've been traveling with you in a grumpy ancient dragon, while caring for a magical baby lizard that breathes fire, Ronan replied dryly. Madness would be a perfectly reasonable outcome. Imogene laughed, the sound warming him more effectively than any campfire. Fair point, though I think she's more dragon than lizard, don't you? She reached over to stroke Cinderellic's head. Those visions back there? Did you see anything interesting? Ronan hesitated, reluctant to share what he'd witnessed. Nothing worth discussing, he said finally. Liar, she replied, but without heat. I saw myself too, you know, back at Greythorne, wearing the crown my parents always wanted for me, surrounded by courtiers and diplomats and suitors. She wrinkled her nose. Looked perfectly awful. Despite himself, Ronan smiled. Not tempted by the royal life? Been there, done that, ran away to live with a dragon. she said with a dismissive wave. Much more interesting this way. Besides, she glanced up at him, a hint of vulnerability breaking through her usual confident facade. I rather like the company I'm keeping now. Before Ronan could respond, before he could find words for the sudden tightness in his chest or the warmth spreading through him, Kasimir's irritated voice called from ahead. If you two are quite finished with whatever nonsense you're discussing, I believe we have a somewhat urgent quest to complete. Or had you forgotten that my magical essence is literally unraveling as we speak? Impossible to forget when you keep reminding us, Imogene called back cheerfully, but she picked up her pace, offering Ronan a quick, conspiratorial smile before hurrying ahead. Ronan watched her go, aware that Sindralic was observing him with what he could only describe as smug satisfaction. Not a word from you, he told the Dragonet, who responded by flicking her tongue at him in what was probably the reptilian equivalent of laughter. With a sigh that was more contentment than exasperation, Ronan adjusted his pack and followed after Imogene, the map secure in his pocket, its path now clear and steady. The archive of unfinished endings awaited, and whatever they would find there, he was increasingly certain that the future he wanted involved exactly the companions he had now.
Chapter 11. Night watch, no distance. Just kiss already. The map felt heavier than it should have in Imogene's pocket. She perched on a boulder at the edge of their campsite, knees pulled to her chest as she maintained the first watch. Stars stretched across the sky in impossible numbers, the kind of view she'd never seen from her castle windows in Greythorne. Yet despite the beauty above, her mind kept returning to the Farsight Terrace, to those shimmering portals that had shown possible futures like reflections in disturbed water. She absently twisted a strand of hair around her finger, a childhood habit that resurfaced only when she was deeply troubled. The last time she'd caught herself doing this was the night before she fled the castle, when the weight of her parents' expectations had felt like chains around her ankles. The night was unusually quiet, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The silence was broken only by Kazimir's rhythmic snoring from where he'd coiled his massive body protectively around their supplies. Every few moments, Sindralic would emit tiny sleep chirps as the Dragonet dreamed beside the dying embers of their fire, occasionally twitching her wings or tail. Imogene had volunteered for first watch, needing the solitude to sort through her thoughts, but apparently solitude wasn't in tonight's plans. You should be sleeping, she said without turning as familiar footsteps approached, deliberately heavy to avoid startling her. Your watch isn't for another 3 hours. Ronan settled beside her on the boulder, close enough that their shoulders brushed. The warmth of him was immediate and distracting. He passed her a steaming cup that he'd somehow managed to prepare without waking the others. Thought you could use this, he said. The familiar scent of chamomile, the blend they'd taken from Kazimir's cave, wafted up with the steam, providing unexpected comfort. Imogene wrapped her fingers around the cup, letting the heat seep into her hands. Thank you, she murmured, taking a careful sip. But that doesn't explain why you're awake. Ronan gazed out into the darkness beyond their camp. Couldn't sleep. The visions? He nodded, the movement barely perceptible in the moonlight. They sat in companionable silence for several minutes, the tea warming Imogene from the inside while Ronan's presence warmed her from without. I keep seeing that version of myself, Ronan finally admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. The one wearing my brother's crown, surrounded by everything I was raised to want, looking completely and utterly miserable. Imogene studied his profile in the moonlight, the troubled furrow of his brow, the tension in his jaw. Something protective surged within her, surprising her with its intensity. This man who had arrived at Kazimir's cave to rescue her had somehow become someone she couldn't imagine her life without. Was your brother meant to be king then? She asked softly. He was, Ronan confirmed. Edward was always the heir. I was raised to be his general, his advisor, never his replacement. His fingers tapped restlessly against his knee. Then he fell ill 2 summers ago. A wasting sickness the healers couldn't identify. Oh, I'm sorry, Imogene said, meaning it. Is he? No, Ronan cut in. But he's not well enough to rule. Father keeps hoping for a recovery, but he trailed off, then added, That's why I was sent to find you, actually. A diplomatic marriage to strengthen our position during an uncertain succession. Imogene nearly choked on her tea. I was a political arrangement, and here I thought you genuinely wanted to rescue me from a fearsome dragon? His lips quirked upward. The rescue was supposed to be optional. Negotiating with Kazimir was plan A. Oh, I would have paid good money to see that conversation, she said, laughing softly. Ronan's smile faded. But in the vision at the terrace, I was wearing Edward's crown, not as regent, but as king. And I looked trapped. Imogene finished for him. He nodded. What about you? He asked, turning to meet her gaze. In your portal at the terrace. You never said. Imogene took a deep breath. The words were difficult to push past the tightness in her throat. I saw myself back at Greythorne Castle, she answered. Perfectly coiffed, perfectly proper, perfectly hollow. She stared into her tea as if it might contain answers. And I saw another version where I was with you and Cinderlick, but Kazimir was gone, the cave collapsed, and somehow both futures felt equally like failure. She hadn't meant to admit quite so much, but the quiet darkness made confessions easier. Perhaps that was why people whispered their secrets at night, not to avoid being overheard, but because the shadows softened the impact of truth. I've never belonged anywhere, she continued, unable to stop now that she'd started. Not at Greythorne, where I was a disappointment to my parents from the moment I could talk. Not really with Kazimir, even though he's let me stay. I've always been passing through, temporary. But with you and Cinderlick and this strange quest, she looked up at him, it feels like something I can't afford to lose. Ronan's hand found hers in the darkness, his calloused fingers intertwining with hers with a surety that made her breath catch. His palm was warm against hers, steady, grounding. When he spoke, his voice carried a rawness she'd never heard before. When did you become so essential to me? When did the thought of any future without you in it become unthinkable? The question hung between them, not really requiring an answer. Imogene shifted to face him fully, her free hand reaching up to trace the line of his jaw, feeling the slight stubble beneath her fingertips. His eyes darkened with an emotion that mirrored the ache building in her own chest. I don't know, she whispered. Somewhere between you showing up to rescue me and us trying to keep a baby dragon from setting your hair on fire. His laugh was soft, intimate in the darkness. Not the most traditional courtship. I've never been one for tradition, she reminded him, her thumb brushing across his lower lip. Their lips met with none of the tentativeness of their first kiss under the canopy during the rain. This was hungry, desperate, a physical manifestation of everything they hadn't said. Her hands threaded through his hair, disturbing the neat order he always tried to maintain. His arms pulled her closer until she was practically in his lap on the boulder, the world narrowing to just this moment, just this connection. When they finally broke apart, breathing heavily, Imogene rested her forehead against his. Your tea's getting cold, she murmured. Worth it, Ronan replied, his voice rough. They shared a smile, the kind that felt like a secret between them. Ronan kissed her again, softer this time, but with no less feeling. His hand cupped her cheek like she was something precious, and the tenderness of it nearly undid her. We should probably keep watch, she said reluctantly. That is theoretically why we're out here. Theoretically, Ronan agreed, making no move to release her. Eventually, they rearranged themselves at the base of the boulder, backs against the stone, Ronan's cloak wrapped around them both while they maintained their watch. Imogene let her head rest against his shoulder, his arm secure around her. I've never had this, she admitted softly. Someone who chose to stay. Someone who sees me, not just what I represent. Ronan pressed a kiss to her temple. Then everyone before me was a fool. A rustling from the direction of the campfire made them both tense, hands instinctively reaching for weapons until they recognized the small form making its way toward them. Cinderlick had abandoned her sleeping spot by the embers to join them, chirping quietly in the darkness. Come here, you, Imogene called softly, patting the space between them. The Dragonet needed no further invitation, scrambling over with surprising speed before curling herself comfortably in the space between them. She settled with a satisfied chirp, her warmth radiating through the cloak. I think she approves, Ronan said, amusement coloring his tone. Or she's just cold, Imogene countered, though she knew better. The little creature had been pushing them together practically since hatching, through methods subtle and not so subtle. The Dragonet gave a reproachful squeak and curled her tail possessively around Imogene's wrist. "Point taken," Imogene said with a smile. Watching the Dragonet's eyes slowly close in contentment, Imogene realized with perfect clarity that whatever magic bound them, dragon, dragonet, princess, prince, had consequences far beyond simple affection or duty. The map's reconfiguration, the Hoard anchors, the tribond Elias had mentioned, they were all part of something larger, something still taking shape. But as she drifted towards sleep against Ronan's chest, his heartbeat steady beneath her ear, she found she no longer feared what those consequences might be. Ronan's fingers gently combed through her hair. "You're supposed to be on watch," he reminded her. She murmured sleepily, "Just resting my eyes. Besides, you're awake." The tension that had been coiled tight within her for days was finally unwinding, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. "Sleep," he said. "I'll take this watch." She wanted to protest, but couldn't quite find the energy. "Wake me for mine," she insisted. "Of course," he lied, and she knew it was a lie even as she let herself sink deeper into slumber. Just before sleep claimed her completely, Imogene felt Syndralic move slightly, settling closer to her heart. The Dragonet emitted a soft glow. Barely enough to notice with her eyes closed, but somehow she sensed it. A contented, protective light. Safe. That was the word that floated through her mind as consciousness faded. For the first time in perhaps her entire life, Imogene felt completely, utterly safe. Morning arrived too quickly, with Kazimir's grumbling about lazy humans and wasted daylight. Imogene blinked awake to find herself still wrapped in Ronan's cloak, though he was no longer beside her. Syndralic remained curled against her, watching with bright, alert eyes as Imogene stretched and yawned. "You were supposed to wake me," she accused when she spotted Ronan already breaking down the campsite. He shrugged, not looking particularly apologetic. "You needed the sleep more than I needed the company." "Liar," she said, but with enough affection that it sounded almost like an endearment. Standing up, she stretched again, trying to work out the kinks from sleeping against a boulder. "Where's the map?" "Currently arguing with itself," Kazimir answered from across the clearing. The dragon was examining the parchment with narrowed eyes. "It seems our magical guide has developed opinions overnight." Imogene crossed to where Kazimir stood, gingerly scrambling to follow. The map had indeed changed again. The path to the archive of unfinished endings now branched in 3 different directions, each line pulsing with a different color. "That can't be right," she muttered, studying the conflicting routes. "The map reflects magical resonance," Kazimir said. "After last night, I suspect certain emotional developments have affected its calibration." Imogene felt heat rise in her cheeks. "I don't know what you're talking about." Kazimir gave her a look that could only be described as draconic disdain. "Please. I am ancient, not oblivious." "What's happening to the map?" Ronan asked, joining them and artfully changing the subject. "It's showing 3 potential paths now," Imogene explained, grateful for the diversion. "But they all lead to the same destination, right?" Kazimir shook his massive head. "No. This suggests the archive has multiple manifestations, or perhaps multiple entrances. Unusual, but not unheard of for sentient magical locations." "Multiple what now?" Imogene asked. "The archive isn't a fixed place," Kazimir explained with exaggerated patience. "It exists wherever unfinished stories congregate. Like most Hoard-adjacent constructs, it responds to emotional resonance and magical intent." "So how do we know which path to take?" Ronan asked, practical as always. Kazmir's gaze shifted to Syndralic, who was watching the map with unusual intensity. "I believe our small friend may have an opinion." As if on cue, the Dragonet approached the map, her snout hovering just above the parchment. After a moment of consideration, she decisively placed her front paw on the middle path, the one glowing with a silvery blue light. "Well," Imogene said, "I guess that's our answer." "Is it wise to let her choose?" Ronan asked quietly. Kazimir made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a growl. "Wiser than letting you 2 decide." At least the Dragonet isn't compromised by whatever hormonal nonsense happened on watch last night. This time, Ronan's face reddened to match Imogene's. We were just... Spare me the details, Kazimir interrupted. What matters is that the Dragonet has bonded with both of you, and apparently with the map as well. That makes her peculiarly qualified to sense which path resonates most strongly with our shared purpose. What purpose is that exactly? Imogene asked. We still don't know what we're looking for at this archive. A shadow passed over Kazimir's features. Knowledge, context, the words needed to complete an old story, mine as it happens. Before either of them could question him further, the dragon carefully rolled up the map. We should leave immediately. The path won't remain stable for long. As they finished packing up camp, Imogene cornered Ronan by the remnants of the fire. Did you get any sleep at all? She asked, noting the shadows under his eyes. His smile was tired but genuine. Enough. Liar, she said again, this time reaching up to touch his face. Tonight you sleep, no arguments. Is that an order, princess? He asked, his voice dropping to that low register that made her pulse quicken. Absolutely, she replied, standing on tiptoe to press a quick kiss to his lips. A pointed cough from Kazimir interrupted them. If you two can manage to stop whatever that is for 5 minutes, we have a map to follow and a hoard to save. Imogene stepped back, but not before giving Ronan a look that promised continuation of their conversation later. Sindralek chirped from where she'd climbed onto Ronan's pack, clearly impatient to get moving. Coming, Imogene told the Dragonet. Some of us need more than 3 hours of sleep to function, you know. The path Sindralek had chosen led them deeper into the forest, where the trees grew closer together and the undergrowth became dense with ferns and flowering shrubs. The air here felt different, heavier with moisture, and something else Imogene couldn't quite name. Magic, perhaps, or memory. The distinction between the two had begun to blur the longer they traveled together. As they walked, Imogene found herself watching Ronan, the way he moved with purpose, the gentleness with which he handled Sindralek when she grew tired of walking, the occasional glances he sent her way when he thought she wasn't looking. Something had shifted between them last night, something fundamental and irreversible. And for once in her life, the thought of permanence didn't terrify her.
Chapter 12, The Archive of Unfinished Endings. Don't open anything labeled for later. Ronan didn't know what he expected from the Archive of Unfinished Endings, but the unassuming hill before them wasn't it. A simple wooden door, weathered and plain, stood embedded in the grassy slope, the kind of entrance a farmer might use for a root cellar. This is it, he asked, shifting Sindralek's weight on his shoulder. The Dragonet had grown increasingly agitated as they'd approached, her claws digging into his cloak. Imogene looked equally skeptical. I expected something a bit more impressive. Maybe some floating crystals, or at least a mystical doorkeeper. The true nature of magic, Kazimir intoned with his typical dramatic gravitas, is rarely what one expects. Ronan exchanged a look with Imogene. Did you practice that line before we got here? The dragon huffed. I can be profound without rehearsal, thank you. Debatable, Imogene muttered, reaching for the door's iron handle. Well, shall we? Ronan nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. The Dragonet chirped nervously against his ear as he ducked through the low doorway. One step, and everything changed. The humble entrance expanded impossibly into a vast, cathedral-like space that defied all physical laws. Bookshelves stretched upward beyond sight, spiraling into a darkness littered with pinpricks of light like stars. The air smelled of parchment, ink, and something indefinable, like the scent after lightning strikes. Most astonishing of all were the books themselves, hundreds, perhaps thousands, drifting between shelves without human intervention, their pages occasionally fluttering as if caught in a phantom breeze. Holy! Ronan breathed, words failing him entirely. Don't touch any books unless they touch you first, Kazimir warned from the doorway, his massive head barely fitting through the entrance. This place completes unfinished stories, particularly the ones we tell ourselves, and not always kindly. What does that even mean? Ronan asked, but the dragon merely shook his head. I cannot enter. The archive and I have history. I will wait here. His golden eyes reflected an uncharacteristic wariness. Be cautious, both of you. Ronan took a tentative step forward. The floor, smooth stone that seemed to shift between black and deep blue, rippled with soft blue light beneath his boot, the illumination spreading outward like ripples in a pond. Another step produced the same effect. It's tracking us, he murmured to Imogene, who had moved to stand beside him. Or greeting us, she countered, fascination written across her features as she deliberately stomped, creating a burst of brighter ripples. Normally, Cinderella would have been wriggling to explore such a magical place. Instead, she clung to Ronan's shoulder with unusual stillness, wings tucked tight against her body, eyes darting nervously between the floating manuscripts that seemed increasingly drawn to their presence. What's wrong? Ronan asked softly, reaching up to stroke her scaled neck. The Dragonet only pressed closer, making a sound between a whimper and a hiss. She senses the magic here. Imogene suggested it's different. Ronan nodded. The air inside the archive felt heavy with potential, like the moment before lightning strikes. Every breath felt charged with possibility and warning. Visitors! The exclamation echoed between the stacks, causing Ronan to instinctively reach for his sword. A moment later, a figure emerged from between two towering bookshelves. The man who approached them appeared middle-aged, though something about his eyes suggested greater years. Most striking was a dramatic streak of silver scarring that crossed his left eye, standing out against his otherwise unremarkable features. He wore layered robes in burnt orange and silver, intricate thread lines stitched into patterns that seemed to shift subtly as he moved. How delightful! The stranger beamed at them, his enthusiasm almost childlike. I haven't had readers since the last equinox. Ronan kept one hand near his sword. And you are? Oh, forgive my manners. Erlen Vire, guardian of the archive and semi-retired hearthkeeper scholar. He bowed with a flourish, then immediately circled Ronan with uncomfortably intense interest. Fascinating. The shield aspect is particularly strong, and that protective resonance. He produced a small journal and began scribbling notes, muttering phrases Ronan couldn't quite catch. Excuse me, Ronan interrupted, stepping back to create some distance. We're here on important business. Orland straightened, tucking his journal away. Of course you are. No one comes to the archive for casual browsing. His gaze shifted to Cinderolic, and his eyes widened. A Hoard-born Dragonet? Extraordinary. And the Tribon manifestation is progressing nicely, I see. How do you? Imogene started. You're here for the quill, of course, Erlin said. Not a question, but a statement of fact. Ronan exchanged a glance with Imogene. They hadn't mentioned their quest. The Hoard anchor won't simply be handed over, you understand, Erlin continued, his expression shifting to something more solemn. It must be earned through emotional honesty. As if on cue, several books suddenly detached from distant shelves, flying toward them with purpose. They circled Ronan like expectant birds, pages rustling. What's happening? He asked, trying to keep his voice steady as Cinderalic pressed herself even tighter against his neck. Before Orlin could respond, one of the floating books flipped open with a dramatic snap. Its pages began to glow, and above it an image materialized, shimmering like heat over sand, but increasingly solid. Ronan watched in horror as a scene played out before him. It was himself, but cold, distant. In the projection, he was walking away from Cinderolic, who cried out in distress, her small wings outstretched toward him. Imogene called after him, her voice muffled as if underwater, but the projection... Ronan never looked back, his stride purposeful and unrelenting. The scene was so viscerally painful that Ronan physically recoiled, even knowing it was fabricated. That's not... Another book opened, projecting a different scene. Ronan standing between Imogene and a shadowy threat, his sword raised. But as the danger approached, the sword shattered in his hand. He reached desperately for Imogene, as darkness engulfed her. Stop this, Ronan demanded, his voice tight. Cinderolic whimpered, burying her face against his neck. The archive is testing you, Erlen explained gently. It's showing your deepest fears, not predictions. It's trying to write endings to the stories you've left unfinished in your heart. Well, it can stop, Ronan said firmly, though his heart pounded uncomfortably against his ribs. Orlin offered a sympathetic smile. The archive doesn't judge, Prince Ronan. It merely reflects. These projections aren't prophecies, they're possibilities that haunt you. A third book opened, revealing Ronan standing before his brother, the crown of Eldoras held out between them. In the image, Ronan took it reluctantly, and the weight of it seemed to transform him, hardening his features until he resembled the father he'd fled from. Ronan swallowed hard as the book closed. How do we make it stop? Imogene asked, moving closer to him, her hand finding his. We don't, Orlin said. We continue. The archive doesn't seek to harm, it seeks completion, acknowledgement. He gestured toward the heart of the library. Shall we proceed? With Imogene beside him and Cinderlick still clinging to his shoulder, Ronan followed Orlin deeper into the archive. The floating books continued to shadow them, occasionally opening to project more scenes, some painful, others merely unsettling. Ronan tried not to react, focusing instead on the strange organization of the archive itself. The shelves they passed bore unusual labels organized not by subject or author but by emotional state: regrets, volumes 110,000, unspoken confessions, romantic farewells never delivered. An entire section was devoted to arguments left unresolved, while another contained nothing but dreams abandoned before waking. What is this place really? Ronan asked as they walked. A repository of emotion and intention, Orlin replied. Every story that remains unfinished in books, in hearts, in memories creates an echo. Those echoes gather here seeking resolution. In the quill, how is it connected to all this? Orlin's expression softened. Ah, we've arrived. They had reached a small alcove set between two towering bookshelves. A glass case stood upon a pedestal of dark wood, illuminated by a shaft of light from somewhere far above. Within the case rested a slender, ash-colored quill. As Ronan looked at it, the interior of the case fogged, as if the quill were breathing on cold glass. The quill of quiet grief, Orlin said reverently, one of Kazimir's hoard anchors, perhaps the most significant. Ronan approached cautiously. Why does it fog like that? It responds to sorrow, Orlin explained. Not just any sorrow, hidden grief, the kind we carry silently. He gestured to the case. The quill requires balance, neither wallowing in sorrow nor denying it completely. To claim it, you must write what you've never written, acknowledge what you've left unsaid, and then willingly leave it unfinished. Orlin produced a sheet of parchment from within his robes and placed it gently on the surface beside the case. Then he offered Ronan an ordinary writing quill and a small pot of ink. I'll give you privacy, he said, nodding to Imogene. Both of you, come. The prince needs space for this task. I should stay, Imogene protested. No, Ronan said softly. It's all right. I think I understand what needs to be done. Imogene studied his face for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. We'll be close by, she promised, reaching up to gently detach Cinderlick from his shoulder. The Dragonet resisted initially, then allowed herself to be transferred to Imogene's arms. Once they had withdrawn to a respectful distance, Ronan turned back to the case and the blank parchment waiting beside it. He dipped the ordinary quill into the ink, then paused, staring at the empty page. What had he never written? What grief remained unspoken within him? He knew immediately, had always known. With trembling hands and an unexpected lump in his throat, Ronan began to write. The words came slowly at first, then in a rush, as if a dam had broken somewhere inside him. My dear brother, I left without proper explanation, and for that I am truly sorry. It was never about you, never about rejecting you or my responsibilities to our family. It was about breathing, about finding a path that didn't suffocate me with expectations I could never meet. Father wanted a copy of himself. You wanted a steadfast ally. The kingdom wanted a symbol. Everyone wanted pieces of me until I feared nothing would remain that was truly mine. I still remember that night you found me packing. The hurt in your eyes haunts me. You thought I was abandoning you, and in some ways perhaps I was. Not because I didn't love you or value our bond, but because I couldn't separate you from everything else I was fleeing. I wonder if you hate me now. I wonder if you understand why I ran. I wonder if you know that despite everything, I miss you. I miss the brother I grew up with, the confidant who once knew me better than anyone. I don't regret choosing my freedom, but I regret the fracture it caused between us. I regret not finding the courage to explain myself properly, not just with excuses about finding my own path, but with the raw truth. I was drowning, and leaving was my desperate gasp for air. If there were a way to reconcile my need for independence with our brotherhood, I would take it in a heartbeat. Perhaps someday, when I've found more solid footing in who I am, apart from who I was born to be, we might find our way back to each other. With enduring love and hope for understanding. Ronan paused, quill poised above the space where his signature should go. Orlin had said to leave it unfinished. With deliberate care, he placed the quill back in its holder without completing the letter. The moment he did so, the glass case trembled. The fog within grew thicker, then began to glow with a soft light. Slowly, the case opened itself, and the quill of quiet grief rose from its resting place, hovering in the air before him. Ronan reached out hesitantly. The quill drifted to his outstretched hand, settling against his palm with the gentle warmth of catharsis. It felt lighter than it appeared, almost weightless. Yet somehow he could sense the emotional heft it carried. "Well done," Erlin's voice came from behind him. "You've claimed the second anchor." Ronan turned, carefully clutching the quill. Imogene stood beside Orlin, Sindralic, watching intently from her arms. "What happens now?" Ronan asked. "Now," Erlin said, his expression solemn. "You return it to its rightful place. Within the Hoard. Within Kazimir. But first," he gestured to the letter Ronan had written. "What would you have me do with this?" Ronan looked down at his unfinished letter, the emotions it contained still raw within him. "Keep it," he said finally. "Perhaps someday I'll come back to finish it. Or perhaps—" He trailed off, thinking of his brother, of the kingdom he'd left behind. "Perhaps the story isn't meant to end yet." Orlin nodded, carefully ruling the parchment. "The archive will guard it until that day comes." As they made their way back through the impossible library, Ronan felt lighter somehow, as if a weight he'd carried so long he'd forgotten its presence had finally been lifted. The quill in his hand pulsed with gentle warmth, reminding him that grief acknowledged was grief transformed, not eliminated, but changed into something he could carry without breaking.
Chapter 13, The Rogue Named Lark. I like her. That's probably bad. As the path to the Ember Hollows narrowed dramatically, forcing their little party into single file between towering rock walls that rose like sentinels on either side. Imogene took the lead, one hand trailing along the cool stone surface while the other clutched the map that had finally stopped changing its mind about their destination. Behind her came Ronan, with Sindralic perched on his shoulder, then Kazimir bringing up the rear. Though the dragon had shrunk himself to a more manageable traveling size, he still occasionally grumbled about the indignity of the tight passage. "Something feels off," Imogene murmured, unable to shake the creeping sensation that they were being observed. The hairs on her arms stood at attention despite the warmth of the day. "It's just the residual Hoard magic," Kazimir replied, his voice echoing slightly in the narrow corridor. "These paths were once heavily traveled by my kind. The stone remembers." Imogene wasn't convinced. "No, it's more immediate than that. Like, we're being watched," Kazimir finished, sounding bored. "We're not. My senses are considerably more attuned than yours, princess." "We are alone." "If you say so," she conceded, though she couldn't help glancing upward at the strip of autumn sky visible between the rock walls. As if summoned by her gaze, a shower of brilliant leaves, red, orange, gold, began to spiral down from above. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a seasonal gust had dislodged them from some unseen trees. But as Imogene stopped to watch, the leaves began to swirl with unnatural precision, forming deliberate patterns in the air. "That's not wind," Ronan said from behind her, one hand moving instinctively to his sword. The leaves continued their dance, drawing closer together until they formed a roughly humanoid shape. With each passing moment, the form became more defined, limbs distinguishing themselves, a head taking shape, the bright colors compressing and transforming. Where moments before there had been only swirling foliage, now stood a woman. She was tall and graceful, with long silver-streaked black hair and clothes that seemed to shimmer with faint, arcane symbols. Her bare feet made no sound on the rocky ground as she approached. The only evidence of her unusual arrival was a single leaf that clung to her shoulder, which she brushed away with elegant fingers. "Well met, travelers," the woman said, her voice melodic and warm. There was a precision to her speech that spoke of formal training, each syllable perfectly enunciated. "I am Lark, independent researcher of emotional resonance magic and former apprentice of the Hearthkeeper's Circle. And you must be the tribond that has the magical community absolutely buzzing." Imogene felt Ronan tense behind her, but before either of them could respond, Lark's attention shifted to the dragon. "My goodness," she exclaimed. "I've read accounts of your scales, Kazimir the Dreaded, but they truly don't do justice to the depth of that obsidian sheen. Is that a hint of crimson I detect in certain lights? Fascinating evolutionary adaptation, likely developed in the volcanic regions where your ancestors first settled." Kazimir, who had been drawing breath for what was undoubtedly going to be a threatening growl, paused. His golden eyes narrowed suspiciously, but Imogene couldn't help noticing the way his chest puffed ever so slightly at the compliment. "The scales are functional, not decorative," he rumbled, though with notably less hostility than Imogene had expected. Lark's attention shifted to Sindralic, who was peering at her with unblinking curiosity from Rona's shoulder. The woman knelt, seemingly unconcerned about her fine robes touching the dusty ground, and produced a small crystal from one of her many pockets. It glowed with gentle warmth as she held it out to the Dragonet. "For you, little one," she said softly, "a focus crystal. It helps young magical entities center their energies." Sindralic chirped inquisitively, head tilting to one side before stretching forward to sniff at the offering. After a moment's consideration, the Dragonet allowed the crystal to be placed in one tiny clawed paw. Rising gracefully, Lark turned to Ronan, her eyes falling appreciatively on Oathkeeper at his hip. "Eldoran craftsmanship, if I'm not mistaken. The royal smiths always did favor that distinctive crossguard design. Beautiful balance, I imagine." Ronan's hand remained near the hilt, but his posture relaxed slightly. "You know your weaponry." "I know a little about many things," Lark replied with a smile that managed to be both modest and confident. "It comes with the territory of research." Imogene studied the woman, taking in the faded Hearthkeeper insignia on her robes. It matched the symbols Orlan had shown them at the archive, though these appeared weathered, as if they'd seen many years of travel. "I've been studying Hoard magic and tribonds for years," Lark explained as she fell into step beside Imogene, somehow maneuvering them a few paces ahead of the others. Her proximity created an intimate bubble of conversation that seemed to exclude the rest of their party. "But never imagined I'd encounter a living example, particularly one involving humans and a newly formed Dragonet." "How exactly did you find us?" Imogene asked, unable to completely dismiss her earlier unease despite Lark's disarming charm. "The same way scholars find anything worth studying. Careful observation, reliable networks, and a bit of magical tracking." Lark's eyes sparkled. "When word reached me about a Dragonet hatching in Kazimir's cave and bonding to not one, but two humans, well, I knew I had to see for myself." From behind them came a skeptical rumble. "Your appearance seems remarkably convenient," Kazimir said, his voice dry as dust. "Almost as if you were waiting for us." Lark laughed, a sound like wind chimes caught in a gentle breeze, and reached into an inner pocket of her robes. She produced a scroll case engraved with arcane symbols and a small metal badge that gleamed with a dull magical light. "My credentials," she explained, offering them to Kazimir with a respectful bow. 20 years of independent study following my apprenticeship with the Hearthkeeper's Circle. I've published 3 treatises on emotional magic anchoring and contributed to the Archive of Unfinished Endings collection on Hoard bond mechanics. Kazimir examined the items with narrowed eyes, turning the badge over in his claws. Finally, he returned them with a grudging nod. "These appear legitimate." "I would hope so," Lark said lightly. "I worked rather hard for them." Imogene noticed that despite his acknowledgement, Kazimir's golden eyes never stopped tracking the woman's every movement, following her with the intensity of a predator assessing potential danger. When they stopped for a midday meal in a small clearing where the narrow path briefly widened, Lark proved herself immediately useful. She produced a detailed map of the Ember Hollows that contained markings not present on their own charts. These areas here, she said, pointing to several spots marked with red symbols, are unstable magical pockets. The residual Hoard energy never settled properly after the last draconic inhabitant's departure. Best to avoid them entirely. Or at the very least, keep the Dragonet well away. Young magical entities can be particularly sensitive to wild magic. Our route would have taken us through at least one of those zones, Ronan noted, looking up from where he was feeding Cinderlick small morsels of dried meat. Here's a better approach here. Lark traced an alternate path with her finger. It adds perhaps an hour to your journey, but eliminates the risk of magical interference. The dormant Hoard echoes are strongest along the western passage anyway. They might help with whatever anchoring ritual you're planning. Imogene exchanged a look with Ronan. They hadn't explained the purpose of their quest, yet Lark seemed to have deduced it accurately. Reading their expressions, Lark smiled. It's not difficult to guess. 3 travelers, 2 humans, 1 dragon, plus a newly bonded Dragonet, carrying Hoard anchors toward a legendary Hoard site like the Ember Hollows. You're attempting a stabilization ritual, presumably for Kazimir's Hoard. She gestured toward the dragon. The fluctuating magical signature around him suggests a destabilization pattern consistent with Hoard degradation. You can see magical signatures? Imogene asked, surprised. Another benefit of Hearthkeeper training, Lark replied with a modest shrug. Though I left the circle before completing my final trials, some skills remain. Even Ronan's initial suspicion began to soften as their meal continued. Lark's knowledge was, as Imogene had to admit, incredibly valuable. She described terrain features they would encounter, explained the likely emotional resonance of various sections of the hollows, and even suggested methods for keeping Cinderlick calm in areas of high magical density. As they prepared to continue their journey, gathering their supplies and consulting the map one final time, Lark approached Imogene. "May I speak with you privately?" she asked, her voice lowered. Without waiting for a response, she guided Imogene by the elbow to a small clearing just out of earshot of the others. Once they were alone, Lark's expression transformed. The charming smile fell away, replaced by an intensity that bordered on severity. "I need to warn you about something few understand about tribonds," she said, her eyes searching Imogene's face. Imogene felt a chill at the sudden change in demeanor. "What about them?" Lark's voice dropped to a confidential whisper. "Dragonets with bonds as powerful as Cinderlick are increasingly rare and increasingly coveted by those who would exploit their abilities for magical gain, including, I fear, those closest to you." Her eyes deliberately flicked toward where Ronan stood with Kazimir. The 2 of them engaged in quiet conversation while Cinderlick played at their feet. "What exactly are you suggesting?" Imogene asked, her internal alarms finally triggering despite Lark's charisma. She noticed for the first time how the woman's smile never quite reached her eyes. A practiced curve of lips while her gaze remained calculated and cold. "I'm offering protection," Lark replied smoothly, reaching out to touch Imogene's wrist. Her fingers felt unnaturally cool against Imogene's skin. "When the time comes, and it will, I can ensure the Dragonet is studied respectfully, not exploited or bound to outdated prophecies, not used as a simple Hoard anchor by a dragon desperate to preserve his failing magical connection." Imogene pulled her arm back slightly. "Kazimir would never harm Cinderlick, and Ronan is a prince," Lark finished for her, "a man raised in the realm of politics, trained to prioritize duty over personal attachments. How convenient that he's formed a bond with a creature of immense magical potential just when his family might be seeking such advantages." "You don't know him," Imogene said firmly. "I know enough about how power works," Lark countered. "Even the best intentions can be corrupted when magical legacy is at stake." Before Imogene could formulate a response, Lark leaned in as if to share another secret. Instead, her hand moved swiftly to brush against the pouch at Imogene's waist, the one containing the quill of quiet grief. There was no obvious movement, nothing that would draw attention, but Imogene felt something, a subtle transfer of energy, a magical resonance that pulsed once and then faded. Imogene, Ronan's voice called from the clearing. Are you coming? Lark stepped back immediately, her intense expression melting back into the charming smile she had worn earlier. Remember what I said? She murmured, slipping something small into the pocket of Imogene's traveling cloak. When you need me, break this, she whispered, and then, before Imogene could react, Lark's form began to shimmer. Her solid presence dissolved into swirling autumn leaves that scattered in a sudden gust of wind, carrying her away too quickly to follow. The moment stood frozen for a moment, her hand going instinctively to her pocket. Inside, she felt a small, hard object, some kind of token or charm. She was about to pull it out for examination when Ronan appeared at the edge of the clearing. Everything all right? He asked, his expression concerned. Where's our new friend gone? Imogene hesitated, unsure how much to share about Lark's warning and strange departure. She had to continue her journey, she said finally, the half-truth sitting uncomfortably on her tongue. Said she had other research to attend to. Ronan frowned. Just like that, without saying goodbye to the rest of us? Apparently, Imogene forced a smile. Researchers can be eccentric, I suppose. She fell into step beside Ronan as they returned to where Kazimir and Cinderelic waited, her mind racing. What had Lark done when she touched the pouch containing the quill? And more importantly, was there any truth to her warnings about Kazimir's intentions or Ronan's loyalties? As they resumed their journey toward the Ember Hollows, Imogene found herself watching Ronan and Kazimir more closely, searching for any sign that might confirm or refute Lark's insinuations. But all she saw was Ronan's gentle attentiveness to Cinderelic and Kazimir's gruff but unmistakable concern for all of them. The token in her pocket felt heavier with each step, a physical reminder of doubts she didn't want to entertain. Yet something in Lark's demeanor, that calculated coldness beneath the charm, left Imogene deeply unsettled. The narrow path began to widen as they approached the entrance to the Ember Hollows, revealing their first glimpse of what awaited them, a vast cavern mouth glowing with dull, ember-like light, the stones around it scarred as if by ancient flame.
Chapter 14, the third anchor breaks. Great, now everything's unstable. The cavern spiraled downward in ancient, eroded pathways, each step descending deeper into history. Ronan paused at the mouth of the largest tunnel, one hand resting on his sword hilt through instinct rather than necessity. Ahead lay the fabled Ember Hollows, its name revealed in breathtaking clarity before them. The vast subterranean chamber stretched impossibly wide, its boundaries lost in shadow. Above, the vaulted ceiling glittered with thousands of embedded embers, not flames, but something more primordial, glowing points of fiery magic suspended in stone like stars trapped underground. They cast a crimson radiance that bathed everything in blood-warm light, making shadows leap and dance against the weathered rock formations as if they were alive. Magnificent, Ronan breathed. The chamber resonated with an almost musical quality, his whisper echoing back to him from a dozen directions. Kazimir, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during their approach, moved forward with an unsteady gait. His massive form barely fit through the wider passages, forcing him to angle his shoulders awkwardly. Ronan noticed with growing concern that the dragon's scales had lost their usual obsidian luster, now a dull matte black, like polished armor left to tarnish. This was my first lair, Kazimir admitted quietly, his voice rumbling through the space without his usual performative growl. Before the cave, before the Hoard grew, this was where I first understood what it meant to bond with a place. Ronan glanced at the dragon, surprised by the almost wistful tone. How long ago was that? He asked. Kazimir's golden eyes dimmed slightly. Time becomes flexible when you've lived as long as I have. That's not an answer, Imogene said, moving to stand beside Ronan. No, Kazimir agreed. It isn't. As they ventured further into the caverns, Ronan noticed the air growing thicker, not with smoke or heat, but with something intangible yet undeniably present. Each breath became an effort, each step more deliberate, as if they waded through invisible currents that pressed against them from all sides. It wasn't physical resistance, but something else. Emotional residue, so dense it had become almost physical. Sindralik perched on Ronan's shoulder, tiny claws digging into his cloak for stability. The Dragonet had been unusually quiet since they'd entered the hollows, head swiveling constantly, nostrils flaring as if trying to process more sensory information than was possible. "What is this place doing to us?" Ronan asked, his voice sounding strangely muffled even to his own ears. "Places remember," Kazimir said, "especially places where dragons have lived. The memories accumulate, like sediment in a river." "That's reassuring," Ronan muttered. "It wasn't meant to be." They followed a winding path between massive stalagmites, some taller than Ronan himself. The formations had grown undisturbed for centuries, perhaps millennia, creating a forest of stone that occasionally revealed glimpses of treasure. A goblet half embedded in a column, a sword hilt protruding from a wall, gems glinting from within, calcified barriers as if the cavern itself was slowly digesting the remnants of ancient hoards. Suddenly, Sindralik stiffened on Ronan's shoulder. The Dragonet's head snapped toward something unseen, pupils dilating until they nearly swallowed the iris. "What's wrong?" Ronan began, but before he could finish, Sindralik launched from his shoulder with unexpected force. The Dragonet darted ahead, a flash of iridescent scales weaving between stalagmites with unwavering purpose, following some scent or sensation the others couldn't perceive. "Cinder!" Ronan called, forgetting his usual formal reserve as he broke into a run after the disappearing Dragonet. "Wait!" His boots slipped on the uneven cavern floor as he dodged between stone formations. He heard Imogene and Kazimir behind him. Imogene's quick, light footsteps, and Kazimir's heavier tread that sent tremors through the ground with each impact. The path widened suddenly, emptying into a vast central chamber where the ember light intensified. Ronan skidded to a halt, momentarily disoriented by the sheer scale of the space. Ancient columns stretched from floor to ceiling, some intact, others broken as if by tremendous force. At the center stood what could only be described as an altar, a fractured pedestal of obsidian, its surface rippled like frozen liquid. Atop it sat a coal, black pearl the size of Ronan's fist, pulsing with rhythmic heat. As Ronan watched, he realized the pulsing synchronized perfectly with Kazimir's labored breathing, brightening and dimming like a heartbeat. Sindralik circled the altar, making excited chirping sounds while keeping a cautious distance from the pearl itself. "The small pearl," Kazimir said as he lumbered into the chamber behind Ronan. "The final anchor." There was something in his voice Ronan couldn't quite place. Reverence mingled with pain. "It's beautiful," Imogene said, approaching slowly, her face bathed in the pearl's ember-like glow. "No," Kazimir corrected quietly. "It is terrible, but necessary." The dragon moved closer to the altar, each step seemingly requiring more effort than the last. When he spoke again, his voice was uncharacteristically gentle, almost tender. "It contains a hoard, Echo," he explained, golden eyes fixed on the pearl. "A dormant memory of my first emotional bond from before I understood what I was preserving." For a brief moment, his eyes reflected a vulnerability Ronan had never witnessed in the ancient dragon. "Some things cannot be forgotten, only contained." Ronan found himself moving toward the altar involuntarily. Something about the pearl called to him as strongly as it seemed to call to Sindralik, a resonance he couldn't explain but felt, bone deep, as natural as breathing. The Dragonet landed on the altar's edge, head tilted questioningly toward Ronan. "I feel it too," he murmured to Sindralik, then looked at Kazimir. "What do we do? How do we restore the anchor?" Kazimir opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, Ronan's hand was already extending toward the pearl. He wasn't even conscious of deciding to reach for it. His body moved of its own accord, certain in that moment that this was right. This was necessary. "Ronan, wait," Imogene called, but her voice seemed distant. The instant his fingers touched the pearl's surface, Ronan knew something was wrong. Instead of the expected warmth, it burned cold as winter ice. Excruciating pain shot up his arm, his muscles seizing as frost-like patterns spread across his skin. The ground beneath them shuddered violently, a tremor that sent loose stones cascading from the ceiling. "No!" Kazimir roared, lurching forward despite his weakened state. "It requires alignment, emotional synchronicity across the tribe bond. You cannot claim it through will alone." But the warning came too late. Cracks spiderwebbed across the cavern floor, radiating outward from the altar. Stalactites began to rain down around them, shattering against the ground with explosive force. The pearl itself fractured with a sound Ronan could only describe as a heartbreaking, high-pitched and mournful. Jagged lines split its surface, leaking not liquid but raw magical energy. Wild, uncontained power that whipped through the chamber in chaotic surges like incandescent ribbons. A wave of force threw Ronan backward, sending him tumbling across the uneven floor until he slammed into a column. Through blurred vision, he saw Imogene scrambling for cover behind a fallen column, her face streaked with dust and alarm. But it was Sindralik's reaction that truly horrified him. The Dragonet, still perched at the altar's edge when the pearl fractured, collapsed mid-flight with an agonized shriek that echoed through the caverns. Her small body convulsed violently as if physically connected to the damaged pearl. Most terrifying of all, her scales flickered between their usual vibrant colors and a dull ashen gray, as if the very life was being drained from her with each labored breath. Ronan struggled to his feet, ignoring the sharp pain in his shoulder and the frost burn along his arm. All around them, the chamber was collapsing, chunks of ceiling plummeting down, fissures spreading through the once solid floor. The magical energy continued to spiral outward from the pearl in increasingly erratic bursts, each pulse seeming to cause Sindralik more agony. Without hesitation, Ronan abandoned the pearl and lunged toward the convulsing Dragonet. He dodged a falling stalactite, diving the last few feet to reach the altar. Sindralik's eyes found his as he gathered her trembling form against his chest. Ancient knowledge reflected in that pained gaze, an awareness that went beyond her infant form and struck directly at Ronan's heart. "I've got you!" he whispered, fiercely, cradling her close as he turned to spot an escape route. "I'm sorry. I promise I won't fail you again." "Ronan!" Imogene shouted, pointing toward a collapsing tunnel mouth. "This way!" He clutched Sindralik tighter and began to run, heedless of the obsidian shards cutting into his boots. The Dragonet's wings trembled against his palm, her body eerily light in his hands. "Where's Kazimir?" he called to Imogene as he reached her. "Behind us, but he's moving too slowly. The passages are giving way." Ronan glanced back and saw the massive dragon struggling to navigate the crumbling terrain, his movements sluggish. With every few steps, Kazimir would pause, looking back at the fractured pearl with an expression of such raw grief that Ronan had to look away. Another violent tremor rocked the cavern. A massive chunk of ceiling collapsed directly in their path, nearly crushing Imogene, who leapt backward with a startled cry. The falling stone blocked the tunnel mouth they'd been heading for, cutting off their escape route. "There!" Imogene pointed to a narrow fissure in the wall, barely wide enough for a human, certainly too small for Kazimir. Ronan looked back at the dragon, who had stopped moving entirely and now stood amid the falling debris, his golden eyes locked on them. "Go," Kazimir said, his voice carrying even through the chaos. "Take Sindralik and go." "We're not leaving you," Ronan shouted back, taking a step toward the dragon. Kasimir's head snapped up, his expression suddenly fierce. "You cannot help me if you die here," he roared. "The Dragonet needs you, both of you. I can find another way." Imogene grabbed Ronan's arm. "He's right. Cinda's getting worse." Ronan looked down at the Dragonet in his arms. Sindralik's breathing had become shallow, her scales now more gray than colorful. She needed help, and quickly. "Find us," Ronan said to Kazimir, his voice thick. "Promise me you'll find us." The dragon inclined his massive head in what might have been a nod. Another section of ceiling gave way between them, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured Kazimir from view. "Now," Imogene urged, tugging Ronan toward the fissure. They squeezed through the narrow opening just as the chamber behind them collapsed entirely. The roar of falling rock was deafening, dust billowing out through the fissure and making them cough desperately as they stumbled into a smaller tunnel beyond. They kept moving, guided only by the faint glow of Sindralik's remaining scales and the occasional ember embedded in the tunnel ceiling. Neither spoke, both too focused on the grim task of putting distance between themselves and the catastrophe behind them. Ronan's mind raced with terrible possibilities. Kazimir trapped, or worse, the pearl destroyed beyond repair, and Sindralik? He couldn't bear to complete that thought. After what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, the tunnel widened slightly, opening into a modest chamber with a small underground pool. The water was clear and still, reflecting the embedded embers above like a mirror of captured stars. "We should stop here," Imogene said, her voice hoarse from dust. Catch our breath, check on Cinder? Ronan nodded, gently lowering himself to sit against a smooth boulder near the pool's edge. He cradled Cindralic in his lap, afraid of what he might find when he examined her properly. The dragonet's eyes were closed, her small chest rising and falling in rapid, shallow movements. Is she... Imogene knelt beside them, afraid to finish the question. She's alive, Ronan said, carefully stroking a finger down Cindralic's spine. But something's very wrong. It's like she's fading. Imogene reached out tentatively, her fingers hovering over the dragonet's dulled scales. When the pearl fractured, it seemed like she felt it physically. Kazimir said dragonets can bond emotionally to people, places, or objects of significance, Ronan recalled. What if she's already bonded to the pearl somehow? Through Kazimir or through the tribond he mentioned? Then damaging the pearl would hurt her directly, Imogene concluded grimly. Ronan stared down at the suffering creature in his arms, overwhelmed by a crushing sense of responsibility. This is my fault. I touched the pearl without understanding what I was doing. You couldn't have known. I should have waited. I should have listened, his voice cracked slightly. Instead, I acted on instinct, and look what's happened. Imogene was silent for a moment, then quietly said, This isn't just about the pearl, is it? Ronan lifted his eyes to meet hers. What do you mean? Ever since the egg hatched, you've been different, more protective, more afraid of making mistakes. She reached out to touch his arm, the one still marked with frost patterns from the pearl. This isn't like when you charged into the cave to rescue me, is it? This feels personal. Ronan looked down at Cindralic again, remembering the first moment those intelligent eyes had locked with his. From the moment she hatched, I've felt, responsible isn't even the right word, connected. Like I'd know immediately if something happened to her. And now something has, because of me. We'll fix this, Imogene said with quiet certainty. We have to. How the pearl is shattered, Kazimir is... He couldn't bring himself to say it. And we're lost in tunnels that could collapse at any moment. Cindralic stirred in his arms, emitting a faint, distressed sound somewhere between a whimper and a growl. Her wings twitched, one paw reaching out as if grasping for something in her sleep. Shh, Ronan soothed, instinctively drawing her closer. I'm here. We're both here. To his surprise, the dragonet seemed to calm at his words. Her breathing evened out slightly, and a hint of color returned to her scales. Not the vibrant hues of health, but better than the ashen gray of before. Imogene watched with widening eyes. Did you see that? See what? Her scales, they brightened when you reassured her. Imogene shifted closer, excitement edging into her voice despite their dire situation. Do it again. Feeling slightly foolish but desperate to help, Ronan stroked the dragonet's head gently. We won't abandon you, Cinder, he said softly. No matter what happens, we'll stay together, I promise. This time, the effect was unmistakable. A pulse of warmth emanated from Cindralic's small form, and the color in her scales intensified noticeably. Her breathing became deeper, more regular. Emotional resonance, Imogene whispered in wonder. Kazimir said the tribond needed emotional synchronicity? What if it works both ways? What if our emotions can stabilize her? Ronan looked up, hope flickering to life in his chest for the first time since the pearl had fractured. You think we can heal her through the bond itself? I don't know. But something's happening when you speak to her with genuine emotion. Imogene hesitated, then admitted, I've noticed it before, actually. She mirrors our emotions, especially yours and mine. When we argue, she becomes agitated. When we're close, she seems more content.
Chapter 15. After the fire, before the fall, still not enough kissing. Imogene's hands trembled slightly as she cleaned the dirt from Ronan's palm, focusing intently on the task to avoid looking at his face. The small cuts crisscrossed his skin like a map of their failures, each one a silent accusation. She dipped the cloth back into the bowl of water, now tinged pink with blood and gray with ash, and wrung it out with more force than necessary. I can do this myself, Ronan offered, his voice low and rough from inhaling the dust of the collapsing cavern. Clearly, you can't, Imogene replied, the words sharper than intended. Your definition of doing things yourself seems to involve grabbing magical artifacts bare-handed and nearly getting us all killed. She felt rather than saw Ronan's flinch, but she kept her eyes fixed on his injuries. Her fingers worked methodically, cleaning each cut with brisk efficiency. The mechanical routine allowed her to maintain control, to keep her emotions locked behind the dam she'd hastily constructed the moment they'd emerged from the Ember Hollows. They sat in the small clearing not far from the cavern entrance, far enough to be safe, but close enough that Imogene could still feel the residual magic prickling along her skin. Cinderlake lay curled in a makeshift nest fashioned from Ronan's cloak, her normally vibrant scales dulled to a sickly green. Even in sleep, small tremors ran through the Dragonet's body, her wings twitching as if trying to escape some unseen danger. The heavy silence between them was broken only by the occasional snap of the small fire Imogene had built, and the distant sounds of Kazimir moving through the trees in the adjacent clearing. The dragon had retreated shortly after they'd escaped, mumbling something about gathering his strength before disappearing into the forest. But Imogene suspected his absence was as much about giving them privacy as it was about processing his own grief over the damaged pearl. She reached for the small pouch of healing salve at her belt, unrolling the leather to reveal her carefully arranged collection of herbs and potions. The burn on Ronan's forearm needed something stronger than water. You could have been killed, she finally said, breaking the thick silence between them. Her voice was deceptively calm as she spread the salve across a particularly deep cut that ran across his palm. We all could have been buried alive because you decided to ignore centuries of magical protocol and just grab an unstable hoard anchor with your bare hands. Ronan's jaw tightened visibly, but he didn't pull away from her ministrations. I felt called to it, Imogene, he said, each word careful and measured. The same way I felt drawn to Cinderlake from the moment she hatched. It wasn't recklessness, it was instinct. Even as he spoke, something in his tone suggested he knew how hollow the justification sounded. Instinct. Imogene repeated, her composure finally fracturing. She dropped the bandages and stood abruptly, wiping her hands on her skirt with short, jerky movements. Was it instinct that nearly got Cinderlake killed? She felt every crack in that pearl as if it were happening to her. Do you understand what that means about how deeply connected she is to these anchors? To all of us? She gestured toward the sleeping Dragonet, whose chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. Another tremor ran through Cinderlake's small body, one paw twitching outward as if reaching for something, or someone, in her dreams. Of course I understand, Ronan snapped, rising to face her. The bandages she'd carefully wrapped around his hand were already spotted with fresh blood as he clenched his fist. His carefully maintained control was slipping, the frustration and fear he'd been suppressing since the cavern collapsed finally breaking through. Why do you think I grabbed her instead of the pearl when everything started collapsing? Why do you think I turned my back on the entire purpose of this quest? The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implications neither of them had fully acknowledged until this moment. Imogene stared at him, really looking at him for the first time since they'd emerged from the cavern. His hair was dusted with gray ash, his face streaked with dirt and blood, but it was his eyes that caught her, raw with emotion, defiant and vulnerable all at once. Something shifted in Imogene's expression, the anger draining away as understanding took its place. She stepped closer to him, close enough that she had to tilt her head up to maintain eye contact. Because you love her, she said simply. The accusation in her tone had vanished, replaced by quiet certainty. You love her the way I do, the way we both shouldn't, because she's a magical creature, not a child or a pet, but it doesn't matter because it happened anyway. Ronan's shoulders slumped slightly, the fight going out of him as quickly as it had flared. Not just her, he breathed, the words barely audible over the crackling of the fire. His hands reached for Imogene's shoulders with an urgency that surprised them both. Everything I do, every decision I make, is about protecting what we've become, this impossible family that shouldn't work but somehow does. The air between them changed in an instant. The argument transmuting into something else entirely. Imogene surged forward, her hands finding his face as she pulled him down to her, their lips, met with none of the tentative exploration of their previous encounters. This was raw and desperate, a physical manifestation of every fear and hope they'd carried since the egg first hatched. Ronan responded immediately, one arm circling her waist to pull her closer, while his other hand tangled in her hair. Imogene felt herself being gently guided backward until her shoulders met the rough bark of a nearby tree. The sensation grounded her, a counterpoint to the dizzying rush of emotion that threatened to sweep her away entirely. She gasped against his mouth as his bandaged hand found the small of her back, pulling her flush against him. There was an urgency to his touch that matched her own, a need for physical reassurance that they had survived, that despite failures and injuries and prophecies none of them had asked for, they were still here, still together. Amaji's fingers traced the line of his jaw, feeling the tension there slowly melt away as he leaned into her touch. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, she kept her eyes closed for a moment, unwilling to shatter the cocoon of warmth that had formed around them. "I shouldn't have yelled," she whispered, her forehead resting against his chest. "I was just so afraid when I saw you reach for the pearl, and then when everything started crumbling." Her voice caught on the memory, the deafening roar of stone giving way, the flash of magic that had thrown them all backward. Sindralik's heart-wrenching cry of pain. Ronan's arms tightened around her. "I know. I'm sorry." His breath stirred the hair at her temple. "I thought I could fix everything. Restore the Hoard, help Kazimir, make everything safe for you and Cinder." His voice dropped even lower. "I've spent my entire life being trained to protect others. But I've never had anything that felt this important to protect before." Imogene pulled back just enough to look up at him. "Did you really feel called to the pearl, like it was meant for you?" He nodded slowly. "It was like a song I'd heard before but couldn't quite remember. The closer we got to the Ember Hollows, the stronger it became." He looked over at Sindralik's sleeping form. "And when the pearl shattered, it felt like something inside me broke too." "That's why Kazimir warned us about hoard anchors," Imogene said softly. "They're not just objects. They're emotional bonds made physical." She reached up to brush a lock of ash-streaked hair from his forehead. "He said the Trikaz bond needed emotional synchronicity for the anchors to work. I think that's why the pearl rejected your touch. We weren't aligned. And now it's broken. Fractured," she corrected gently. "Not completely destroyed. I saw fragments of it, still glowing even as we fled." Hope flickered across Ronan's face. "You think we can still fix it?" "I don't know. But I do know that the third anchor is different from the others." She glanced toward the edge of the clearing where the shadows had deepened with the setting sun. "Did you notice how Kazimir wouldn't even look at it? It's not just a piece of his hoard. I think it's tied to something deeper, something he doesn't want to remember." Ronan leaned down, brushing his lips across hers in a touch so light it might have been imagined. "Then we'll need to be united when we try again. No more solo heroics from either of us." Imogene smiled faintly against his mouth. "That's rich. Coming from the man who stormed a dragon's lair alone to rescue a princess who didn't need rescuing." "I've learned a few things since then," he murmured, kissing her again, longer this time, his uninjured hand cradling the back of her head to cushion it against the tree bark. Time seemed to lose meaning as they stood there, lost in each other and the physical reassurance of survival. Imogene's hands mapped the contours of Ronan's shoulders, feeling the tension gradually drain from his muscles. His fingers traced patterns along her spine, each touch a silent promise that she was not alone in this, had never been alone, not really. Since the moment he'd stepped into Kazimir's cave, a small, chirping sound eventually broke through their shared trance. They turned to see Sindralik stirring in her makeshift nest, one eye half open and regarding them with what Imogene could have sworn was approval. "Someone's feeling better," Imogene said, reluctantly pulling away from Ronan, but keeping one hand entwined with his as they moved toward the Dragonet. Sindralik stretched her wings, the movement still cautious, but with more strength than she'd shown since the pearl's fracturing. Her scales had regained some of their luster, no longer the sickly gray of near death, but not yet returned to their full vibrancy. "Hey there," Ronan said softly, kneeling beside the nest and extending his bandaged hand. The dragonet sniffed at the wrappings, her nostrils flaring with concern before she nudged his palm gently with her snout. "We're okay. All of us?" Imogene knelt beside him, reaching out to stroke the sensitive spot between Syndralic's wings. The dragonet arched into the touch like a cat, a small puff of smoke escaping her nostrils, in what they'd come to recognize as contentment. "She's stronger when we're together," Imogene observed quietly, "not just physically near each other, but emotionally." "The tribe bond," Ronan nodded. "Kazimir mentioned it, but I don't think he fully explained what it means." His eyes met hers over the dragonet's head. Or maybe he didn't know himself. Exhaustion was beginning to pull at Imogene's limbs, the adrenaline of their escape and the emotional intensity of their argument, and everything that followed finally catching up to her. She stifled a yawn behind her hand. "We should rest," Ronan said, noticing her fatigue. "Tomorrow we'll need to figure out what to do about the pearl." Imogene nodded, too tired to argue even if she'd wanted to. They settled beside the fire, Ronan spreading his bedroll out and gesturing for her to sit. Without the urgency of their earlier embrace, a hint of shyness crept back between them. Imogene hesitated for a moment before lowering herself onto the bedroll. "I only have the one," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Mine was, well, it's currently being used as a dragonet bed." "I don't mind sharing," Imogene replied softly. "It's not like we haven't slept close before." Not like this, though, she thought, but didn't say. Not with the memory of his mouth on hers still fresh. Not with the knowledge that whatever line they'd been dancing around for weeks had finally, irrevocably been crossed. Ronan settled beside her, careful to leave a respectful distance between them. Imogene almost laughed at the absurdity of it. After everything they just shared, now he was being cautious? She closed the gap herself, shifting to curl against his chest. He stiffened momentarily in surprise before his arms came around her, one hand settling tentatively at her waist. "Is this okay?" she murmured against his shirt. His answer was to pull her closer, his chin resting atop her head. "More than okay." They lay in comfortable silence, watching the stars emerge through the gaps in the forest canopy. Imogene could feel Ronan's heartbeat beneath her cheek, steady and reassuring. The day's events replayed in her mind. The awe of discovering the Ember Hollows, the terror of the collapse, the desperate flight to safety with Syndralic cradled between them, barely breathing. "What happens now?" she asked quietly, not entirely sure if she meant tomorrow or something much larger. Ronan's chest rose and fell with a deep breath. "We fix what we broke. We help Kazimir. We keep Cinder safe." His hand found hers in the darkness, fingers intertwining. Together. A rustling sound interrupted the moment, and Imogene lifted her head to see Syndralic had woken. The dragonet blinked at them drowsily, before picking her way out of the makeshift nest with careful steps. Without hesitation, she crossed to where they lay and wriggled her way between them with a contented chirp. Imogene met Ronan's gaze over the dragonet's head and saw her own amusement mirrored there. Without a word, they adjusted their position to accommodate their small companion, who promptly curled into a tight ball and began to emit a soft, rumbling purr. "I think we've just been told where we stand in the hierarchy," Ronan whispered, his smile evident in his voice. "Firmly in the middle," Imogene agreed, settling back against him with Syndralic nestled between them. "Just where we belong." In the shadow of near disaster, this fragile moment of peace felt not like victory, but like promise. The quiet certainty that whatever came next, they would face it as they were now, together, aligned, complete.
Chapter 16, Hoard Binding Unleashed. It's all fun and magic until the screaming starts. Nan's earliest light filtered through the trees, casting strange shadows across the forest floor when Ronan's eyes snapped open. The realization hit him with such clarity that he wondered how he hadn't seen it before. The answer had been there all along, waiting for him to understand. He turned to find Imogene already awake, watching him with bright, alert eyes that mirrored his own certainty. "We have to go back," they said in perfect unison. Between them, Cinderella stirred, stretching her small wings as if she'd been waiting for this moment. Ronan noticed immediately how her scales seemed more vibrant than the night before. The dull, distressed sheen replaced with a subtle luster that caught the early morning light. The Dragonet chirped once, head tilting toward the direction of the Ember Hollows. "She knows," Imogene whispered, her fingers brushing against Ronan's as they both reached to stroke Cinderella's back. "She's been trying to tell us." "The pearl isn't broken," Ronan said, the knowledge settling into his bones like it had always been there. "It's waiting." Kazimir was less than enthusiastic about their epiphany. The dragon's massive tail lashed across the ground, sending fallen leaves scattering as he listed every reason their plan was suicidal. "The cavern is unstable, the anchor is fractured, the magic is unpredictable," he growled, smoke curling from his nostrils. "You barely escaped with your lives yesterday. What makes you think today will be different?" Ronan stood his ground, Cinderella perched on his shoulder like a tiny guardian. "Because yesterday we were trying to take something." "Giving what exactly?" Kazimir demanded. But Ronan caught the note of hope the dragon couldn't quite disguise beneath his bluster. "Ourselves," Imogene answered simply. "That's what hoard binding is about, isn't it? Not just collecting things, but binding yourself to them, making them part of you." Kazmi felt suspiciously quiet at that, his golden eyes narrowing. "How do you know about hoard binding?" he finally asked, his voice uncharacteristically soft. Imogene shrugged. "I don't, not really. But I've lived in your cave long enough to notice how it works. The hoard isn't just things. It's memories, emotions, connections." Ronan nodded. "The pearl doesn't want to be taken, it wants to be shared." Kazimir stared at them for a long moment before huffing out a breath that ruffled their hair. "You're both impossible. And probably right." He turned away, but not before Ronan caught the glimmer of something like pride in the dragon's eyes. "Well, are we going or not?" The path back to the Ember Hollow seemed both familiar and utterly new. Morning mist clung to the forest floor, parting around their feet like ghostly waves as they walked. Cinderella chose to ride on Ronan's shoulder rather than fly, her small form warm against his neck, occasionally chirping directions when the path forked. "She seems different today," Ronan murmured to Imogene, who walked beside him close enough that their hands brushed with each step. "More present," Imogene agreed, "like she's grown up overnight." Ahead of them, Kazimir suddenly stopped, his massive form tensing. "Someone's waiting." Ronan's hand instinctively went to his sword, but he relaxed when he saw the figure standing at the entrance to the hollows, robed in layers of silver and burnt orange fabric, sigils glowing faintly along the hems in the dim light. "Orlen," Imogene breathed in recognition. The Hearthkeeper's scholar inclined his head in greeting, his eyes going immediately to Cinderella, who stared back with unusual intensity. "The archive informed me you'd attempt a tri-bond restoration," Erlen said, his voice carrying the same measured cadence Ronan remembered from their encounter in the magical library. "I came to help, not to interfere." "How did you know?" Ronan asked. Orlen's smile was gentle. "Books aren't the only things that tell stories, Prince Ronan. Sometimes magic speaks quite clearly to those who know how to listen." His gaze shifted to Kazimir. "And sometimes old patterns find new forms." Kazimir snorted. "Spare me the Hearthkeeper riddles, Orland." "Not riddles. Truth." Orland turned back to Ronan and Imogene. "What you're attempting hasn't been done in centuries. The last Tribond restoration nearly destroyed the bonded participants and succeeded only because they were all dragons." Ronan felt Imogene's hand slip into his. "We're not exactly conventional," she said. No," Erlen agreed. "That may be your greatest strength." The descent into the caverns felt nothing like their previous venture. Where there had been oppressive weight before, now there was anticipatory energy. The ember lights burning in stone crevices seemed to flare brighter as they passed, casting a warm, welcoming glow. Even the stone itself seemed different, less resistant, more alive. "It recognizes us," Imogene whispered, her fingers trailing along the wall. "It's happy we're back." Ronan could feel it too, a subtle vibration through the soles of his boots, a gentle warmth in the air that had nothing to do with the actual temperature. The cavern was responding to them. Sentient places often recognize emotional intent, Orlin explained as he led them deeper. This was once a great dragon's lair, long before Kazimir claimed it. The walls remember. They carefully picked their way through the partially collapsed chamber where they'd fled the day before. Rubble had been mysteriously cleared from the central area, creating a perfect circle around where the pearl rested. "Did you do this?" Ronan asked Orlin. The Hearthkeeper shook his head. "The place is preparing itself." The smoldered pearl lay exactly where they'd left it, its fractured surface still leaking tendrils of unbound magic, but instead of the erratic energy of before, it pulsed with something almost like expectation. Ronan noticed that the breaks in its surface no longer looked like damage, but rather like an incomplete pattern, a puzzle waiting for its final piece. Hoard binding is ancient magic, Erlin explained as he circled the pearl, his robes whispering against the stone floor. Not dominance or accumulation, but intentional emotional stewardship. The connection between place, person, and memory made tangible. "So what do we do?" Imogene asked, her eyes fixed on the pearl's gentle pulse. "You complete the pattern that's already begun," Orlin said. "The tri-bond between you isn't just metaphorical, it's a magical circuit, one that can channel and transform energy, but it requires absolute emotional alignment." Sindralek chirped insistently, wriggling on Ronan's shoulder until he carefully lifted her down. She immediately hopped toward the pearl, stopping just short of touching it. "She knows her role," Erlin observed. "Fascinating." He guided them into position, arranging them in a triangle around the pearl with deliberate precision. "Ronan, you represent shield, protection, stability, endurance. Stand here." He positioned Ronan at one point of the triangle. "Imogene, you are root, connection, growth, nurturing. Your place is here." She took her position across from Ronan. "And Sindralek is flame, transformation and potential rebirth. She must be closest to the pearl." The Dragonet settled at the third point of the triangle, her small form now pulsing with the same rhythm as the pearl. "Now," Orlin directed, stepping back to the edge of the chamber, "join hands. Complete the physical circuit that mirrors the emotional one you've been forming since the egg first hatched." Ronan reached out to Imogene, her fingers twining with his with a sureness that steadied his racing heart. With his other hand, he gently touched Sindralek's wing. Imogene completed the triangle, connecting with the Dragonet on her side. As soon as the circuit closed, Ronan felt a current pass through him. Not electricity, but something both gentler and more profound. It wasn't unpleasant, but it carried a weight of expectation that made his breath catch. Now, Orlin's voice took on a ritualistic cadence. "Each of you must offer what binds you, not words, not thought, but pure emotional truth. Let it flow through you without reservation or fear." Ronan closed his eyes, unsure exactly what he was supposed to do. How did one offer emotional truth? "Don't think," Orlin's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Feel." So Ronan stopped trying to understand and simply opened himself completely, let go of the barriers he'd maintained all his life, the walls built by royal upbringing and knightly training. He thought of Sindralek, small and fierce and entirely too brave, how his heart had expanded to make room for this unexpected responsibility. He thought of Imogene, her unwavering spirit and boundless curiosity, how she'd shown him a way of seeing the world he'd never imagined. Even Kazimir, grumpy and reluctant but steadfast, had somehow become part of what Ronan now thought of as home. These weren't just thoughts. They were currents flowing through him, tangible and real. His protective devotion to Sindralek, his deepening love for Imogene, his grudging respect for Kazimir, his acceptance of this unexpected family he'd found. Not abstract concepts, but living energy that surged from his heart through his limbs and into their joined circuit. A sudden warmth pulled Ronan's attention to Sindralek. The Dragonet had begun to glow, a soft light emanating from beneath her scales. As he watched in wonder, her small form slowly rose from the ground, hovering inches above the stone floor as the glow intensified. Her scales shifted through colors he'd never seen before, rich ambers and deep crimsons, giving way to blues and purples that had no names in any language he knew. The pearl responded in kind, its fractured surface pulsing in perfect sync with Sindralek's glow. Tendrils of light stretched between them, connecting Dragonet and Pearl in a web of luminous threads that grew thicker and more substantial with each passing moment. "She's becoming the conduit," Orlin called over the growing hum of magic. "Don't break the circuit no matter what happens." The magic built rapidly, Cinderlake's glow expanding to envelop all three of them in a sphere of raw, coalescent power. Through the blinding light, Ronan could see fragments of the pearl's shattered pieces beginning to move, drawn back together by an invisible force. The heat was incredible, though somehow it didn't burn. It flowed through him like liquid fire, reshaping his awareness of himself and his connection to the others. The pressure built until Ronan felt his lungs might burst from it. He was dimly aware that he was screaming, but couldn't hear himself over the roar of magic surging through him. It was too much, too powerful, too overwhelming in its totality. Ancient patterns of magic were reforging themselves around their tribe bond, creating something entirely new that had never existed before. Just when Ronan thought he could bear no more, everything stopped. The world froze in a moment of perfect, breathless silence, a pause between heartbeats where time itself seemed to hold its breath. Then the world exploded into blinding light, and Kazimir's distant roar echoed through the caverns with equal parts triumph and agony. Ronan felt himself falling, still clutching Imogene's hand and reaching desperately for Cinderella as consciousness slipped away from him. The last thing he saw was the pearl, whole and radiant, rising from its resting place to hover between them, its perfect surface now etched with three intertwined sigils that pulsed with the rhythm of their shared heartbeat. He woke to the gentle pressure of a small body curled against his chest and a distant sound of voices. Opening his eyes cautiously, Ronan found himself lying on the cavern floor, the smooth stone beneath him strangely comfortable. Cinderella was nestled against him, her scales once again their normal amber hue, though they gleamed with a new vitality. The Dragonet appeared to be sleeping peacefully, her small chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Turning his head slightly, Ronan saw Imogene lying beside him, her eyes closed, but her color good. Her hand was still clasped in his, their fingers intertwined so tightly he couldn't tell where his ended and hers began. Relief flooded through him at the sight of them both safe. His body ached as though he'd fought a battle that lasted days, but the pain was already fading, replaced by a strange sense of wholeness he'd never experienced before. The voices he'd heard came into focus. Orlin and Kazimir, speaking in low tones at the edge of the chamber. "Never seen anything like it," Orlin was saying, his tone reverent. "The bond restructured itself completely. It's not just stabilized, it's evolved." "And what does that mean for them?" Kazimir's rumble carried concern beneath its usual gruffness. "I'm not entirely certain," Orlin admitted. "They're not just connected to the Hoard now. They are the Hoard in a metaphysical sense. The boundaries between keeper and kept have blurred." Ronan tried to sit up, but found his limbs too heavy to move just yet. His slight movement caught Kazimir's attention, and the dragon turned toward him with surprising speed. "Ah, the shield awakens," Kazimir said, moving closer. "How do you feel, Ronan?" It was the first time the dragon had used his name without some sarcastic title attached. The simple question carried genuine concern. "Like I've been trampled by a herd of very enthusiastic horses," Ronan managed, his voice rough. "But otherwise, good." "Oh." Kazimir's golden eyes studied him intently. "You're different," he declared. Before Ronan could ask what he meant, Imogene stirred beside him, her eyes fluttering open. "Did it work?" she asked immediately, looking first to Ronan and then to Cinderella, who remained peacefully asleep. "See for yourself," Orlin said, gesturing toward the center of the chamber. Where the fractured pearl had been, a sphere of perfect obsidian now hovered several feet above the ground, slowly rotating as if suspended in water. Its surface gleamed with an inner light that shifted and flowed like liquid fire beneath glass. As they watched, the pearl pulsed once, and Ronan felt an answering pulse within his own chest, a resonance that wasn't quite physical but couldn't be called purely magical either. "The smolder pearl has been reborn," Erlin said, "as have all of you." Cinderella chose that moment to wake, stretching little claws and yawning to reveal sharp teeth. She looked up at Ronan with eyes that seemed somehow older, wiser than before, then chirped happily and nuzzled into his hand. With effort, Ronan managed to sit up, helping Imogene do the same. "What happens now?" he asked, looking between Orlin and Kazimir. "Now," Kazimir said, with uncharacteristic gentleness, "we go home, all of us." There was something in the way he said all that made Ronan look up sharply. For the first time since they had met, the dragon's expression held no trace of reluctance or irritation, only a quiet acceptance that felt more monumental than any dramatic declaration could have been. Imogene must have noticed it too, because she smiled and said, "Even if we bring more throw pillows?" "Don't push your luck," Kazimir grumbled, but there was no heat in it. His gaze shifted to the pearl, now gently descending toward them. "But yes, princess, even then." As the pearl came to rest in the air before them, Ronan felt something shift within himself, a settling, as though pieces of his identity that had been misaligned all his life had finally found their proper places. He wasn't just Prince Ronan of Eldoras anymore. He was Shield to this strange, magical family they'd created, protector not just through strength of arms, but through strength of heart. And somehow, that felt more right than any royal title ever had.
Chapter 17, Cinder's Rage, Ronan's Choice. The baby's mad. So is the prince. The world swam back into focus in fragments. Flickering amber light. The taste of copper and smoke. And a persistent throbbing in her skull that felt like someone had decided to use her head as an anvil. Imogene tried to open her eyes and immediately regretted it, as bright after images of the magical surge danced across her vision like demented fireflies. "Easy," a familiar voice murmured beside her. "Don't try to move yet." She blinked hard, forcing her eyes to work properly, and found Orlane kneeling beside her at the edge of the chamber. His hands glowed with soft, silvery light as he worked over what felt like a particularly enthusiastic cut across her forehead. The healing magic tingled against her skin, cool and soothing. "Where's Kazimir?" The words tumbled out before she could fully register, sitting up, panic flooding through her like ice water as memories rushed back in fragmented pieces. The ritual circle blazing beneath them, the blinding surge of power that had felt like being struck by lightning, and most terrifyingly, the dragon's agonized roar that had echoed through the chamber just as everything went white. Her throat felt raw, as if she'd been screaming herself, though she couldn't remember making a sound. "Imogene, you need to..." Orlin started, his voice carefully measured in that way healers used when they were trying not to alarm someone. But she was already struggling to her feet despite the way the world tilted sideways like a ship in rough seas. "Where is he?" she demanded, steadying herself against the cavern wall as her legs remembered how to work. The stone was cool beneath her palms, solid and reassuring when everything else felt like it might slip away. Her voice came out sharper than intended, edged with the desperation that made her sound younger than her years. Orlin's expression was grim as he rose with her, one hand hovering near her elbow in case she fell. The gesture of someone who'd clearly dealt with patients who insisted they were fine when they very much weren't. The rebinding drained what little strength he had left. "He's alive, but barely." Collapsed at the cavern entrance when the surge hit. He gestured vaguely toward the tunnel they'd entered through, and Imogene could see the strain in the set of his shoulders, the careful way he wasn't quite meeting her eyes. The Hoard magic is stabilizing, but at tremendous cost to its original guardian. The words hit her like a physical blow, stealing the breath from her lungs and leaving her hollow beneath her ribs. Kazimir, grumpy, impossible, secretly soft-hearted Kazimir, who let her organize his hoard and pretended not to notice when she added throw pillows to his sleeping alcove. Barely alive because they'd asked him to risk everything for their makeshift family. The guilt was immediate and crushing, settling on her chest like a stone she couldn't lift. Before she could spiral further into self-recrimination, a high-pitched, distressed keening cut through the air, sharp enough to make her wince and set her teeth on edge. The sound was heartbreaking, raw grief and confusion wrapped in a voice too small to contain such enormous emotion, like a child crying for comfort that might never come. "Vendralic," she breathed. the name escaping her lips like a prayer as she turned toward the center of the chamber. The scene that greeted her was both beautiful and terrifying in its raw intensity. The smolder pearl hung suspended in the air where they'd left it, but now it was whole. A perfect sphere of obsidian that pulsed with deep, steady light like a captured star. The erratic energy she'd felt crackling through her bones during the ritual had settled into something more rhythmic, like a heartbeat made visible, each pulse sending ripples of warmth through the air that she could feel against her skin. But it wasn't the pearl that held her attention captive. It was Ronan, kneeling on the cavern floor below it, with his shoulders hunched in exhaustion, and Cinderelix circling him in increasingly frantic flight patterns that made Imogene's chest tight with worry. The Dragonet's scales flickered between ember bright and ghostly translucent with each desperate wing beat, as though she couldn't decide whether to be fully present in the world or fade away entirely, caught between existence and absence. Her cries were getting louder, more desperate. Small, heart-wrenching sounds that seemed to tear at the very air, punctuated by bursts of flame that escaped with each distress keen, like sparks from a dying fire. "She feels his pain," Ronan called to Imogene, his voice hoarse with emotion and magical exhaustion, the words scraping raw from his throat. He stretched one trembling hand toward the Dragonet as she swooped past in another erratic loop, but she was moving too frantically for him to catch, her flight pattern becoming more chaotic with each pass. Cinderella can sense Kazimir fading. She's trying to help him, but she doesn't know how, and it's overwhelming her. Even from across the chamber, Imogene could see the way Ronan's hands shook with fine tremors. The careful way he held himself, as though any sudden movement might shatter something vital within him. The toll of channeling Hoard magic was written in every line of his body. The tension in his shoulders, the pallor of his skin, the way his breathing came in measured, controlled patterns, as if he were fighting to stay upright, but he never took his eyes off Cinderella, never stopped reaching for her with gentle persistence that made Imogene's heart ache. Imogene started toward them, her feet moving before her mind could catch up, but her first step sent a shock through the cavern floor that vibrated up through her bones. A hairline crack appeared in the stone near her foot, spreading outward in delicate spiderwebs that caught the pearl's light like frozen lightning. Around them, tiny stalactites began to rain down like deadly confetti, their crystalline chimes filling the air as they shattered against the ground. She realized with growing alarm that made her stomach clench that the magical energy in the cavern wasn't dissipating at all. It was building, accumulating like pressure behind a dam. Every one of Cinderelix's distress cries seemed to amplify the chaos, each desperate, keen reverberating through the stone and setting off sympathetic vibrations that made the walls themselves seem to weep. Her emotional magic, usually so focused and purposeful, was spiraling out of control like a storm without an eye. The stronger her grief became, the more unstable everything around them grew, feeding on itself in an endless loop of destruction. "Cinderella, please," Imogene tried, moving forward as carefully as she could on the increasingly unsteady ground, each step a calculated risk. She reached out with both her hands and her emotions, projecting every ounce of calm and reassurance she could muster, trying to wrap the little Dragonet in the same warmth she'd used to comfort a frightened child. "It's going to be all right. We're here, we're safe, everything is..." The Dragonet flew past her in a tightening spiral, wings beating so frantically they were almost a blur of motion and desperate energy. Another burst of flame escaped her, this one larger and hotter than the last, the heat washing over Imogene's face like standing too close to a forge. The air around Cinderella shimmered with heat distortion, turning her into a wavering mirage of grief and fire. And Imogene felt the temperature in the chamber spike until sweat beaded on her forehead. "This isn't working," she called to Ronan, her voice tight with frustration and fear as she ducked, another small stalactite crashing to the ground near her feet with a sound like breaking crystal. "She can't hear me over her own panic." The cavern shuddered more violently, a deep tremor that seemed to come from the very bones of the earth, and behind them, Orlin shouted a warning that sent ice down Imogene's spine, despite the sweltering heat. "The magical backlash is destabilizing the entire system. We need to evacuate immediately before the hollows collapse completely." As if summoned by his words, a thunderous crack split the air with the sound of the world breaking. Through the side passage that led to the magical grove, Imogene could see disaster unfolding in real time like a nightmare made manifest. Ancient trees with ember-filled bark were toppling like dominoes, their massive trunks, some as wide as houses, crashing to the ground with earth-shaking impacts that sent tremors through her feet and up her spine. The magical grove, the one that had felt so eternal, so stable when they'd first passed through it with wonder and reverence, was disintegrating before her eyes, centuries of growth and magic unmade in moments. The ground beneath the falling trees shifted and buckled, sending up sprays of sparks and magical discharge that raced along the grove's network of root systems like wildfire. It was a chain reaction, and it was heading straight for their chamber with terrifying speed. "Go!" Ronan's voice cut through the chaos, sharp with command. He caught her gaze across the cavern, and in that instant, she saw the choice he'd already made. "Get Orlin out. I'm staying with Sindralic. I can reach her. I know I can." Every instinct she possessed screamed at her to argue, to refuse, to find some way they could all escape together. But even as panic clawed at her chest, a deeper understanding settled in her mind like a key finding its lock. The bond between Ronan and Sindralic had always been the strongest, the most instinctive. From the moment the Dragonet had hatched, she had looked to him first, trusted him most completely. If anyone could reach her through this spiral of grief and magic, it would be Ronan. That didn't make the choice any easier. "Imogene!" Orlin grabbed her arm, his usually calm demeanor cracking as more of the ceiling began to rain down around them. "We have to go now." She looked back at Ronan one more time, memorizing the determined set of his shoulders, the way he held his ground even as chaos erupted around him. Then she nodded once, sharp, decisive, and helped Orlin toward the exit. They made it perhaps 20 feet down the tunnel before she couldn't resist looking back. What she saw stopped her in her tracks, despite Orlin's urgent tugging on her arm. Ronan had managed to catch Sindralic mid-flight, pulling the frantic Dragonet against his chest as the cascade of magical energy finally reached their chamber. But instead of being destroyed by the surge, they were surrounded by something impossible and beautiful. A perfect sphere of protective fire that shimmered around them like a soap bubble made of flame. The chaotic energy that had been pouring off Sindralic was still there, but somehow Ronan's presence had harnessed it, redirected it into something purposeful rather than destructive. The sphere pulsed with their shared heartbeats, holding steady even as the magical grove collapsed entirely in a thunderous roar of splintering wood and discharged power. "Remarkable!" Orlin breathed beside her, his grip on her arm loosening as wonder replaced panic in his voice. He's not fighting her magic, he's channeling it, creating a feedback loop that transforms her distress into protection. Imogene felt the loss of the ancient grove like a physical wound. All that history, all that accumulated magic gone in moments. But watching Ronan and Sindralic safe within their cocoon of fire, she also felt something else rising in her chest. Fierce, overwhelming pride. The man she'd fallen in love with had just proved he was willing to risk everything for their strange little family. And the Dragonet they'd both come to cherish was showing them exactly how powerful the bonds they'd forged truly were. The sphere of fire pulsed brighter, and for a moment, Imogene could swear she saw not just Ronan and Sindralic within it, but shadows of other figures, herself, Kazimir, even Orlin, as though their bonds had become visible, written in flame and magic for anyone with eyes to see. "Will they be all right?" she asked, though she thought she already knew the answer. "More than all right, I think," Orlin said softly. "They're not just surviving this, they're transcending it." The tremors in the cavern were already beginning to subside, the wild magical discharges settling into something more stable. Whatever Ronan and Sindralic were doing, it was working. They were safe, and they were together, and somehow that felt like the most important thing in any world, even if it meant she had to wait a few more minutes to hold them both again.
Chapter 18, The Village Turns, predictably, told you they'd change sides. 3 days of steady travel had done wonders for everyone's nerves, though Ronan suspected that had more to do with the gradual return to normalcy than any particular healing properties of sleeping on the ground. The simple rhythm of putting one foot in front of the other, of watching the sun arc overhead and feeling solid earth beneath his boots, had carved away the sharp edges of panic that had defined their last few days in the archive. Kazimir was walking again, slowly, and with frequent rest stops that he claimed were for surveying the terrain rather than catching his breath, but walking nonetheless. The great dragon's scales had regained some of their lustrous obsidian sheen, no longer carrying that worrying dullness that had made Ronan's chest tighten with fear. Imogene had stopped checking his pulse every hour, though Ronan had caught her watching Kazimir's breathing patterns when she thought no one was looking, and Sindralic was a different story entirely. The Dragonet had left his shoulder for more than a few minutes at a time since they'd emerged from the protective fire sphere, and even those brief separations were met with anxious chirping that tugged at something deep in Ronan's chest. Until she could scramble back to her preferred perch, her tiny claws had worn small grooves in his leather shoulder guard, and he'd grown so accustomed to her warm weight that he felt oddly off balance. During those rare moments when she ventured down to investigate a particularly interesting rock or flutter after a butterfly, her scales still flickered occasionally with residual magical energy, tiny sparks that danced across her hide like captured starlight, casting brief golden reflections against his neck. Sometimes Ronan could swear he felt an echo of whatever power they'd channeled together, a warm pulse that seemed to sync with his heartbeat and left him feeling strangely complete. "She's processing," Erland had explained when Ronan asked about the behavior, the old hearthkeeper's voice carrying the patient tone of someone long accustomed to explaining the incomprehensible. "Dragons? Even young ones? Don't forget magical experiences. She's integrating what happened, learning to live with power she's never wielded before. The bond you forged will settle, but it takes time." What the old hearthkeeper hadn't explained was why Ronan sometimes felt like he was integrating something too. There were moments when he could sense Sindralic's emotions as clearly as his own. Her spike of alarm when a branch snapped too loudly, her drowsy contentment when afternoon sunlight warmed her scales, her intense curiosity about everything from unusual cloud formations to the way Imogene's hair caught the light. The emotions seemed to bleed through some invisible connection between them, foreign yet familiar, like hearing his own thoughts spoken in a different voice. It should have been unsettling, the sensation of sharing space in his own mind. Instead, it felt remarkably like coming home. "There," Imogene said, pointing through the trees ahead where the first rope bridges of Grindlehook Crossing came into view, their weathered planks swaying gently in the afternoon breeze. "Finally, my feet are staging a revolt against these boots." Ronan smiled, automatically shifting his weight to better accommodate Sindralic's position on his shoulder as she perked up at the sight of the village, her head tilting with that particular intensity she showed when something captured her full attention. The tiny dragon's curiosity pulsed through their bond, accompanied by what felt remarkably like excitement. "Think they'll remember us fondly enough to offer a proper meal? After the fuss they made over you last time, I'd be surprised if they don't have a feast prepared already." Imogene stretched, working out a kink in her back with a grimace that spoke to too many nights on hard ground. "Though I still think calling you their returned guardian was a bit much." "More than a bit," Kazimir grumbled from behind them, his massive form moving carefully through the forest, each step deliberate and measured. The dragon's golden eyes held a particular gleam that Ronan had learned to recognize as his "humans are absurd" expression. Humans and their need to assign mythical significance to every unusual occurrence. It's exhausting. Next they'll be composing ballads about how you tied your bootlaces with heroic determination. But as they drew closer to the village outskirts, something felt wrong. The rope ladders that had been lowered immediately upon their arrival the previous week were nowhere to be seen, drawn up to platforms that stood conspicuously empty of their usual bustling activity. No voices called down greetings, no children peered curiously through the railing slats to wave at returning visitors. Even the usual creaking and swaying sounds of a tree-bound community seemed muted, as though the entire village was holding its breath. The silence pressed against Ronan's ears like a physical weight, and he felt Sindralic's contentment shift to something sharper, more alert. Her claws tightened reflexively against his shoulder, and through their bond, he caught an echo of unease that matched his own growing concern. Sindralic shifted restlessly on his shoulder, her small claws pricking through his cloak as she pressed closer to his neck. A low, uncertain trill escaped her throat, not quite distressed, but definitely uneasy. "I don't like this," Imogene murmured, her cheerful mood evaporating as quickly as it had appeared. "Where is everyone?" "State your business." The voice rang out from high above, sharp with authority and suspicion. Ronan tilted his head back, squinting through the canopy until he spotted a familiar figure on the main platform. Sindra stood at the railing, but she looked nothing like the elaborately adorned village elder who had welcomed them with overwhelming hospitality just a week ago. The ornate necklaces and ceremonial robes were gone, replaced by practical leather armor that looked, well, used. More concerning were the dozen figures flanking her, all armed with crossbows that were very clearly aimed at their small party below. "We're the same travelers who stayed with you a week ago," Ronan called up, keeping his voice diplomatic while making sure his hands remained visible and unthreatening. "We were hoping to trade for supplies before continuing our journey." Sindralik chirped softly, pressing even closer to his neck as though she could sense the hostility radiating from above. Ronan reached up to stroke her scales gently, hoping to project calm he didn't entirely feel. Sindra's expression was stone cold, entirely different from her previous overwhelming hospitality. "Word has reached us about the magical disturbances you've caused," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the trees. "The collapse of ancient sites, the unleashing of unstable magic, and that creature you carry is the source of it all." The words hit Ronan like a physical blow. He felt Imogene stiffen beside him, heard Kazimir's low growl of displeasure from behind. But it was the way Sindralek trembled against his neck that sent rage coursing through his veins. "Magical anomaly," someone shouted from another platform. "To the balance," came another voice. "Surrender the beast before it destroys everything." More crossbows appeared at railings throughout the village as additional villagers emerged from hiding, their movements swift and coordinated like they'd practiced this exact scenario. The weapons gleamed dully in the filtered sunlight, all of them trained on Sindralik with unwavering precision. The Dragonet made a small, frightened sound, a tiny chirp of confusion that cut through Ronan like a physical blow, making his chest tighten with the kind of protective fury he'd only ever felt on battlefields. "Sindralik is not a threat," he stated firmly, drawing on every diplomatic lesson he'd ever endured as his voice hardened with princely authority. The words came out crisp and controlled, though his pulse hammered against his throat. "She's a dragonet, bonded to us through ancient magic. She's done nothing to deserve your hostility." Sindra laughed bitterly, the sound harsh and grating in the unnatural quiet that had settled over the forest like a suffocating blanket. She produced a crystal from somewhere within the folds of her leather armor, holding it up so it caught the weak rays of sunlight streaming through the canopy. The faceted surface began to shimmer and pulse, and images started to flicker within its depths, moving pictures that made Ronan's stomach drop toward his boots like a stone. "Nothing," she repeated mockingly, her voice dripping with vindicated satisfaction. "The Department of Magical Regulation sent these recordings. Entire ecosystems destabilized wherever you've traveled, all centered around that dangerous creature you're foolishly protecting." The crystals showed the collapsed magical grove in devastating, heartbreaking detail. Ancient trees that had stood for millennia were reduced to splinters and ash, their massive trunks scattered like broken toys across ground that had been scarred black and was still smoking. Magical energy crackled through the ruins like trapped lightning, dancing between the devastated remains in patterns that hurt to look at directly. It looked apocalyptic. It looked like the sort of wholesale destruction that could only be caused by something truly monstrous, something that should never have been allowed to exist. "That's not," Ronan started, his voice rough with desperate protest, but his words were immediately drowned out by the crowd's escalating hostility. "Get that thing away from here. It's an abomination. But look what it's already done. Before it destroys our home, too." Rope lines dropped from multiple platforms with practiced efficiency as villagers began descending to ground level, their boots hitting the earth with soft thuds that seemed to echo through Ronan's bones. They moved with the kind of coordination that spoke of drills and preparation, surrounding their party in a tightening circle of bodies and weapons. These weren't the cheerful, welcoming tree dwellers who had offered them hospitality just hours before, who had called Ronan their returned guardian with such warmth. These were people who had already made up their minds about what Sindralik was and what needed to be done about it, their faces set in the hard lines of those who believed they were doing something necessary and righteous. "Surrender the creature for proper containment and study," Sendra demanded from her elevated position, her crossbow never wavering from its target, even as more weapons joined hers in a bristling wall of pointed death. "Immediately," Sindralik whimpered, an actual whimper, high and scared and completely heartbreaking in its innocent confusion. Ronan could feel her tiny heart racing against his neck like a hummingbird's wings, could sense her terror and bewilderment bleeding through their strange, inexplicable connection. She pressed closer to the warmth of his skin, seeking comfort from the only source of safety she'd ever known. She didn't understand why these people who had seemed kind before were now pointing sharp, deadly things at her small body. She only knew that she was terrified, and that the world had suddenly become a very dangerous place. That was enough. More than enough. No, Ronan said simply, the single word carrying absolute finality. It cut through the crowd's angry demands like a blade through silk, sharp and clean and utterly immovable. He shifted Cinderlek from his shoulder to his chest with careful, protective movements, cradling her trembling form against his heartbeat while his free hand moved instinctively to rest on his sword hilt. The familiar weight of the weapon was reassuring, even though he knew it would be useless against so many crossbows. He stays with us, he continued, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous register that he'd inherited from his father, the tone that had once made entire courts fall silent. Despite being drastically outnumbered, despite facing odds that would have made any reasonable person surrender, his words carried the unshakable authority of someone who had never learned to back down when it truly mattered. If you want to hurt her, you'll have to go through me first. Crossbows raised with ominous precision, their strings creaking as they were drawn taut. Villagers closed in from all directions with grim determination etched into every line of their faces, and Ronan could see it in their eyes. They'd convinced themselves that Cinderlek was a monster that needed to be dealt with accordingly. The fact that she was small enough to fit in his cupped palms, that she was scared and clinging to him like he was the only safe thing in her entire terrifying world, that she had never hurt anyone deliberately. None of it seemed to matter against the weight of their fear in whatever official documentation they'd been shown. Imogene moved to stand beside him without hesitation, her shoulder brushing his as her hand dropped to her own weapon. The simple gesture sent a wave of gratitude and something deeper through his chest. "You heard him," she said quietly, but her voice carried the sort of unquestionable authority that came from actual nobility rather than village politics and mob mentality. "You want the Dragonet? You go through both of us." "Don't be foolish," Sandra snapped, though something like uncertainty flickered across her weathered features. "You're outnumbered 20-1. Hand over the creature and you can leave with your lives. This doesn't have to end badly." "Counter. Offer," said a voice like grinding stone and barely contained fury, each word rumbling through the air with the promise of devastating violence. The shadow fell across the clearing first, massive and unmistakable, blotting out the weak sunlight and plunging them all into an ominous twilight. Then came the roar, low, terrible, and powerful enough to shake every tree in the village, down to its very roots. The sound seemed to come from the earth itself, a primal expression of rage that made Ronan's bones vibrate and sent several villagers stumbling backward in instinctive terror. Birds exploded from the canopy in panicked clouds of wings and desperate cries as Kazimir landed with earth-shaking force directly between Ronan and the hostile villagers, his enormous form blocking their line of sight completely and casting them all into the shadow of his fury. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding," the dragon continued, smoke beginning to curl from his nostrils as he surveyed the circle of suddenly trembling crossbows, "about who exactly poses a threat here." The transformation in the villagers was immediate and complete. Weapons began to shake in nerveless hands. Several people took involuntary steps backward. One man dropped his crossbow entirely, the wooden stock clattering against the forest floor as he stared up at Kazimir's massive form in obvious terror. Cinderlek chirped with obvious relief, her tiny voice barely audible over the sound of Kazimir's rumbling breath. She pressed closer to Ronan's chest, but her trembling had stopped. Safety had arrived, and it was apparently 8 tons of irritated dragon. "Now then," Kazimir said conversationally, though his voice still carried enough menace to make grown warriors reconsider their life choices, "shall we discuss this like civilized beings? Or would you prefer I demonstrate exactly what magical disturbance actually looks like?"
Chapter 19, The Prophecy of the Reluctant Warden. "Stop looking at me like that," The silence that followed Kazmir's display of draconic authority stretched long enough for the last terrified villager to disappear into the canopy above, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves and Sindralik's relieved chirping. Imogene watched the dragon's massive chest rise and fall with labored breaths, noting how each exhale sent small puffs of smoke curling into the evening air. Not the controlled, intimidating wisps he'd used to terrorize the villagers, but the unsteady emissions of someone fighting exhaustion. Well, she said brightly, trying to inject some normalcy into the aftermath of what could have been a very unpleasant confrontation. That went better than expected. No one got eaten, no property was destroyed, and we didn't have to sleep in a tree tonight. Kazimir's golden eyes fixed on her with the sort of withering look usually reserved for particularly dense scholarship. Your optimism is both admirable and deeply concerning. I prefer aggressively cheerful in the face of adversity, Imogene replied, shouldering her pack with practiced efficiency. Come on, let's find somewhere to camp that doesn't involve suspicious villagers or swaying rope bridges. I saw a meadow about half a mile back that looked promising. The trudge through the forest felt longer than it should have, partly because Kazimir's pace had slowed considerably and partly because Ronan kept glancing back at the dragon with poorly concealed concern. Sindralik had settled into her favorite perch on Ronan's shoulder, occasionally making soft, trilling sounds that seemed designed to be comforting, though to whom remained a mystery. When they finally reached the meadow, a pleasant clearing surrounded by old-growth trees and featuring a conveniently dragon-sized boulder, Imogene immediately set about establishing camp with the sort of efficient bustle that brooked no argument. It wasn't until she looked up from arranging their supplies that she realized Kazimir hadn't moved from where he'd landed at the meadow's edge. You shouldn't have flown, she said, dropping her pack and crossing to where the dragon stood, swaying slightly on his feet. The scolding tone came out gentler than intended, colored by genuine worry as she took in the dull sheen of his scales and the barely perceptible tremor in his massive claws. The hoard binding ritual drained more from you than you're admitting. I am perfectly fine, Kazimir grumbled, though the declaration would have been more convincing if he hadn't immediately contradicted it by leaning heavily against the boulder with obvious relief. Uh-huh. Imogene began fussing around him with the same energy she'd once applied to organizing his hoard, which was to say with complete disregard for his protests about not needing help. And I'm perfectly normal. Ronan, help me get him settled properly before he decides to prove how fine he is by toppling over. I do not topple, Kazimir said with wounded dignity, accepting their assistance anyway. Curse not, Imogene agreed soothingly. You dramatically recline with purpose. Getting several tons of exhausted dragon arranged comfortably took more effort than anyone wanted to admit, but eventually they managed to situate Kazimir against the boulder in a position that looked both dignified and stable. Sindralik immediately flew over to perch on his foreclaw, making concerned chirping sounds that drew a reluctant smile from the ancient dragon. It was then that Orlan Vire, who had remained diplomatically silent during the entire village confrontation and subsequent relocation, approached with his ever-present satchel of scrolls clutched against his chest. His expression carried an unusual gravity that made Imogene's stomach tighten with preemptive dread. There's something I didn't tell you at the archive, he began without preamble, his scholarly composure slipping slightly. A prophecy fragment I'd dismissed as corrupted text until witnessing your tribond in action. Kazimir's golden eyes narrowed dangerously, smoke beginning to curl from his nostrils in a way that suggested his patience had reached its absolute limit. I am not in the mood for more prophetic nonsense, scholar. We've fulfilled your reluctant warden prediction, the hoard is stabilized, and I would very much like to return home and sleep for the next century. That's just it, Orlan continued, seemingly undaunted by several tons of irritated dragon. He pulled a scroll from his satchel with reverent care, handling it as though it might disintegrate at any moment. The prophecy was never about a single warden. It was about succession, about passing the burden when the original guardian could no longer bear it alone. Imogene found herself leaning closer despite her own wariness of prophetic complications. The scroll Orlan held seemed to shimmer in the fading daylight, its text appearing to shift and change even as she watched. Ancient script flowed across the aged parchment like living things, rearranging themselves with each blink. When the first flame dims, she read aloud, her voice growing softer as the words seemed to resonate with something deep in her chest. 3 shall kindle anew. The keeper's burden shared, not taken. To bind without binding, to guard without caging. The silence that followed her recitation felt heavy with implication. Ronan had gone very still, one hand absently stroking Sindralic's scales while his eyes moved between the scroll and Kazimir's increasingly uncomfortable expression. Impossible, Kazimir breathed, but his protest lacked the conviction his denials usually carried. The Hoard has been mine for centuries. I am its anchor, its guardian, its... He trailed off as the implications sank in, his massive form seeming to deflate slightly despite his attempts to maintain his usual imposing presence. The pieces clicked together in Imogene's mind with startling clarity, forming a picture that was both obvious in hindsight and completely revolutionary. She turned to face Kazimir directly, studying the ancient dragon with new understanding. "You've been holding on to the Hoard alone all this time, haven't you?" she said, her voice gentle but certain. "Not because you had to, but because you thought you had to, because you never considered that sharing the burden might be the actual solution." "The Hoard requires," Kazimir began, then stopped himself with a frustrated growl. "What?" Imogene pressed. "Constant vigilance? Unending sacrifice? One person to give up everything else so that the magic stays contained?" She gestured toward Sindralic, who was now purring contentedly on the dragon's claw. "Or maybe it just needs people who care enough to tend it properly." Orlen nodded encouragingly as he unrolled more of the prophecy text, revealing additional lines that seemed to glow faintly in the gathering dusk. "The tri-bond isn't a magical accident. It's the fulfillment of ancient design, a way to preserve the Hoard's essence without requiring a single guardian to sacrifice their entire existence to maintain it. The old ways," he continued, his voice taking on the cadence of someone reciting long-memorized knowledge, spoke of Hoard tending as a shared responsibility, a form of stewardship that strengthened rather than depleted those who participated. But over the centuries, as the knowledge was lost and dragons became more isolated, the burden fell to individuals who had to choose between their own lives and their magical responsibilities. Sindralic, who had been unusually quiet since the village confrontation, suddenly chirped and launched herself from Kazimir's claw to land on his snout with surprising gentleness. She made soft, consoling sounds that seemed to pierce through whatever defense the ancient dragon had built around this particular truth. Her tiny claws found purchase on his scales as she pressed her small warmth against him, offering comfort in the most direct way she knew how. Something in Kazimir's carefully maintained composure cracked at the gesture. His golden eyes grew distant, as though he were seeing something far beyond the present moment. "I knew," he admitted finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "Part of it, anyway. The dragon who entrusted me with the egg centuries ago spoke of sharing flames, of letting others carry the light when the burden grew too heavy for one guardian to bear alone." He paused, looking down at Sindrican with an expression that mixed wonder and something that might have been regret. "But I never believed it would involve humans. Never imagined that my stubborn isolation, my insistence on bearing the responsibility alone, might be the very thing preventing the prophecy's completion." "Humans are surprisingly good at sharing impossible burdens," Imogene said softly, thinking of her own journey from runaway princess to whatever she was now. "We're also excellent at being too stubborn to know when something's impossible." She reached out without thinking, her hand coming to rest on one of Kazmir's massive claws. She felt a tremor of exhaustion that ran through him, but beneath that was something else. Relief, perhaps, or a hope that he didn't quite dare acknowledge yet. "You don't have to carry it alone anymore, Kaz," she said, using the nickname that never failed to make him grumble about proper respect for ancient dragons. "We're here, we're bonded, and whether you like it or not, this ridiculous family of ours is exactly what the prophecy always intended." Kazmir's eyes closed for a long moment, and when he opened them again, something fundamental had shifted. The weight he'd carried for centuries hadn't disappeared, but it no longer pressed down on him with quite the same crushing inevitability. "The cave," he said suddenly, his voice stronger than it had been since the Hoard binding ritual. "It's been trying to tell us, hasn't it? The way it responds to all of us now, the way it's changed to accommodate our presence. It wasn't just accepting invaders, it was recognizing new guardians. Ronan, who had been listening with growing understanding, shifted Sindrug to his arm so he could join Imogene beside the dragon. So, what does this mean exactly? For us, for the Hoard, for... He gestured vaguely at the space between them all. This thing we've become? Arlen consulted his scroll again, though Imogene suspected he had most of it memorized by now. According to the text, the transition should be gradual. The original guardian maintains their bond but shares the magical load, allowing the Hoard to grow and adapt rather than simply persist. Think of it as magical inheritance planning, Imogene said, earning an exasperated look from Kazimir. Instead of one person holding everything until they collapse from the strain, you distribute the responsibility among people who have proven they can be trusted with it. And what, Kazimir asked with the careful precision of someone approaching a potentially explosive topic, does this distribution of responsibility entail exactly? From what I can determine, Orlin said, suddenly looking rather excited about the scholarly implications, it means the Hoard would be bound to all three of you, 4, counting Syndralic, rather than resting entirely on your shoulders. Each of you would contribute to its stability and draw from its power, but no single individual would be required to sacrifice their entire existence to maintain it. Syndralic chose that moment to chirp approvingly and breathed a small puff of flame that formed a perfect ring in the air before dissipating. Even for a Dragonet, her timing was suspiciously perfect. She's been trying to tell us, Imogene realized with a laugh that held more than a little hysteria. All those times she responded to our emotions, the way she stabilized during the Hoard binding ritual. She's not just bonded to us, she's actively facilitating the connection. A keystone, Kazimir murmured, looking at the Dragonet with new respect. Not just a successor, but a living bridge between guardians. He paused, then added with typical draconic dramatics. I suppose this means our household is about to become considerably more magical, as opposed to the perfectly normal domestic situation we had before? Imogene asked innocently. Point taken, Kazimir conceded. The implications of what they discovered settled over the group like evening mist. Present, transformative, but not entirely unwelcome. Ronan found himself studying the faces around him, trying to reconcile this new reality with the life he'd somehow built in a dragon's cave. So we're really doing this, he said finally. All of us, together, responsible for something that's been around longer than most kingdoms. Terrifying, isn't it? Imogene said cheerfully. I'm personally looking forward to the part where we have absolutely no idea what we're doing, but insist on doing it anyway. That, Kazimir rumbled, settling more comfortably against his boulder, is the most accurate summary of Hoard guardianship I have ever heard. He looked around at his unlikely family with something that might have been fondness, though he would never admit it. Very well, then. If we're to be joint guardians of magical chaos, we might as well make it official. Official how? Ronan asked suspiciously. Kazimir's smile showed far too many teeth. Oh, there are rituals for this sort of thing. Ancient ones. Involving considerable amounts of fire and theatrical declarations of intent. Imogene clapped her hands together with obvious delight. Excellent. I love rituals. When do we start? After, Kazimir said firmly. I have had at least 8 hours of sleep and someone has made tea. One does not undertake mystical bonding rituals on an empty stomach and frayed nerves. As they settled into their evening routine, Ronan tending the fire, Imogene sorting their supplies, Syndralic curled contentedly in a warm patch of sand near the flames, the weight of destiny felt less like a burden and more like a promise. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but perhaps more importantly, a family had chosen each other. Whatever came next, they would face it together. And if that meant learning to share responsibility for a magical hoard that occasionally rearranged itself when nobody was looking, well, Imogene had certainly dealt with stranger challenges. Though she was definitely insisting on written instructions for the ritual involving fire and theatrical declarations, some things were too important to leave to improvisation, even when dealing with ancient dragon magic.
Chapter 20, The Guardian of the Flame. Ooh, that's what it meant. The weight of Kazimir's admission about the prophecy settled over their makeshift camp like morning mist, visible, transformative, impossible to ignore. Ronan found himself studying the ancient dragon with entirely new understanding, seeing past the familiar gruffness and theatrical complaints to something deeper. The exhaustion that lined Kazimir's golden eyes wasn't just weariness from their recent quest. It was bone-deep fatigue that stretched back centuries. Older than most kingdoms, heavier than any crown. If the prophecy is true, Ronan said carefully, his voice cutting through the contemplative silence that had fallen over them, and the tribond is meant to share the guardianship, how do we actually complete it? The Hoard is stabilized for now, but Kazimir, you're still... He gestured helplessly at the dragon's obviously diminished state, the way Kazimir had been moving more slowly, breathing more carefully, as if every action required consideration of limited resources. Orlin looked up from his collection of scrolls with the expression of a scholar who had just found the final piece of an impossibly complex puzzle. The ritual we performed at the Ember Hollows was only the first step, he explained, adjusting his spectacles with the careful precision of someone delivering momentous news. It reforged the anchors and established the connection between you, but the actual transfer of guardianship requires something more significant, a willing surrender from the original keeper. Kazimir snorted at the word choice, though the sound lacked his usual theatrical derision. Surrender implies I have a choice in the matter, he said, shifting against his boulder with movements that spoke of deep weariness. The magic has already begun shifting of its own accord, drawn to Sindralic like iron filings to a lodestone. I can feel the Hoard's pull toward the three of you growing stronger with each passing day. It's rather like trying to hold back the tide with one's bare claws. Technically possible, but ultimately futile and exhausting. Sindralic chose that moment to chirp from her perch on Ronan's shoulder, a sound that somehow managed to convey both sympathy and determination. She launched herself toward Kazimir, landing on the dragon's snout with her typical lack of regard for personal space or dignity, and began what could only be described as consoling purring. Then we do it properly, Imogene declared with the kind of characteristic determination that had led her to befriend a dragon in the first place. She moved to stand beside Orlin, who had carefully extracted the smolder pearl from his traveling pack. The artifact now pulsed with gentle, steady light instead of the erratic, almost violent energy it had displayed during their failed first attempt. No more half measures, no more hoping things will work themselves out if we're going to be guardians. Let's be proper guardians. Sindralic immediately deserted Kazimir's snout, flying to the pearl with excited chirps that echoed strangely in the confines of their shelter camp. She circled the artifact several times before landing delicately on its surface, her small claws finding purchase on the smooth obsidian as if she'd been designed specifically for that purpose, which, Ronan realized with a sudden flash of absolute clarity, she always had been. The prophecy mentions specific roles, Orlin explained, consulting his meticulously organized notes with the reverence of someone handling sacred texts. Flame, shield, and root. Sindralic as the new keeper of the Hoard's essence, Ronan as its protector, and Imogene as its anchor to the physical world. All bound together through shared purpose rather than dominion, partnership rather than possession. The description resonated through Ronan with the unmistakable ring of truth. He had always been a protector. It was written to the very core of his identity, trained into him from childhood, reinforced by every moment of his adult life. But this wasn't about duty imposed from outside. Wasn't about following orders or fulfilling expectations set by others. This was about choosing to stand guard over something precious because it mattered to him personally, because the people he loved needed him to be strong for them. He took his position without hesitation, feeling that familiar surge of protective instinct that had guided him since Sindralic's first confused chirp upon hatching. But now he understood it as something deeper than personal attachment. It was a fundamental aspect of his identity within their magical constellation, as natural and essential as breathing. And the ritual itself is surprisingly straightforward, Erlin continued, though his tone suggested that straightforward was a relative term when dealing with ancient dragon magic. Each of you must open yourselves completely to the tribond, channeling your deepest connection to this family you've built, your willingness to share both power and responsibility. The pearl will do the rest. It's designed to recognize genuine bonds and facilitate the transfer accordingly. What about me? Kazimir asked, and there was something almost vulnerable in the question, as if he feared being left out of this final transformation. You, Orlin said with a gentle smile, get to do the hardest thing of all. You have to truly let go. As the ritual began under Orland's careful guidance, Ronan felt the familiar sensation of the tri-bond awakening, that warm electric connection that linked him to Imogene and Cinderlek, but magnified now, clarified like a bell struck in perfect acoustic conditions. He opened himself completely to it, letting down every barrier he'd ever constructed around his heart, channeling every protective thought and feeling he'd ever experienced toward their strange, wonderful family. The love he felt for Imogene, complex and layered, romantic and companionate and deeper than either. The way she challenged him to be better than the prince he'd been trained to become. The way she saw possibilities where he saw only problems. The way she made him laugh even when the world seemed determined to collapse around them. The fierce, paternal protectiveness he felt towards Cinderlek, who had imprinted on him before she'd even properly opened her eyes. The wonder of watching her grow and learn. The terror of knowing she was both incredibly powerful and completely dependent on their guidance. The pride that filled him every time she mastered some new aspect of her developing abilities. Even his complicated affection for Kazimir, built on respect and exasperation in equal measure, the gradual understanding that beneath the dragon's gruff exterior lay someone who had been alone for far too long, who had forgotten how to accept care from others, who nevertheless had made space in his life and home for three chaotic humans and their emotional baggage. All of it flowed through him and into the shared magical circuit they'd formed around the glowing pearl, which responded immediately to the intensity of his offering. Its gentle pulsing accelerated, the surface beginning to transform from smooth obsidian to something far more complex, faceted, like the finest crystal but warm like living stone, refracting their combined emotional energy into patterns of light that painted shifting auroras across the cavern walls. Imogene's contribution joined his in the magical flow, her fierce determination and protective instincts interweaving with his own but maintaining their distinctive character. Where his protectiveness was like a shield wall, steady and immovable, hers was like wildfire, quick and bright and impossible to contain. Her love for their makeshift family burned with different colors than his own, but no less intensely, and the combination created something larger and more stable than either could have achieved alone. Cinderlake's presence in the bond was like a bright thread of pure joy, uncomplicated by adult anxiety or self-doubt. She simply was, in the way that young things are, completely present and engaged with the world around her. But underneath that innocent enthusiasm, Ronan could sense something else developing. A deep, magical awareness that spoke of power beyond her current tiny frame, potential that both thrilled and terrified him in equal measure. The smolder pearl continued to transform its faceted surface, now reflecting not just light, but memory. Brief, shimmering images of moments that had shaped their bond. Ronan saw flashes of their first meeting, Imogene's laugh when he tried to rescue her, Kazimir's grudging acceptance of his presence in the cave. He saw Cinderlake's hatching, the wonder and terror of that first moment of connection, the slow process of learning to trust each other with responsibilities none of them had been prepared for. But it was Kazimir's memories that truly took his breath away when they began flowing into the shared space. Centuries of solitude, broken only by occasional visits from scholars or the rare individual bold enough to seek out a dragon's wisdom. The slow accumulation of magical artifacts and knowledge, each piece added to the hoard with careful deliberation, the gradual weight of responsibility settling over the dragon's shoulders like sediment at the bottom of a deep lake. Ronan felt the exact moment when Kazimir finally truly let go. It was like watching a massive dam break in slow motion, not with violence or destruction, but with the kind of inevitable release that comes when something that has been held back far too long is finally allowed to flow freely. Centuries of accumulated hoard magic flowed through Cinderlake and redistributed itself among the tri-bond, no longer concentrated in one overwhelmed guardian, but shared among three who could bear it together. The sensation was indescribable, power beyond anything Ronan had ever imagined coursed through him. But it wasn't the crushing weight he might have expected. Instead, it felt like coming home after a long journey, like settling into a perfectly fitted piece of armor, like finding the exact right note to complete a harmony he'd been hearing all his life without quite understanding what was missing. The magic recognized him, welcomed him, shaped itself to accommodate his particular strengths and limitations. He felt his role as protector crystallizing into something more than mere intention. It became part of his essential nature, written into the magical foundation of his being, not a burden imposed from outside, but an evolution of everything he had always been. Beside him, Imogene gasped as her own transformation completed, her connection to the physical world deepening and expanding until she could sense the location of every grain of sand in the cavern, every drop of moisture in the air, every living thing for miles around. She had become the Hoard's anchor to material reality, its bridge between the realm of pure magic and the world where ordinary people lived their ordinary lives. Sindralik's change was perhaps the most dramatic of all. The tiny dragonet began to glow with internal light, not the flickering fire of her previous displays, but something steadier and more profound. Ancient knowledge seemed to settle into her small frame like water soaking into parched earth, and when she looked at Ronan, her eyes held depths that spoke of wisdom far beyond her apparent age. The transformation was complete when the pearl rose from Sindralik's claws to hover between all three of them, no longer a simple artifact, but something alive and responsive, a living embodiment of their bond that pulsed in rhythm with their combined heartbeats. The faceted crystal had become perfectly transparent, containing within it a flame that burned without fuel, light that cast no shadows, warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. Kazimir watched the entire process with an expression that cycled through wonder, relief, and something that might have been paternal pride. For the first time in centuries, his breathing came easily, his scales brightening as the crushing weight of solitary guardianship lifted from his shoulders. The ancient dragon looked younger somehow, as if the magic that had sustained him for so long had also been slowly consuming him, and its redistribution had returned something essential that he'd lost track of gradually over the years. "Well," Kazimir said finally, his voice carrying a note of wonder that Ronan had never heard before, "that was considerably less painful than I expected." He stretched his wings experimentally, the membrane catching the light from their transformed pearl and casting prismatic patterns across the cavern walls. "Rather liberating, actually." Ronan found himself laughing, a sound that emerged from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. The magic flowing through him carried echoes of joy from his bondmates, amplifying his own relief and wonder until the emotion threatened to overflow into something approaching hysteria. "We did it," he said, looking around at the faces of his chosen family. "We actually did it. We're the guardians of an ancient magical hoard, and somehow we're all still alive and reasonably sane." "Speak for yourself," Imogene said cheerfully, though her eyes were bright with unshed tears of relief. "I stopped claiming sanity about the time I decided to move in with a dragon." The floating pearl pulsed brighter for a moment, as if responding to their shared laughter, and Ronan felt the bond between them settle into something permanent and unbreakable. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, their individual strengths woven into something far more resilient than any of them could have achieved alone.
Chapter 21. Lark's Betrayal and a Stolen Future. Knew it. Should have let her fall. The tribond settled into Imogene's bones like roots finding soil, a warm, constant presence that connected her to both Ronan and Sindralik in ways that felt as natural as breathing. She could sense Ronan's steadfast determination like a steady heartbeat beneath her own, and Sindralik's bright curiosity sparkled at the edges of her consciousness like sunlight on water. The connection was so complete, so utterly right, that she wondered how she had ever existed without it. But the magical strain had left all three of them exhausted and emotionally raw. Imogene could feel Ronan's fatigue echoing through their bond, a bone-deep weariness that matched her own, while Sindralik's usually boundless energy had dimmed to a sleepy contentment that spoke of magical reserves pushed to their limits. The transformation had been beautiful, transformative, and absolutely draining. Kazimir, finally free of his century-long burden, had fallen into what appeared to be the deepest sleep of his existence. His massive form was curled protectively around their campsite. One wing arched over them like a living canopy, while his scales slowly regained their lustrous sheen for the first time since this journey began. The ancient dragon's breathing was deep and even, and Imogene could see the stress lines around his eyes beginning to smooth away as true rest claimed him. "The transformation is remarkable," Orlane murmured, carefully documenting the changes in the smolder pearl with quick, precise notes in his leather-bound journal. The pearl now hovered peacefully above Sindralik as she napped in Ronan's arms, its light steady and warm rather than the violent pulses of before. The Hoard magic is no longer concentrated but distributed, sustainable, renewable, alive in ways I've never seen before. Imogene watched the pearl with tired fascination, marveling at how it seemed to breathe with their shared rhythm. She could feel its presence through the bond, not as a foreign object, but as an extension of their connection, a physical manifestation of everything they had become together. "It's beautiful," she said softly, careful not to wake Sindralek. The Dragonet had exhausted herself in the transformation ritual, pouring her small store of magic into the rebinding process with typical fearless enthusiasm. Now she slept deeply, her tiny chest rising and falling against Ronan's arm, while her tail curled around his wrists like a living bracelet. A slow clap from the edge of the clearing made them all freeze. Imogene's heart sank as Lark emerged from the shadows, no longer alone, but accompanied by 3 figures in dark robes bearing symbols Imogene didn't recognize, clearly agents of some organized magical order. The symbols were etched in silver thread, showing intertwined flames bound by chains, and something about them made Imogene's skin crawl. "Truly beautiful work," Lark said with genuine admiration, though her smile carried the same cold calculation Imogene remembered from their first encounter. The first successful tri-bond hoard binding in recorded history. "My colleagues will be absolutely fascinated by the data you've provided." Ronan was already tensing, his arm tightening protectively around Sindralek, but Imogene could feel his exhaustion through their bond. They were in no condition for a fight, and Lark knew it. "Data?" Imogene repeated, slowly rising to her feet despite the magical exhaustion weighing her down like a physical burden. She positioned herself between Lark's group and the sleeping Sindralek, drawing on reserves of strength she didn't know she possessed. "What are you talking about?" Lark's mask of charm finally dropped completely, revealing the clinical detachment beneath. A cold, calculating emptiness that made Imogene think of winter mornings, when even the hearth couldn't chase away the chill. "I represent the Order of Bound Flames. We believe emotional magic should be studied, cataloged, and properly utilized rather than left in the hands." Her gaze swept dismissively over their entire group, lingering on each of them with the kind of practiced disdain usually reserved for particularly unimpressive insects. "Amateurs." The word hit Imogene like a physical slap, the casual cruelty of it reverberating through her chest and leaving her breathless with sudden fury. After everything they had accomplished, everything they had sacrificed and risked together, the sleepless nights nursing Sindralek through magical growth spurts, the careful negotiation of tri-bond dynamics, the painstaking work of stabilizing Kazimir's hoard, to be dismissed as incompetent children by someone who had done nothing but observe from the shadows was beyond infuriating. She felt Ronan's anger flare through their bond like a sudden flame, his indignation matching her own outrage and amplifying it until her hands trembled with the effort of restraint. "The Dragonet's power is unprecedented," one of Lark's companions added with the same detached tone one might use to discuss livestock, producing what appeared to be a containment device. A crystalline cage that pulsed with sickly binding magic, its surface etched with runes that seemed to writhe and shift when she looked directly at them. The very sight of it made Imogene's skin crawl. A living hoard anchor with tri-bond capabilities could revolutionize our understanding of magical manipulation. Proper research facilities will ensure its abilities are put to appropriate use. Imogene's blood ran cold, ice spreading through her veins as the full horror of their intentions became clear. "You want to cage her," she realized, her voice barely above a whisper as growing horror clawed at her throat. "Study her, experiment on her. She's not a magical artifact. She's a living being who chose us, who trusts us." The words came out raw and fierce, carrying all the protective fury of someone whose family had been threatened. The thought of Sindralek, trapped in that crystalline prison, separated from everyone she loved, poked and prodded by strangers who saw her only as a fascinating source of data rather than the playful, trusting soul who nested against Ronan's chest and purred when Imogene sang to her, made Imogene's stomach lurch violently. The Dragonet had come to them in perfect trust and boundless love, had bound herself to their chaotic little family with the innocent, unquestioning faith of a child who believed the world was inherently good. To betray that sacred trust was not just wrong, it was unthinkable. a violation of everything pure and precious they had built together. Lark shrugged with practiced indifference, the gesture as casual as if they were discussing the weather rather than the imprisonment of an innocent creature. Sentimental attachments cloud scientific judgment. The creature will be well cared for in our laboratories, I assure you. Her tone carried the false comfort of someone who had never once questioned whether their definition of care matched that of their subjects. Her agents began to advance with obvious hostile intent, their dark robes rustling ominously in the sudden, oppressive stillness of the clearing, like carrion birds circling wounded prey. Imogene felt Ronan's surge of protective fury through their bond, just as he shifted carefully, depositing the sleeping Syndraulic on the ground behind him and drawing his sword in one fluid motion. The little Dragonet curled instinctively into the soft moss, wings tucking close in sleep, oblivious to the danger crystallizing around them. The blade sang as it left its sheath, the sound sharp and clear in the tense air, a note of defiance that seemed to cut through the oppressive weight of Lark's presence. "You're not taking her," he said, his voice deadly calm despite the rage burning through their connection like molten steel. Imogene could feel the tremor of barely restrained violence in his words, the way his grip tightened on Oathkeeper's familiar leather-wrapped hilt. "I don't care what order you represent or what authority you claim. She's under our protection." Lark smiled, and it was the most chilling expression Imogene had ever seen. It was the smile of someone who had dissected beautiful things and found them wanting, who viewed love as a chemical reaction to be cataloged rather than cherished. The expression never reached her shimmering eyes, which remained as cold and calculating as a serpent's gaze. "How noble," she said, her voice carrying the false sweetness of poisoned honey, "and how utterly futile." The confrontation erupted into chaos with the sudden violence of a summer storm breaking. Lark moved with inhuman speed, her bare feet silent against the moss-covered stone as she wielded magic that sliced through their defenses like a blade through silk. Her power was different from anything Imogene had encountered, cold, clinical, designed for precision rather than emotion. It was magic stripped of warmth and wonder, reduced to its most efficient components. The spells carved through the warm, living magic of their bond like ice through spring water, leaving fractures of numbness in their wake. Ronan lunged forward with desperate grace, his sword catching the light from the smolder pearl in brilliant flashes of silver and flame. Steel sang through the air as he moved, each strike precise and powerful. But Lark was already past him, her movements fluid as smoke. Her hand reached for the hovering pearl with predatory intent, fingers extended like claws toward the pulsing heart of their hard-won magic. Imogene tried to intercept her, drawing on the bond for strength, feeling the golden warmth of their connection rush through her limbs like liquid sunlight. But her body betrayed her, too slow, too exhausted from the transformation ritual that had already wrung every drop of energy from her reserves. Her legs felt leaden, her reflexes dulled by the bone-deep weariness that came from pouring her soul into magic. Lark's fingers closed around the pearl's edge with surgical precision, and she tore away a fragment of its essence with brutal efficiency. The sound was like glass breaking in reverse, a crystalline shriek that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of reality itself. The magical backlash hit Imogene like a physical blow, the force of it driving the air from her lungs as searing pain lanced through the Tritan connection. It felt like having part of her soul ripped away, torn from the very core of her being with jagged, merciless claws. She gasped, stumbling backward as the violation echoed through every fiber of her being, reverberating along the golden threads that bound her to Ronan and Cinder. It was wrong, fundamentally wrong, like hearing a beautiful song played in reverse and out of tune, like watching a sunset drain backwards into gray nothingness. Fire burned across her ribs where Lark's stolen magic had somehow marked her. Not physical fire, but something deeper and more invasive. The sensation was intimate and terrible, like having ice, cold fingers trace patterns beneath her skin. She could feel the alien magic burrowing into her flesh, spreading like poison through her veins. With each frantic beat of her heart, it felt like violation made manifest, like having a stranger's hands inside her mind, rifling through her memories and leaving fingerprints on her thoughts. "No!" Ronan's voice was raw with fury and desperation as he swung his sword at Lark, but she was already stepping back, the stolen pearl fragment glowing coldly in her palm. Sindrag woke with a shriek of distress, her small body convulsing as the pearl's violation rippled through their bond. The Dragonet's cries pierced the air, a sound of pure anguish that made Imogene's heart break, even as her own pain threatened to consume her. Fascinating, Locke murmured, studying the fragment with clinical interest, even as Orland shouted something Imogene couldn't quite hear through the roaring in her ears. The emotional resonance is even stronger than I anticipated. This will provide months of valuable research. Imogene tried to stand to fight back, but her legs wouldn't hold her. The burning sensation across her ribs was spreading, creeping toward her heart like ice water in her veins. She could feel Ronan's panic through their bond, his desperate need to help her warring with his protective instincts towards Sindralek. Imogene! His voice seemed to come from very far away, though she could see him kneeling beside her, his face pale with terror. Imogene, talk to me. What did she do to you? He wanted to answer, to reassure him, but speaking felt like too much effort. The stolen magic was spreading through her system like a virus, corrupting the warm, living connection of their bond with something cold and artificial. She could feel it trying to sever her connection to Ronan and Sindralek, to cut her away from the families she had fought so hard to protect. The contamination is spreading faster than expected, one of Locke's companions observed with detached interest. The Tribon is more fragile than we calculated. Excellent, Lark replied, tucking the stolen fragment into a specially designed containment device. The research opportunities are multiplying by the moment. When the bond collapses, we'll have a unique perspective on the deterioration process. Rage flared through Imogene's pain, not her own, but Ronan's, burning through their connection like wildfire. She felt him surge to his feet, his sword raised, but before he could strike, Lark made a gesture that shimmered in the air like heat waves. Until next time, she said with mock cheerfulness, and then she and her agents were gone, teleported away with their prize and their stolen data, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone and the echo of Sindralic anguished cries. Imogene collapsed to her knees, clutching at the burning wound across her ribs. The contamination was spreading, turning her warm connection to the bond into something cold and sharp-edged. She could feel Ronan's desperation through their link, his frantic attempts to reach her through the growing interference. What do we do? He was asking, his voice breaking. Orlen, what do we do? But Imogene couldn't focus on the answer. The stolen magic was eating away at her from the inside, and she could feel pieces of herself slipping away like sand through an hourglass. The bond that had felt so natural, so right, was becoming a source of agony as Lark's contamination spread through it. Sindralek crawled toward her, mewling pitifully. But even the Dragonet's touch felt wrong now, filtered through the growing static of the corrupted magic. Imogene wanted to comfort her, to tell her it would be all right, but the words wouldn't come. The violation was complete, and she could feel darkness creeping in at the edges of her vision. The last thing she heard before consciousness slipped away was Ronan shouting her name, the sound echoing through their bond like a prayer sent into the void.
Chapter 22. The Hoard restored, but not the heart. Vix the Hoard broke everything else. The journey back to Kazimir's cave stretched into 3 agonizing days that felt more like 3 weeks. Ronan had carried wounded comrades before. It was part of his training, part of being a knight. But this was different. This was Imogene, and every step seemed to jar the stolen magic deeper into her system, making her bite back whimpers that she tried to disguise as perfectly reasonable observations about the weather. I'm perfectly fine, she insisted through gritted teeth on the second morning, her face pale except for the fevered flush across her cheekbones. The wound across her ribs pulsed with an unnatural heat that seemed to radiate through her entire body, making even the lightest touch feel like fire against her skin. Of course you are, Ronan replied, adjusting his grip as carefully as possible while they navigated a particularly steep section of the path. That's why you're sweating in 50-degree weather and haven't eaten anything but water and spite for 2 days. Spite is very nutritious, she mumbled against his shoulder, and despite everything, he found himself smiling. Even contaminated by stolen magic and burning with fever, she was still impossibly, stubbornly herself. Kazimir flew overhead in short, labored bursts, his massive form casting welcome shadows as he scouted ahead. The ancient dragon's recovery from centuries of magical exhaustion was proving as unpredictable as everything else in their lives. One moment he would soar with something approaching his old majesty. The next he would crash land in a clearing and spend an hour catching his breath while muttering complaints about the indignity of it all. "There's a decent camping spot about a mile ahead," he called down during one of his more lucid flights. "Sheltered grove, clean water, and I can see the cave from there. The Hoard is..." He paused, banking in a lazy circle. "Different, stable. It feels like coming home after a very long journey." Ronan squinted ahead and could just make out the warm, steady glow emanating from their destination. The cave's light no longer flickered erratically as it had for months. Instead, it pulsed with a welcoming rhythm that seemed to match the beating of his heart. The Hoard had been stabilized. Their desperate ritual had worked. But the victory felt hollow, with Imogene burning in his arms and Syndralik's anxious chirping filling his ears. They established camp in the grove Kazimir had spotted, close enough to see the cave's glow, but far enough to avoid any residual magical interference from the still settling Hoard. Ronan found himself falling back on military protocols, setting up their temporary shelter with methodical precision, while his mind tried to process everything that had gone wrong. The makeshift infirmary he constructed was nothing like the elaborate medical facilities he trained with, but it would have to do. He arranged their sleeping rolls with surgical care, positioned supplies within easy reach, and tried very hard not to notice how Imogene flinched away from his touch whenever the stolen magic flared with particular intensity. Orlan provided what healing supplies he could from his seemingly bottomless satchel. Tinctures and poultices that might ease conventional wounds but seemed laughably inadequate against whatever Lark had done to her. The old scholar's face grew more drawn with each passing hour, as his remedies proved ineffective against the foreign magic spreading through Imogene's system. "It's not healing properly," Ronan murmured to Orlan during one of Imogene's fitful sleeps, keeping his voice low so as not to wake her. He gestured helplessly at the wound across her ribs, which seemed to open and close of its own accord, never quite sealing but never quite bleeding either. "The wound keeps opening, and sometimes I can see shadows moving beneath her skin, like something foreign is trying to take root." Orlan nodded grimly, his fingers tracing arcane symbols in the air above the injury. "The contamination is spreading through her magical pathways. Lark didn't just steal from the bond. She left something behind. Some kind of parasitic magic that feeds on the connection between you three." Syndralik hadn't left Ronan's shoulder since the attack, her usual playful curiosity replaced by an anxious vigilance that broke his heart. She kept trying to share her warmth with Imogene, purring against the injured woman's side as if her presence alone could drive away the alien magic. Sometimes it seemed to help. The shadows would retreat slightly, and Imogene's breathing would ease. But the relief never lasted long. "She's scared," Ronan observed, stroking the Dragonet's scales as she pressed closer to his neck. "I don't think I've ever seen her scared before. Even when we were fighting those memory echoes in the archive, she was excited. Now she can feel what the rest of us feel," Kazimir rumbled from where he lay sprawled in the center of the grove, too exhausted to maintain his usual dignified posture. "The bond is wounded." The ancient dragon's recovery proceeded in frustrating fits and starts. One moment he would raise his great head with something approaching his old authority, discussing magical theory with Orlan or offering tactical advice about their next moves. The next, he would collapse mid-sentence, his golden eyes dim with the effort of simply existing. The centuries of magical strain apparently required more than a simple transfer of guardianship to fully resolve. "Is this normal?" Ronan asked during one of these episodes, watching Kazimir struggle to lift his head enough to drink from the stream that ran along the edge of their camp. "Nothing about any of this is normal," Orlan replied, checking the dragon's pulse with practiced hands. "Hoard guardianship was never meant to transfer to multiple beings simultaneously. We're in uncharted territory." On the second night, Ronan found himself sitting watch while the others slept, or tried to. Imogene tossed restlessly on her bedroll, muttering fragments of words and languages she didn't know, her face twisted with pain even in sleep. Syndralik curled against her side, a tiny furnace of warmth and comfort, while Kazimir's massive form provided a windbreak on the other side of camp. "The cave recognizes us now," Ronan observed to Orlan, who sat beside him sorting through his collection of magical implements. The distant glow of their home seemed to brighten whenever any of them turned toward it, as if responding to their attention. But it feels incomplete somehow, as if it's waiting for something. It's waiting for her to heal, Orlin said quietly, nodding toward Imogene. The Hoard is stable, yes, but the guardianship bond is still fractured. Until that wound closes properly, none of you will be entirely whole. Ronan felt something cold settle in his stomach. Can it be healed? The wound, I mean. Can we fix what Lark broke? Orlin was quiet for a long moment, his weathered hands stilling in their work. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with reluctance. The fragment she stole wasn't just magical energy. It was part of the tribond itself, a piece of the connection between you three that may be irreplaceable. The wound will close eventually, but the scar, he shook his head. Some thefts can't be undone. The implications hit Ronan like a physical blow. He thought of all the small moments that had built their bond. Imogene's hand finding his during quiet conversations, the way Cinderelic would settle between them during evening meals, the sense of completeness he'd never known he was missing until he found it. Now there was a jagged hole where that connection should be, a reminder of violation that pulsed with every breath Imogene took. There has to be something we can do, he said, his hands clenching into fists. Some way to repair what she stole. Perhaps. Orlan's tone held no encouragement, but it would require finding Lark and retrieving the fragment before she corrupts it beyond recognition, and even then... He trailed off, leaving the uncertainty hanging between them like a sword. The third day brought them close enough to see individual details of the cave entrance, the way the light danced across familiar stone formations, the small garden Imogene had started near the entrance, the perches where Kazimir's collection of minor wyverns liked to sun themselves. It should have felt like coming home. Instead, it felt like approaching a place where they no longer entirely belonged. Imogene was barely conscious by then, her fever spiking despite Orlan's best efforts. The stolen magic seemed to be eating away at her from the inside, turning her warm connection to their bond into something cold and sharp, edged. She would occasionally surface from her delirium long enough to make some nonsensical observation about the scenery, then slip back into unconsciousness with a soft sound of pain that made Ronan want to tear something apart with his bare hands. Cinderelec had given up trying to fly, instead clinging to Ronan's shoulder like a living talisman. Her usual cheerful chirping had been replaced by soft, anxious sounds that seemed to echo the distress filtering through their damaged bond. Sometimes she would stretch her neck toward Imogene, as if trying to reach across whatever gulf the stolen magic had opened between them. Almost there, Ronan murmured to both of them as the cave entrance came into clear view. Almost home. But even as he said it, he wondered what home would look like now. The Hoard was stable, yes, but they were not. The magical wound in Imogene's side was a constant reminder that their bond had been violated, that some stranger had reached into the most private part of their connection and torn away a piece of what made them whole. Even if the injury healed, would they ever feel safe again? Would they ever be able to trust that their bond was truly their own? That night, as they made their final camp within sight of the cave's welcoming glow, Imogene's condition took a turn for the worse. She began speaking in fragments of languages none of them recognized, her voice taking on inflections that didn't belong to her. Sometimes she would look directly at Ronan with eyes that seemed to see through him to something else entirely, and he would feel a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. "It's spreading," Orlan said quietly, checking the wound that now pulsed with its own sick light. "The stolen fragment is trying to establish a new connection, not to you or Cinderelic, but to whatever Lark has bound it to. If we don't find a way to sever that link soon..." He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. Ronan could see the answer in the old scholar's expression, in the way Cinderelic whimpered against his neck, in the gradual dimming of the light that should have connected them all. As Imogene settled into another restless sleep and Cinderelic curled more tightly against his shoulder, Ronan made a decision that felt both inevitable and terrifying. He would find Lark. He would retrieve what had been stolen from them. He would restore their bond, no matter the cost, because this fractured existence was unbearable for all of them. The Dragonet seemed to sense his resolve, lifting her small head to meet his eyes with an expression of fierce determination that reminded him startlingly of Kazimir at his most dramatic. She chirped once, soft, but somehow conveying unwavering support, and settled back against his neck with the air of a creature preparing for battle. In that moment, Ronan understood something that made his chest tight with emotion. Their strange family might be wounded, but it wasn't broken. Love and loyalty ran deeper than any magic Lark could steal. And tomorrow, they would begin the work of making themselves whole again. The cave's glow seemed to pulse in agreement, welcoming them home to whatever came next.
Chapter 23, The Bond Remains. Don't ask me if I'm crying. I'm not. The letter sat crumpled in Imogene's lap like an accusation. Another failed attempt at explaining the unexplainable. 2 weeks since Lark's betrayal, and she still couldn't find words that bridged the gap between Princess Imogene of Greythorne and whoever she'd become in this strange, magical life. Her makeshift writing desk, really just a flat piece of bark balanced across 2 rocks, held the evidence of her mounting frustration. Ink-stained scraps of parchment bearing fragments of sentences that had seemed promising until she actually read them aloud. My dear mother and father, I hope this finds you well, though I suspect you've long since assumed me dead. Too formal. Dearest family, you'll never guess what's happened to me. Too cheerful to whomever still cares about a missing princess. Too bitter. She smoothed the latest attempt across her knee and tried once more, testing the words against the evening air. My dear mother and father, I hope this finds you well, though I suspect you've long since assumed me dead given my extended absence and the complete lack of communication. The formal tone grated against her nerves like fingernails on stone. These weren't the words of someone writing to family. They were the words of a stranger attempting diplomacy, which, she supposed, was exactly what she was now. A stranger to the life she'd once lived, trying to explain choices that made perfect sense here in the warm glow of dragon magic, but would sound like elaborate madness to anyone reading them in a castle parlor. How do you tell your parents you've become the magical guardian of an ancient hoard? She muttered, then crumpled the parchment with more force than necessary. It joined the growing pile of failures beside her improvised desk, each one a testament to the impossibility of her situation. The sound of Ronan building up their evening fire drew her attention away from the scattered evidence of her frustration. He worked with methodical care, arranging logs in precise patterns that would burn steadily through the night. Sindralic had claimed a nearby rock as her supervisory perch, offering occasional commentary in the form of small chirps and demonstrative puffs of flame that Ronan politely ignored. Any luck with the letter? Ronan asked without looking up from his work, his voice carrying that careful neutrality he'd adopted since her injury. Too gentle, too measured, as if she were made of glass and might shatter under the weight of normal conversation. She hated that tone, not because it was unkind, quite the opposite, but because it reminded her constantly of what Lark had stolen from them. Before the attack, Ronan's voice had carried easy warmth, the comfortable familiarity of someone who knew exactly how much teasing she could handle and when she needed straightforward support. Now he spoke to her like she was a patient, someone to be managed rather than simply loved. I can't seem to find the right words, Imogene admitted, abandoning her writing station to settle beside him on their usual log. The firelight caught the worry lines around his eyes, lines that hadn't been there before Lark's attack, carved by weeks of watching her struggle with the aftermath of stolen magic. How do you explain to people who've never left their castle that you've become the magical guardian of a dragon's hoard alongside a knight who is supposed to rescue you and a baby dragon who may be the fulfillment of ancient prophecy? The question hung between them, heavy with the weight of their impossible circumstances. When she'd first arrived in Kazimir's cave, she told herself the adventure was temporary, a brief rebellion before returning to her proper life. Now, the thought of explaining her choices to anyone outside their small circle felt like trying to describe color to someone who'd been blind since birth. Ronan finally looked at her directly, and she saw something shift behind his eyes, a decision being made, careful consideration giving way to quiet resolve. Maybe you don't explain it at all, he said slowly. Maybe you just tell them you're happy, that you found where you belong, and that's enough. The simplicity of it caught her off guard, not because it was wrong, but because it was so obviously right. She'd been trying to justify herself to make her choices sound reasonable and logical when the truth was much simpler. She was happy, Despite everything, despite Lark's betrayal, despite the magical wound that still flared with unexpected pain, despite the uncertain future stretching ahead of them, she was happier than she'd ever been as a proper princess living a proper life. But was he? Are you happy? The question emerged before she could stop it, surprising her with its directness. For weeks, they'd danced around anything too emotional, too real, as if acknowledging their feelings might somehow make her injury worse. Even with all of this, she gestured vaguely at her healing wound, at the magical disruption that occasionally left gaps in their bond, at the uncertain future that seemed to promise more danger than peace. Cinderlek abandoned her supervising post, apparently sensing the importance of the moment. She settled between them with unusual solemnity, her small, warm body pressing against both their legs, as if physically bridging whatever distance had grown between them these past weeks. Ronan was quiet for so long that Imogene began to worry she'd asked the wrong question. But when he finally spoke, his voice carried a conviction that made something tight in her chest finally relax. "I've never been happier," he said simply. "Terrified, exhausted, occasionally convinced we're all going to die horribly, but happier than I ever was as a proper prince doing proper princely things." He reached over to scratch behind Cinderelek's emerging ear ridges, earning a pleased rumble that vibrated through both their legs. "This weird, chaotic life we've built together is exactly what I never knew I wanted." The honesty in his voice made her eyes sting with unexpected tears. For weeks, she'd been bracing for the moment when he would realize what their bond had cost him: a normal life, a safe future, the respect of kingdoms that would see their tri-bond as dangerous rather than precious. She'd been waiting for him to suggest they find some way to return to their previous lives, to undo the magic that had bound them together. Instead, he was telling her he'd choose this chaos all over again. "Even if it's dangerous?" she pressed, her hand moving unconsciously to her wounded ribs. The magical injury had mostly healed, but it still flared with sharp pain whenever her emotions ran too high, a constant reminder of what people like Lark might do to study them, to use what they'd become for purposes they could never predict or control. Even if people like Lark will always be trying to take Cinderelek away, study us, use what we've become for their own purposes? Before Ronan could answer, a massive shadow fell across their fire pit. Kazimir approached with surprising quiet for someone of his size, moving with the deliberate care of a creature trying not to startle. Balanced in his claws was their familiar tea set, the one Imogene had convinced him to start using during their first weeks together, back when domesticating a dragon had seemed like the most impossible thing she could ever attempt. The sight of it made her throat tight with emotion. Despite everything that had happened, despite the prophecy and the quest and the magical wounds, Kazimir was still performing their small evening ritual, still caring for them in his gruff, practical way. He settled beside their small circle with a dignity that somehow transformed their modest campfire into something formal and momentous. Without speaking, he began preparing tea for all three of them, even filling a small saucer for Cinderelek, who chirped her appreciation and immediately stuck her face into the warm liquid. Watching him work, seeing the careful way he measured each portion and the satisfied rumble that escaped him when the blend reached the perfect temperature, Imogene felt something settle into place. This moment, this quiet evening ritual shared with a grumpy dragon, a former knight, and a baby dragonet with strong opinions about tea, this was her answer to every question about where she belonged and what she'd chosen to build. "You know what?" she said, accepting her cup from Kazimir's careful claws. "I don't think I need to write that letter after all." Ronan raised an eyebrow. No. She took a sip of tea, letting the familiar warmth spread through her chest. "If they want to know where I am and what I've become, they can send their own knight to find out. And when he arrives demanding to rescue me," she grinned, the expression feeling lighter than it had in weeks, "well, we'll just have to show him how well that worked out last time." Cinderelek lifted her head from her tea saucer long enough to chirp what sounded distinctly like agreement. Kazimir made a sound that might have been amusement, and Ronan laughed. Really laughed, for the first time since Lark's attack. "Poor knight," he said, shaking his head. "He has no idea what he'll be walking into." "None of them ever do," Imogene agreed. She studied Ronan's face in the firelight, noting how the worry lines were already beginning to soften. You know, I think that's what I like best about this life. Nobody ever knows what they're walking into when they find us. Including us, Ronan pointed out. Especially us. She reached for his free hand, intertwining their fingers with easy familiarity. The magical wound in her side gave a small pulse of discomfort, but it felt different now. Not like damage to be healed, but like a scar that told a story worth remembering. But I think that's what makes it perfect. Kazimir huffed, a sound that managed to convey both exasperation and deep affection. Perfect, he grumbled, is not the word I would use for any of this nonsense. What word would you use? Imogene asked. The dragon considered this for a long moment, his golden eyes reflecting the firelight as he studied their small circle. Cinderlick had finished her tea and was now attempting to groom Ronan's hair, her small tongue making absolutely no progress against the tangles, but creating an impressive amount of steam. Adequate, Kazimir finally pronounced, in the tone of someone making a significant concession. From Kazimir the Dreaded, adequate was practically a declaration of love. Imogene felt laughter bubble up from somewhere deep in her chest, the sound mixing with Ronan's continued chuckling and Cinderlick's pleased rumbling. Adequate, she repeated, testing the word. Yes, I think that's exactly what I'd tell my parents if I did write them. Dear Mother and Father, I have found an adequately chaotic life with a dragon who pretends not to like us, a knight who was supposed to rescue me but decided to stay instead, and a baby dragonet who has very strong opinions about everything. I am adequately happy. That might be the most honest letter you could write, Ronan observed, which is probably why I'll never send it. Imogene settled back against his shoulder, careful not to jostle Cinderlick, who had given up on hair grooming and was now simply draped across Ronan's head like a small, warm hat. Some things are too good to explain. They sat in comfortable silence as the fire crackled and the first stars began to appear overhead. The magical wound in Imogene's side had settled into a dull ache that was almost pleasant, a reminder of survival rather than a source of pain. Around them, the cave's familiar magic hummed with contentment, the Hoard's ancient power flowing peacefully through their bond. This was what Lark hadn't understood, Imogene realized. The rogue Hearthkeeper had seen their connection as something to be studied, analyzed, potentially harvested for greater purposes. But their bond wasn't powerful because of its magical properties. It was powerful because it was theirs, built through shared chaos, strengthened by mutual choice, and defended not through ancient prophecy, but through simple, stubborn love. Kazimir, she said suddenly, do you ever regret letting us stay? The dragon was quiet for so long that she began to worry she'd asked the wrong question. But finally, in a voice so soft she had to strain to hear it, he said, I regret many things, Princess. The day you wandered into my cave, lost and arguing with yourself about following that wyvern, that is not one of them. It was possibly the most sentimental thing she'd ever heard him say. Judging by the way Ronan's grip on her hand tightened, he was equally moved. Even when we disrupted your peaceful retirement, Imogene pressed, touched by his honesty but unable to resist teasing him just a little. Especially then, Kazimir rumbled. Peace, it turns out, is vastly overrated when compared to adequate chaos shared with adequate people. Cinderlick chose that moment to slide down from Ronan's head and settled between all three of them, curling into a small ball of warmth that seemed to anchor their entire conversation. Her presence completed something, not just their magical bond, but the simple rightness of this moment. Looking around their small circle, at Ronan's gentle smile, at Cinderlick's contented purring, at Kazimir's carefully neutral expression that didn't quite hide his deep satisfaction, Imogene felt a certainty settle into her bones. Whatever came next, whatever new dangers or unexpected challenges found their way to this cave, they would face them together. Not because ancient prophecy demanded it, but because they had chosen each other daily, moment by moment, through every small disaster and unexpected joy. And that choice, she thought, was worth more than any letter could ever express. Epilogue, the first word. This better not become a habit. The morning after their quiet conversation by the fire, Imogene woke to discover that their tea cupboard had apparently taken offense to Ronan's comment about the chamomile being a bit weak and had relocated itself from the kitchen to what used to be a storage alcove, wedged behind a stack of Kazimir's philosophical treatises where it hummed with indignation. She found this charming, if inconvenient. The cave had developed what she generously called personality quirks since the Hoard rebinding doors that refused to open unless approached with proper politeness. Corridors that rearranged themselves based on the occupant's mood, and now, apparently, furniture with feelings. Yesterday, the door to Kazimir's sleeping chamber had sealed itself shut entirely after he'd muttered something uncomplimentary about drafty architecture, forcing him to spend 10 minutes delivering what amounted to a formal apology to a piece of stone before it would grant him access to his own bed. Most people would find such behavior alarming. Imogene found it delightful evidence that their home was truly alive and responsive, though she did miss the days when fetching morning tea didn't require negotiations with inanimate objects that had developed strong opinions about everything, from the quality of their conversation to the proper temperature for steeping herbs. "Excuse me," she said politely to the relocated cupboard, "but I don't suppose you consider coming back to the kitchen? I promise we'll be more appreciative of your selections." The cupboard's humming grew slightly less hostile, though it remained firmly wedged in its new location. "I'll take that as a maybe," Imogene decided, and went to make breakfast without the benefit of her usual morning tea blend. The kitchen, at least, was behaving reasonably well today, allowing her to work without the stove relocating itself out of spite or the egg basket developing opinions about proper cooking techniques. Ronan worked beside her with the comfortable efficiency they'd developed over weeks of domestic routine punctuated by bursts of magical chaos. He'd taken over bread making after discovering a talent for coaxing the temperamental oven into consistent behavior. And this morning, he moved around her with the easy familiarity of someone who knew exactly where she'd reach for the salt before she did. It was domestic in a way that should have felt mundane after everything they'd survived, but instead felt quietly miraculous. The kind of ordinary magic that came from choosing each other every morning, even when the morning involved sulking furniture and a dragon who critiqued their historical accuracy over breakfast. From his newly claimed alcove near the main hall came the constant background rumble of Kazimir's scholarly complaints. He'd spent the past 3 days hunched over ancient texts, muttering observations into scrolls with the obsessive focus of someone who'd suddenly discovered he had opinions about everything and insufficient documentation to support them. His newfound freedom from Hoard maintenance had manifested as an urgent desire to record every detail of dragon lore before it was forgotten, a project that produced a steady stream of commentary about inadequate record-keeping and the general failure of younger generations to appreciate the complexity of proper magical taxonomy. Completely insufficient understanding of the symbiotic relationship between Hoard residents and environmental magic, drifted his voice from the alcove. How do they expect to maintain stable bonds without proper theoretical foundation? The texts from the Third Era are laughably incomplete. "The eggs are burning," Ronan observed mildly. Imogene blinked and realized she'd been standing motionless, spatula in hand, listening to Kazimir's distant monologue about historical inadequacies instead of tending to their breakfast. She quickly scraped the slightly charred eggs onto plates, adding extra butter to disguise the crispy edges. "Sorry," she said, not particularly sorry. "I was enjoying his lecture about theoretical foundations. Do you think he realizes he's been talking to himself for the past hour?" "I think he knows exactly what he's doing," Ronan replied, his tone warm with the particular affection he developed for Kazimir's more endearing obsessions. "Yesterday, I caught him organizing his scrolls by topic and muttering about establishing a proper archive. I suspect we're about to become the custodians of the world's most comprehensive collection of dragon scholarship." "Could be worse," Imogene pointed out, arranging their plates with care. "He could have developed an interest in interior decorating. Can you imagine him rearranging the cave according to ancient draconic feng shui principles?" Ronan paused in his bread slicing, considering this with obvious horror. Please don't give him ideas. Their quiet domestic banter was interrupted by the sound of small claws clicking against stone as Cinderella toddled into the kitchen. She'd grown considerably since hatching, now the size of a small dog with proportionally larger wings and a tail that she'd recently learned to use for balance. Her scales had settled into their permanent pattern, deep ember at her core fading to gold at the edges, with an iridescent quality that shifted with her mood. More importantly, she developed the rolling, confident gait of someone who knew exactly where she belonged. No longer the fragile hatchling who needed constant protection, she moved through their home with the casual authority of its newest resident, investigating corners with scientific thoroughness and offering opinions on everything from their cooking techniques to Kazimir's choice in reading material. "Good morning, Cinder," Imogene said cheerfully, expecting the usual enthusiastic chirp or perhaps an attempted theft of bacon from Ronan's plate. Cinderlick had recently discovered she had strong feelings about breakfast meat and wasn't shy about expressing them. Instead, the Dragonet approached the kitchen table with unusual formality. She sat back on her haunches, curled her tail around her feet like a cat achieving perfect posture, and looked directly at Imogene with eyes that seemed suddenly ancient, knowing, weighted with something far beyond her few weeks of life. "Warden," she said clearly, her voice like wind chimes touched by a gentle breeze. The single word hung in the air with the weight of prophecy fulfilled and destiny acknowledged. Imogene felt time pause, the ordinary morning moment transforming into something that would divide their lives into before and after. Ronan stood, frozen, with a piece of toast halfway to his mouth. Imogene remained motionless, the skillet still in her hand, as they both stared at the Dragonet who had just spoken her first word. From his alcove came the crash of Kazimir's teacup hitting the stone floor, an expensive porcelain sound that suggested one of his better pieces had just become a casualty of shock. This was followed immediately by his stunned bellow of, "What did she say?" as his massive form appeared in the kitchen doorway with remarkable speed for someone who'd just been absorbed in scholarly pursuits. His golden eyes were wide with something between pride and terror, his scholarly composure completely abandoned in favor of raw parental panic. Behind him, Imogene could see scattered scrolls and overturned ink pots, where he'd apparently launched himself from his work without regard for the careful organization he'd spent days perfecting. He said, Imogene began, then found her voice had disappeared entirely. How did one explain that their baby dragon had just casually announced her understanding of her role in ancient prophecy while demanding breakfast? Cinderlake, apparently pleased with the reaction her announcement had produced, chirped once in satisfaction, a sound far more typical of her age and recent development, before toddling over to investigate the dropped breakfast with the focused attention of someone who considered charred eggs a perfectly acceptable morning challenge. She settled beside Ronan's plate and began delicately sampling the bacon, as if she hadn't just redefined the trajectory of all their lives with a single, perfectly pronounced word. The three adults stared at each other in stunned silence as the implications began to sink in. Warden. Not just any word for her first attempt at speech, but the specific title from the prophecy Elias had shared. The role that Kazimir had spent centuries avoiding, that had shaped his entire understanding of his place in the world, now casually claimed by a Dragonet who was using her newfound vocabulary to request more breakfast meat. "She knows," Kazimir said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "She understands what she is." "How is that possible?" Ronan managed, setting down his toast with careful precision. "She's barely old enough to fly properly." "Dragon intelligence isn't linear," Kazimir replied, his scholarly instincts reasserting themselves even as his parental panic continued to show in the way his wings remained slightly spread, ready to shield them all from whatever cosmic forces might take exception to a baby dragon declaring herself ready for ancient responsibility. Hoard bonded dragonets often develop understanding before language, awareness before the ability to express it. But this, he trailed off, watching as Cinderlak finished the bacon and moved on to testing the structural integrity of Ronin's toast with small experimental bites. She looked, for all the world, like exactly what she was, a young dragon enjoying her morning meal, displaying nothing more mystical than healthy appetite and curiosity about breadcrumb distribution patterns. "This changes things," Imogene said slowly, the words feeling both obvious and inadequate. "If she understands her role, if she's ready to..." "She's not ready," Ronan interrupted with quiet firmness. Understanding and readiness aren't the same thing. She can say the word, but she's still a baby. Our baby, he added, with the particular protectiveness that had characterized his relationship with Syndraulic from the moment of her hatching. Syndra looked up from her toast investigation and chirped approvingly at this declaration, as if expressing her complete agreement that while she might be magically significant, she was in no hurry to take on cosmic responsibility when there were still interesting foods to explore and comfortable laps to claim for afternoon naps. Besides, Imogene found herself saying, looking around at their chaotic kitchen with its scattered breakfast and ongoing evidence of domestic magic, what exactly would change? She's been the center of our Hoard bond for weeks now. She's been our warden in everything but name since the ritual. The only difference is now she can tell us when she disapproves of our cooking. As if summoned by this observation, Syndraulic abandoned her breakfast investigation and toddled over to Imogene, sitting expectantly at her feet with the particular expression she'd developed when she wanted to be picked up and included in whatever interesting conversation was happening above her head level. Imogene scooped her up automatically, and Syndraulic settled against her shoulder with a contented rumble that vibrated through their bond. Not just the physical warmth of a young dragon, but the deeper harmonics of Hoard magic flowing contentedly through their connection. This was what mattered, Imogene realized. Not the ancient prophecies or the cosmic significance, but this moment of simple trust, of family gathering around a kitchen table while their tea cupboard sulked in the next room and their home rearranged itself according to its own mysterious preferences. Well, she finally managed, looking around at her extraordinary family. Ancient dragon scholar, still covered in ink stains from his frantic leap to attention. Night-turned protector whose toast was now being systematically deconstructed by a creature roughly the size of his forearm. And baby dragon who had apparently decided that announcing her mystical significance was less interesting than investigating whether morning butter had different properties than afternoon butter. I suppose this means our quiet domestic phase is officially over. Despite everything, despite the uncertainty and the magic and the probability that their lives had just become infinitely more complicated, she found herself laughing with pure, unreserved joy at the absurd wonderfulness of it all. Here they were, trying to process cosmic destiny over charred eggs, while their home politely rearranged itself around them, and their baby dragon offered commentary on breakfast quality between bites of stolen toast. It was ridiculous. It was magical. It was perfectly, completely theirs. And if Syndraulic wanted to claim her role as warden while demanding more bacon, well, Imogene supposed there were worse ways to embrace ancient prophecy than with a Dragonet who had excellent priorities and strong opinions about proper meal distribution.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.